All right. All right. Let's get these tabs, get these lights going. Y'all know the deal. Same old. Tabs, lights, get these shares. So what we talking about today? We talking about men and women communicating differently. How so? What are the ways? What are things we have to pay attention to when it's coming and dealing with men and women? How do we build understanding with one another? How do we figure each other out? Are we doing it with the intentions of getting people to know us, or are we trying to understand the person that we're talking to? That's what I want to know. If y'all keep on hitting them tabs of shares and stuff as this stuff start up, that'd be lovely. So we can get this bridge this gap together, man. Because somehow it's like I think we're talking over one another. We're not taking the time to hear one another out. We're missing things that, and we repeating things that already probably has been said to us. So we just repeat it over because we don't want to take the time to hear what the other is saying. So yeah, we gotta figure this thing out. Why do we communicate different? Do we notice the difference? Do we take things a certain way that might not be put out? You know what I mean, it's so many different things, but we about to figure this thing out, man. And one thing I'm gonna say, it is not a war between men and women. It's just a mentality thing. Because it's things that men agree with women on, it's things that women agree with men on. It just depend on the lifestyles that we choose. That's just what that is. Uh, because we are a different type of humans. Yeah, yeah. I think even men different from other men and women different from other women. Kitty, what's up? Welcome to the live.
Hello. Okay, I definitely have an opinion on this.
Mm,
Um, I like you said, it depends person to person. There's always going to be outliers, but
mhm,
I'm going to speak in a very general sense right now, just from my own life experience and from talking to men and women in general. I think there's a big issue of women feeling that their emotions are not being validated in conversations.
mhm,
Um, and men are feeling like they want to get to a solution to the problem, which is important. But if let's say it's me and I say, hey, I'm feeling like this is happening and I feel this way about it and it's really making me feel like whatever emotion it is. And it says, okay, we'll just do that. It's like, okay, thank you. But can we talk about, especially if it's, let's say I say, hey, you're doing this thing and it really hurt my feelings or it upset me or whatever. Okay, I'm gonna stop doing it. It's like, okay, thanks, but can we talk? Can we go into like the? Can you apologize? Can you? I feel like that's women want a deeper conversation, while men are just giving bare bones solution, which a solution is fine. But I think
mhm.
women crave a deeper connection during the conversation. And on the flip side, I think when men come to women to talk about something and women can react a little emotionally. It depends on the situation, but let's just say that's the situation. They're not really hearing them and they're not validating how they feel either. And
Mm.
when men do give a solution, they don't want to hear it. Or when men are calling women out to now they have to take accountability, they don't want to hear it. And that's a problem too. And I feel like, too, a lot of men and women feel like when they're having a conversation, they're just going in circles. And there's
Mm.
no, because the man says, here's the solution. Why isn't this done? And then the woman is saying, okay, that's your solution, but what about how that made me feel? So like I just feel like it goes in circles.
Okay. So from what I'm hearing, it sounds like you understand how men is and women are. But what is the importance of why do it sound like women want to be validated how they feel so bad? And if it wants to get validated, what do you do with that after that?
So why? So why? The first part of your question was why do I think it's so important for women to get that validation, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't even know. Like as a
What?
woman myself, I don't even know. Like
What?
as a woman myself, I don't know. I think it's because people don't want to hear this, and of course there are outliers, but I
I
do
gotta give
think
you
that
this real quick for actually saying that though. People can't say I don't know nowadays. I'm
I
glad you
don't
said that.
know. I think women tend to be more in tune with their emotions.
Mm.
So they have a hard time separating how they feel from the reality of the situation sometimes.
Okay, okay.
And because there are plenty of times, I mean, I'm speaking in general sense, but if I'm going to relate it directly to me, there's plenty of times where I'll be upset about something and my man will give me a solution, right? He said, okay, let's say I'm upset about something he did. Okay, I won't do that anymore. My bad. And for some reason, that's not enough.
Mm.
And you really do have to look at it and go, why is it not? And honestly, I don't know.
All right, so we go
And
get deeper. We can get deeper on that. Let me get Monkey in real quick and Shine, and then we go back
yeah, I'm
to
gonna
it.
let other people talk.
For sure, for sure. I like your take. All right, Monk, what you got for me? Welcome to the live.
What's up, man? So I'm married with my wife, and with our communication, I had to learn. I'm not gonna lie, cause my wife, she'll come home from work, tell me this and that, blah blah blah, and in my head, I was like, "Well, let's do this, let's do that," and she kept on getting mad at me. Didn't understand it, but I found out it's not like when my homeboy called me up and stuff and had his job, which he was looking for solutions. My wife just wanted to talk about it. And I had to learn that. And kind of like how Kitty just said, sometimes it's more that's on her emotions and just wanting to vent out. And what was it? What else did Joe Prime say? It's is are people saying men and women communicate different the same? Well, it
Oh
was
no,
a
we
cop
ain't.
out, something like that.
Yeah, we ain't. Dang, you went all the way down there. No, we usually do like one at a time in here and try to
Oh,
expand
okay.
on it though. So, with just the topic though, would you say men and women communicate differently?
Oh yes, very, very much,
Okay,
very
so
much.
if so, in what ways? What are the ways that men communicate and women?
Well, I guess that's like how I said about my wife. She when she communicates, sometimes she just want to vent or tell her feelings about something. When me and my homeboys we communicate, it's more of a solution base or something like that. Well, I guess it's only dealing with problems, but I really can't say I know any different communication differently when we get to just talking regularly. I guess. Or, well, well, I guess I can say something. I will say it's things I would joke about with my partners that with my homeboys that I want with my wife because I'm not trying to. I don't try to joke too much with her because sometimes especially for a woman you care for, you don't want to make her angry, and you may not even know it, but you may say something to slip up to make her feel insecure about something, if you know what I mean. But yeah, that's my point for that part.
Hmm. Okay, okay. All right, all right. Shine, what you got for me, man?
Man, hold on. I just realized something. When I said the last question, I was talking about the are people saying men and women communicate, the same as an excuse.
Okay,
And
that's what
then
she was trying to wonder. She was trying
yeah,
to wonder which question you was talking about.
oh,
Yeah,
okay. I thought
yeah,
you
that's
said
what she.
that. And then I looked at the bottom and it said, when
Because
is
it
it
seemed like you
okay
was
to
ignoring
make
her.
an
I said, "Is
assumption?
that?" It seemed like you was ignoring her. I'm like, "Is that toward a sign? You trying to say that too?" Because she was wondering.
Oh,
Because
okay.
you
All
was
right.
saying, "I like the last question." She was
Oh,
asking which, basically, like which one.
hey,
Yeah.
that's the first thing I thought too. Shit, when I read it. Okay, cool. All right, cool.
Okay, so you was looking at
Whew.
the bonus. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Because
I
she
was
said
looking
you
at
don't see the bonus yet.
yeah,
I
I
gotta
see the
read that
bump,
one
but
out loud.
I would say men and women communicate differently. Okay, I think we do for sure, but part of that me thinking we do for sure, I just think it's just condition. Like I think what Monk was saying, like I think that when we talk to each other as men, we have feelings involved. So I do believe that we do communicate differently, but I don't think it's nothing natural about it. I just think it's more we do communicate differently, but I don't think it's nothing natural about it. I just think it's more of a condition.
Mm. I feel that too. I feel that. I don't believe in that natural stuff either. And then like your lifestyle and what your interest is and the way that you adjust. Yeah, I see that. Huntress, what you doing, sis? What you got? Hey.
I ain't got much of nothing, but I will tell y'all from the conversation that I was a part of, not a part of, down in the comments from yesterday, there was a whole lot of feelings being flung around between a whole lot of men that's on this panel today. That's all. That's what I
fact.
gotta say about that one. So I think there is difference in communication, but it's on subject matter. So this is what I mean. When women are normally coming, I showed it, Sean. When women are coming with a problem, 9 times out of 10, we're just coming to vent. We already know what we should do, but we just want to be able to talk to somebody that we know our feelings are going to be safe with. Men typically don't have that, but like when we're talking about an issue, like say something needs to be cleaned, the gutters need to be cleaned on the house, then we're able to talk in factuality. So I think it depends on the subject matter. I don't think we communicate as differently as we think we do. I just think we talk about it differently. Like we don't necessarily want the problem to be fixed. We want somewhere, a safe space where our feelings can be held. But we want to be able to communicate that. Where men, if you have a problem, most men don't typically run to their best friend and be like, hey, dude, I got this problem. Can you help me fix it? Whereas women, we're like, hey, we got this problem and we're venting feelings, but we're going to fix it later. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's true. I think, yeah, you right about that. I think men do go to their friends and vent, but I don't think they look for their friend to fix the problem, though. Hey, they do vent, though. I will say that. Especially if that girl ain't gonna hear them. They'll go to their friends.
Hold on, you just said let you call the squad, and I happen to look up and I see Big Whoa.
That is funny. That was so much going on, man. That's so funny timing, though. One more person I gotta bring in here, and it's on your ass. Like,
nah, y'all ain't ganging up on Sean today. I'm up here today.
Hey, Hunter,
I looked at that video. I was laughing. I just laughed at this recent video. I was like, I wonder who that's for.
Hey, Hunter, no, that was one that was on the panel me and you was on earlier and shit, but
that was that one. Oh, you just made that. Oh,
yeah. Hold on. I didn't even see Big Whoa right. I'm looking at the comments and I didn't even see him come up. So when I read Joe, don't let me call the squad. And then when I come in it and then looked up, I seen Big Whoa. I said, oh man, he already called for backup.
All right, half already. It's like I set it up. Manifestation. I was like, yeah, I feel you on that, Sean. I told you that, man. I swear that one nigga, I do not like him, dog. That nigga, he like a big old female or something like that.
And that's your feelings.
That nigga always throwing a shot on that. Yeah,
Which one?
I don't play with disrespect. I can admit when I'm in my feelings though. Like, I don't play with disrespect though. That nigga always trying to check somebody like he gonna do something and stuff. That's the only nigga. That's like one of the main niggas out. One of the first niggas I was about to wanted to fight on this thing. But even though I know better, but it's the way I guess he can get me though sometimes. Hi, what up, Big O?
Hey, oh my bad.
Well, JV, who is? I don't like that nigga, dog.
Who the fuck is that?
I thought y'all was cool,
No, I don't like that nigga, dog. I never liked him. And then I don't know why they got him on the panel for. This nigga don't even can't make his own mind up sometimes.
I do have a question from yesterday, the conversation that was had yesterday, and I asked it like 15,778 times in the comments, and I was just being ignored. Were we talking about controversial conversations, the bald-headed black guy?
Oh, you said something? You said something. Oh, you was saying something to us? I didn't know you was in the comments.
When y'all were talking.
My bad, sis. Don't be acting like people want to know. You know, I'll be looking for you, sis. Dang. But no, it's this dude. No, it's a dude. I don't think he bald. He got a so-called wife, but he be on here pandering to all the women and all that stuff. His name is Controversial Shannon.
Oh, okay, no.
No, it's Controversial Shannon.
Okay,
I
about to
don't
Mm.
know
say
none of these
y'all kept
niggas.
saying controversial, and I was like, who? I know a
Yeah,
lot of people that have the name controversial.
yeah,
You
his
talking
name's
about the
Shannon.
nigga conscious? Nigga with the
No,
dreads?
No,
no, I'm saying, I know I said controversial Shannon. His name is controversial Shannon. So nigga that be, and I remember when I first met him, his topic was, what is a pander? It be always panders that gotta ask or act like they don't know what panders are and stuff. That's how you know they won. Be funny. But all right, I'm gonna leave that
I'm with
alone.
Sean on that. I feel like y'all just be in y'all feelings about certain things.
Oh, so Sean called
I
back
think,
up,
I
huh?
don't know why.
He was
Okay, let's
being
say this
whooped
then. Huntress,
yesterday.
Nah, I
will you
think
say that?
Kev was balanced
No,
today.
when you say that though, I think everybody on this app be in their feelings. I don't get it. It's like we be selective when we want to say that. What's wrong with being in your feelings?
We're
What's the difference?
humans.
Yeah, I'm about to say we humans though, so we're gonna be passionate. Even passion have feeling behind it, or it is a feeling. So yeah,
Yeah, I think it's weird how we kind of use emotions to like, kind of tear down somebody. I feel like that's weird because I have homegirls that like they're not emotional at all. Like me, I would say I'm on that level too of like if something happens, like we're automatically thinking about like a solution. We don't even process no feelings until way later down the line. And then I have homegirls that cry about every little thing. And
mm,
and then I have guys around me that are like that too, or they don't cry about it, but they whine about it. They whine about it and they bitch about it, and it's
true.
fine. I'll hear them out because they're my friend. I'm not gonna say, "Oh, you're a man. You should like not complain." I think that's weird.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna give Wall in and then Denise, what's up? You on my side of the town? What's up, Denise? I met her in
After him.
my boo live, my boo Rachel live. What's up? Welcome. Go ahead, Big Wall. What you got for me, my brother?
Boom, boom, boom. What's up, panel? What's up, Cam? Back with another.
What up?
I
What up?
gotta tell you, yesterday, boy, I don't know if the sun was in the earth, but you was hot fire yesterday. First, I see Sean Goof ass, then Moses, then Bird. I'm like, damn, it's a reunion in this bit, boy. Everybody, the stars are coming out. We roll out the red carpet. It was crazy, but that shit was lit. What I was gonna say? Great
Yeah,
topic.
I challenge everybody. Some people's, I do everybody. I don't, you
Don't
know.
um, great topic. Men and women. I wish Face was in here because I see her invite. Because actually, I've been saying this narrative, or I've been speaking on this for a long time when it comes to men and women. I feel like we kind of speak two different languages, but depending on the relationship that you have with a woman or a man, I feel like the love and the connection that you have, it operates as a translator. You feel me? To understand each other. You feel me? Because I feel like even if the wildest individual like a Charles, right, has the most craziest take, he has some type of root grounded to reality where it's some type of logic inside the midst of shenanigans that he spits out. I see the most smartest women on this app say the most illiterate, emotional takes, but coated with bits and pieces of logic to make it sound good. A famous Jamaican man comedian once said, "One drunk man is smarter than five women with PhDs." And like it was funny at
Ooh.
first. I ain't gonna lie. But as I'm thinking it, I've been on TikTok for a while. I'm starting to see some truth to it. Because the most blasphemy things that I hear, or a woman would be like, not all, by the way, well, but good majority, because it's issues on both sides when it comes to bad apples and good apples. But I noticed that majority of women, like a good 60%, I say 60, 75%, you will see that they'll use they'll weaponize, um, logic coated with feelings. And then when you ask for like a breakdown of where they're coming from, or make it make sense on paper so other people can understand where they're coming from, that's when the outrage come out of nowhere. Or like the sisterhood piles up and want to attack people. You feel me? Like one time, it was around the time, short story. I think around the time And it's funny, Sean, no offense, but it was around the time I first met your homeboy, but Bender, whatever his name is, right? He kept on using, not him, but the flock, the foot soldiers, the
Hey, can you
minions.
back up from the mic?
Now, this is how I naturally talk. He ain't next to my stepdaddy. But the crowd of people that he had in his life, right? They kept on using keywords like misogyny, right? So I'm sitting in live. I keep hearing the word misogyny every 3 minutes, every 10 minutes. I'm like, you know what? I'm curious. Let me test out this theory that I have in my head. I waited patiently. My turn
Yeah,
to get in
20
the box.
seconds.
I got in the box. I was like, hey, Predator, whatever your name is, I don't want you to answer this. I want strictly the ladies in the comments, in the box, anybody to give me the definition of what misogyny means. I got attacked. Oh, you hate your mother and all this other stuff. I'm like, damn, what I do? I just wanted to further my knowledge. What does it mean?
All right, your time is up, big boy. You got patience at that time. Your time is
Uh,
up. All right, let me before you go, I gotta get Denise in, then we can go back to our open panel. What's up, Denise? What you got for me? Y'all gotta pay attention to that timer. If y'all talk too long, I'm throwing the timer on there so everybody can talk.
Okay. Is it true men and women communicate differently? Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon to
Good
the host
afternoon.
and panel. Don't start my timer until I give a good
Oh no,
afternoon.
you good, you good. No, it's just
Ah,
when I feel like you done talk 30 for 3 minutes, then I'm gonna be like, all right, timer.
okay. Well, I can't see the last part of the bottom. I'm gonna try to
We're
get
not
through them
starting
all.
on that yet.
Gotcha.
We just usually start the first one and then
For sure.
expand on it. That's all.
We'll see how far I can get. Men
Okay.
and women communicate differently. Is it true? If so, in what ways? Men and women do communicate differently. Some are more effective at listening, waiting for the other person to be completely heard so that they can understand. Some people communicate better with regards to asking questions so that they can make sure that they're getting the right context. And some people are just more patient in general and can communicate their thoughts through in a more effective manner. They can think through the conversation in their head. They don't have to just say the first thing that's coming off the top of their head. Some people say it's like not having a filter. I think that's how they compare it.
Mm.
Um, is communication key or is
Oh, we're not on that
understanding?
yet. We're not on that yet.
Oh,
Nope.
I apologize. Just the one question. Sorry.
Just a one. Yeah, we expand on one and then try to, make it an open panel so we can talk more on it.
And I'll land my plane then.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. All right. Anybody wanted to add something or anything? It's open panel now.
Yeah, I'll say something.
Oh, I think Monk did want to. My bad,
okay,
Sean.
go
I
ahead.
think
Yeah.
Monk did us.
Well,
Alter.
well, I was finna say, I didn't think it was relevant until your homeboy beside me said something about it, about how, well, they were talking about pandering, how the man only wanted the, well, I don't know if it the host or man or woman, but I literally just got blocked from a panel where we're talking about this women's sacrifice holiday. And I was just in there listening, and it was majority women. And just like this man, it was a man leading it. And the man was just letting the women talk as long as they want to. Put me on mute. I said, okay. And I was just listening. And every time I tried to speak or speak out wrong, just like your homeboy was saying, he would let the women control everything. And I ain't trying to ramble off, so I'm gonna stop it right there. But I just feel what Big Woe was saying right here, because I literally just before I came to yours, that's literally what just happened to me. I did not cuss nobody out. I was not disrespectful. I was just trying to speak my mind and literally got blocked because I disagreed with what the women were saying on their panel. And in the ways of communication, I'm trying to put this tied in, because the way I was communicating against them, and the women were just using their feelings about what they thought of men, but the host wanted to more pander to the women than the men. But yeah, that's all.
Mm.
I
And
literally got blocked.
I
Did
feel
not.
like I've seen it like on both sides a lot. Like men panels that are like majority men and then women panels that are majority women, and they wanna like they're using it as like a vent session, and like they just want to get out how they feel about the dating pool, really. They don't want no solutions. They don't want to hear shit about a solution.
Yes. Yes.
So I feel like, when I get in a panel like that, I'm just like, I already know what type of energy I'm gonna be met with. Like low key, if I'm like the only woman in that panel, which I never do that anymore because I already know like you can't change somebody's mind on their experiences. If your everyday looks completely different from their everyday, if they continuously have bad experiences with women, your good experiences can't teach them shit.
Hey,
So
Faith.
I learned the difference is it'd be a setup, right? And I don't think certain people, especially men, we shouldn't go on panels where I learned to not go on panels where if it's a woman host and then you see most women on the panel, you got to pay attention to see if they are mods because if they mods, you know they're going to have the same talking point as the host. So you have to pay attention to that. And I see a lot of times men go into it and then it's a trap. And I do
It
feel
was a
like a lot of this
man
shit be
host.
traps at the same time. But I don't, if you pay attention to it, yeah, you're gonna see women, and I think sometimes men, just my opinion, be going up there because they see it's a bunch of women and not knowing that the women was on the same side as a host. And if you say something that they don't like, you will be muted and you will be cut off, and they will paint you out to be something that you didn't even say, and they'll call you dangerous. So I do get that part of it, but at the same time, like I think Faith was saying, even on the men panel, that's all men, and then a woman come up, it's the same damn setup. You're gonna get cut off, you're gonna get muted, and you won't get a chance to finish. That's why I was saying yesterday, it is kind of hard to tell, like, okay, what is what? Because on most men panel, you'll get that with women. Then on most women panel, you'll get that with women. So it's like, how do you like decipher, okay, what is what?
go to a mixed panel,
Here's
go to a non-biased host panel, a host that really he just let the people talk and he interject, when needed, but like he don't do too much. Like honestly, Laugh or Learn is like a great example. And I don't know if have you been on Franklin?
Yeah.
Franklin's
Yeah.
like he's a great host too. Like, and he has very unbiased, but he'll interject and say his opinion, but it'll
Well,
like be mostly for the people.
yeah, because
Man.
me and Kev disagree. Like yesterday was everybody
oh
had a
god,
disagreement.
Hey,
But
real
no,
quick,
no,
hold
I'm
up,
saying
y'all.
it.
Hold up, y'all. Let Huntress real
Oh,
quick slide in, then y'all can go back. Cause she got a light voice.
thank you. Anyway, I was going to come up and say like some of these panels that you guys are visiting, like I've learned to like kind of scroll through the comments and see what's being talked about because a lot of these panels are places where they're considered safe space for women and men to vent about the problems they have within their own relationships. And if you get on those type of panels, they're not going to let you say anything otherwise or indifferent. So what I normally do is just check through the comments, see what kind of conversation they're having in the comments or rebuttals that they have to the panel before I hop up there, because that'll give you a good idea of what's happening. And then on top of that, if it says safe space at the bottom, I'm out. I don't even go in.
Red flag. Red
Safe for
flag.
who? Safe for who?
I don't know. That's why I don't go.
Kev,
hey,
didn't you used to
I
have
was gonna
a
say real
safe
quick.
space on your? Never mind. I just asked. Never mind.
I would say like on Kev panel, you see how everybody had their disagreements yesterday, but it didn't lead to no. For me, in my opinion, we did had several heated conversations, and it still end up coming back. It's still like a mutual respect, and when you have a host that is unbiased, then you could have conversations where men and women could come. But if it's already one sided as a host, and then you got your mods that's on the same side. Like I think Kev got a good balance of he got mods that agree with him, then mods that don't agree with him. Then everybody just kind of like say what they want to say. But sometimes the mods be on the same page as the host.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
I will give Kev his flowers. Like I've been on this app just as long as him, and I can't really count on one hand how many hosts are allowed to have panels that disagree with them. Usually, as soon as they feel like you a mod, you disagree with them, next time you go there live, you don't see that person as a mod anymore.
That man set up his questions to where don't nobody agree
He
with him,
said
man.
don't be a mod no more.
Hey, he set up
You
his
don't
questions to
agree?
where he don't want
Good.
nobody
You
to
done. Give
agree
me a
with him.
badge.
That's some messed up stuff.
It's crazy because when you first go on these people live about if it's a man or woman, they're acting like they real life family. Or let's say Kevin and Sean. I seen a dude one time. He was like, "Oh, Sean, my brother, Sean twin. I know him in real life. That's my brother. Yeah, I stopped by him. As soon as I was disagreement on the live, next time I come to live, I thought you said Sean was your brother. Where Sean go? Damn, where Sean go?
People
Sean not
taking
here today?
People
Like,
take
what
the
about
women that
Sean?
shit
Why ain't
personally.
nobody badge no more? Yeah, that's crazy.
All right, guys, we
People,
do have new people on the panel as well, so let's go ahead and have them answer the first two questions, or the first question, then we can go back to open panel again. So Touche, Event,
yeah, men and
Touche,
women,
you first.
men and women communicate differently. Definitely, it's not even a. I think I don't want to say for most. I don't want to say for all of them, but for most people, some people really are logical thinkers and follow logic and follow the 2 + 2 = 4 type of scenario with things in life, and some people operate off of how they feel. So it can like it just depends on the dynamic for those two people, whoever it is, but they do communicate totally differently. And communication is key or
We
understanding.
ain't on that one.
Okay, you said
Man.
wait on that one.
No, we didn't even start there yet. We're still on
If
the
you said the
first one.
first two, that's why I was like, oh damn. All right.
Sorry, I corrected myself after. It's just the first one. All right, Event, your turn.
Okay, yeah, I think men and women do communicate differently. I think when women communicate, they communicate more in detail. For example, if a woman's telling a story, she'll tell you, what happened from the beginning, the middle, the plot, the climax. She might even derail a little bit. Whereas if you're talking to a man, it's kind of like you have to pull information out of him. You might have to ask him more questions. They don't really give as much detail as a woman will. And yeah, I guess you could say women are, when they communicate, they'll say things such as, I feel more, or, this is what I think. And it's coming from a place of, I want you to understand what I'm feeling because I'm trying to express to you how either you upset me or how I'm happy or whatever the case may be. Whereas a guy might just be talking about a situation like, oh, this happened at work. And he doesn't really bring his feelings into it.
All right. Open panel again.
Me personally, I think that men, we kind of get to the point, and I agree when it comes to the feeling thing. We don't. I'm not gonna say we don't care about the feeling thing. If you did something to like messed up, I feel like the feelings be like extra. Why do I care about the feelings part? I want to get to straight to the point that what you did and what I consider wrong, and the rest it comes at it gonna fall there as we move forward. You feel me? I don't really care about the feelings. This is what you did wrong. Short and sweet. Well, like, why do we care about feel? Well, not why, but like it's like extra. It's like unnecessary. Let's fix the issue that was created, and then boom. After that, then we worry about the feelings.
Hey, so with that being said, okay, I like that, right? So my question would be is if we know like so okay, this for men and women actually. If women say that men are more logical and men say women are more, in their emotions and feelings about it, then if both parties know that about each other, how come the communication still sucks?
Right. I was about to. He stole one of my things. I was thinking about. I was ready to get to
Can
that.
I answer? If that's
Go
okay.
ahead. Oh, go ahead, Netta, and then you can also answer the prompt too, so you can be already
Well,
caught up.
that I was going to answer and say like my answer to the prompt was going to be to I guess you and Sean's question. I think it's because we only see communication as just talking, not
Mm.
necessarily as like embodying the listening factor as well. So communication is not just the words that come out your mouth. Communication is a little bit of everything, in my opinion. Communication is talking, nonverbal cues, body language, um, and listening. So if you want to have open dialogue and be able to communicate effectively, both men and women, I think you need to be able to listen also.
All right, that's what I'm. Me and Kev might agree today. Damn.
It's
To
What
very
you
to
got, Denise? Look
caveat
like.
to caveat on what she just said, we see how that shows up in these lives every day
Mm-hmm.
because some people are just chomping at the bit to come off mute. And are you really sure that you heard everything that the previous person said, or were you just waiting for them to stop talking so you could come off mute
Mm.
and say what you're just so eager to, you're just itching to say what you're wanting to say, and you're not even giving that person the opportunity to listen and hear them out.
Well, some
Denise be
people they
preaching. Y'all
just
gonna find out about her. I'm aware.
I'm finna say what Denise just said is true. It's been so many panels. Like yesterday when I be on mute, I would listen to every word somebody say, and then when the other person, she got right here this answer say, well, this is what your problem is. You up there left your man. I kept on stopping. I'm like, no, her husband had an act. Well, I'm sorry, I ain't trying to get the information out, but they were literally. They thought the woman divorced her man. No, her husband was in an accident. His mother had power attorney somehow, and when she got power attorney, she divorced her sick son from his wife. And when they said, "What? That what happened?" I was like, "Y'all missed that whole story. Y'all really." I like Denise said, people be so eager to come off of mute and don't even want to listen to the person they want to rebuttal to. Y'all hear divorce, y'all hear took money or something like that, and y'all run with it. Didn't even hear the context clues for it.
I ain't gonna lie.
I
Another thing
also
too. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I also think what ends up happening, I don't know if it's ADHD or, well, I think this happens a lot with people where they're excited to say what they want to say because if you don't say what you want to say in that moment, the topic switches to a new point.
Mm.
And now it's like, okay, I don't want to forget what I have to say. So I'm trying to remember what I want to say, but I'm not listening to what's being said because I'm so
True.
eager to say what I want to say because I think it's important. And now the conversation has already switched to a new topic and I can't even bring it up. So it's like people are just kind of like, they're hearing you, but they're not listening because they're thinking about what they want to say next because they're trying to be right all the time.
I think I
I
don't
was
think
just gonna say that.
it's about being right. I think a lot of the time, what you did say that I do agree with is we can be on the topic of a conversation, right? And somewhere down the line, that topic of that conversation switch. And then some people, I mean, maybe for me, I can only speak for myself. Is that yeah? I can write it down, but once that topic of that conversation is over, it's like, why are we backtracking back to that shit after we just already passed it? It's like going in the circle, like if unnecessarily. So I think that people just gotta like somebody said, write it down, but then it's gotta also be brought up at a certain point in time. You gotta you gotta jump in where you gotta get in where you fit in.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm a
Let
big
me
believer that a lot of people have and I said this yesterday. Uh, coincidentally, a lot of people into conversations, they already have a fixated mindset and they don't
Mm-hmm.
care about what you got to say in response. Like Kanye West ego. They feel like, just like the young lady said earlier, event, they already feel like, hey, I already got this. I already got this on point. Whatever you saying right now can never match up to what I'm about to say. So forget what you saying. Let me speak for everybody. Let me just one-on-one everybody in the panel because I feel like my thoughts, my opinions is so above what you got to say. How dare you trying to respond? I can respond for you because I'm smarter than you. I feel like you above me. Not above, you're beneath me. And a lot of people won't admit it, but a lot of people have this type of ego about themselves. And you can clearly hear it when they conversate. You'll hear somebody talk, and the person would ask you a question. And before you even open your mouth to answer, hold on, I got it, big bro. What he was going to say is, how do you know what I was about to say? You just asked me a question. Because they feel like they already know everything. And you can't have a conversation with somebody like that.
Hey, but to actually, let me tell you how the difference between what's happening now and what you normally see on panels. And before I even say it, when I thought about it's a balance, everybody's response is very balanced. It's not one sided. Everyone is responding with a balance, right? And then when I looked on the panel, it's four men and it's 4 women. So that alone is balanced. So it's not like when I start to see that certain shit is just going one sided, I don't want to be on that side. I'm gonna be opposition right off the rip because that shit is boring, right? But when you have like a balanced conversation like everybody is having, everyone is getting their points off or getting their perspectives off, and then you kind of like build on top of it. Like I think event somebody said something, and it was a perspective that I never even thought about. So I'm like, okay, I never even thought about that. So I think once people are not defensive and trying to prove their point, and you just talking freely and not just being, I feel like you're being balanced. I feel like it'll lead to having effective conversations like this, to where people ain't, arguing or debating and shit. Like you started that argument yesterday, Big Whoa. That's another story. Don't worry about it.
But
What?
I want to say this.
I want to say teacup.
I see Shaw got back on today. He feeling himself, boy. I see you, boy. Oh shit, then, big brother.
Touche, what the heck? All right.
So
So I
and he
guess
got back.
go ahead, Hunter. What you say?
No, I was just being facetious and saying so
Oh,
and he got back up.
the usual. I was about to say. So to break this more down. Do we believe it's like a science to why men and women may communicate different? Like, is it some chemical thing that's within us that make us react a certain way or think a certain way? Is our brain structure different? Is our So I want to kind of get to that also, why we may communicate differently.
To answer that question, we definitely all think differently. You have your neurotypical people. Are not all of our brains develop and function the same as well.
Hmm.
Speaking from my vantage point, both myself and two of my children have been diagnosed with autism. And so it's just a lot. It's me and two children, so it's three people, and we all think differently, right? We
Hmm.
process information differently, and then we express it differently. It doesn't make it right or wrong, it just makes it different. So
Hmm.
the way I parent these two children are not going to exactly be the same because they understand things differently. So that's just my 2 cents. And then I realized this. This is why people, do y'all know why the term like these TikTok lives, people had to people had to say, "Oh, I land my plane," just to make sure that people knew they were done talking. That's a big
Yeah.
thing about like effective communication because you don't know when people are at their pause moments, if they're just trying to take a deep breath before they make their next point, or if they've officially, quote unquote, landed their plane. So on that note, I've landed my plane.
Hello.
All right.
I agree with that because I don't know, too many times on lives, I'll be in the middle of a sentence, and before I even completed the sentence, it's like, oh, no, you're wrong. What about this? And I was like, girl, or man, or sir, I was just about to say that. I was just about to say that. You kind of cut me off mid sentence and you painted it as if I was disagreeing with you. But if you let me finish my point, you would have seen where I was coming from.
Or
But anyway,
or
Mm.
or you
I
could
land my
talk like
plane.
or you could, oh no, I never say land my plane. I just mute shit. But or you'll see where you'll be talking for like 1 minute, and then the person that's coming after you, they'll only respond to the thing that you said that they didn't like, or they'll respond to the last thing that you said because they weren't paying attention to everything that you said. So they'll make your response to something that you didn't say and take your response like out of context. So some of this stuff, I just feel like people are selective when it comes to, maybe they don't pay attention to everything you saying. They can only pay attention to the last part, and then they respond from the last part, but they missing the context of what you actually said.
That's why. Okay, I'm glad you're saying that though, and I think as in trying to have effective communication, because some people tend to come up to just um basically express themselves. They're not really trying to build understanding or connect with who they connect with. That's why they be like, don't cut me off, you know what I'm saying? But some people have to get cut off sometimes so they can make sure that they got to get it from point to point. Because you got to realize some people just talk too long, and people's attention span, it differs and stuff. You can only hear so much. And then people try to overload people and like, oh, dang, man, you didn't listen. All you heard was that part. And that's probably the reason why. So that's why, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, me and Moses just went back and forth all yesterday about that. I was trying to, we trying to explain it to each other. And it's like, dog, it's only so much, that's why you have to let people, you got to jump in the middle, which I could understand that though also, but it's like a balance. You got to You gotta balance it because sometimes some people cut people off too early and they was about to get to the point. So it's like you just gotta. It's a realization and an adjustment, and then like, what is your intentions? Like I was in the last live. Like, what is your purpose and intentions of what you're saying? What you're saying is you want to be right, or do you really want to build understanding with someone else, or do you just want to push your point and just leave it as that? So it's just all about that for real.
Hey, you heard him with that one. If it's the live we both was in, you heard him with that one.
Yeah.
I was thinking when they say they don't want to listen to,
I ain't
like,
gonna lie, even the host, man, she just kept on. She kept. I ain't gonna lie. That's why I said I went against both of them because I'm like, dog, you keep saying stuff that nobody said, and it's like, what are you listening to? So you're saying, and I'm like, but I mess with her though. I'm not saying I'm bad about her, but I'm like, dang, it's like you gotta really pay attention. I think you already listening. And I'm gonna say this, I guess to throw mine in there though. I think some people just listen with their feelings, man. They listen to see if it, because some people only agree if it made them feel a certain way. But it's not about that all the time. You gotta really, which I'm gonna make a post about that. It's a difference between talking to somebody's heart and talking to somebody's mind. It's literally a difference. And then some people just be sitting there waiting to, oh, this ain't feel right, so this can't be right. And it's not about that. That's why people be getting stuck with the way people deliver things in their tone. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that sounds so good. Even though they just hold your whole entire life, but they didn't even say no. It just sounded good to your ear, but they're not really. That's why people keep getting tricked. But overall, that's what it is, and it's just an observation, and it's adjustments we just got to make within ourselves. If, like I said, depending on what our attention is, because a lot of us always want to teach all day, but we're not trying to learn nothing, and that's why we get stuck. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna leave it like that. I'm gonna let y'all keep on eating. Oh, no, hold up. Before y'all go, I gotta let Miguel go, and then we gonna be back caught up. And get about the open panel. What you got, Miguel?
Thank you kindly, brother. Do men and women think differently? How do men and women communicate differently? I think a person communicates um, according to how they deal with life's complexities. If you decide to deal with life's complexities in a hostile way, then you're gonna communicate with the rah rah rah. If you deal with life's complexities in a creative way, then you're gonna look for the most creative way to create harmony. To deal with life's complexities, you're going to look for ways to cope with you're going to look for mechanisms that'll help you work and deal with life's complexities. If you deal with life's complexities in a hostile way, in a not creative way, you're just headed for self-destruction, whether you're a man or a woman. Plain landed. You could unfasten your seatbelt.
Yeah, I like that one. Unfasten.
That's
That's a
different.
new one.
What I was finna say was, I feel like I made the general. When he first asked the question, I made the generalization that yes, men and women communicate in different ways. But I will say this: ever since, like, I don't know, since I turned 20, I'm 32, turned 33 this year. Around in my late 20s, I started noticing the conversation with my core friends, and then some who will be on like Xbox Live and we'll be speaking with each other. It was one of my friends. His mannerism in the conversation helped me grow because, like I said, you think this on TikTok about letting you play and stuff like that. But like my friend, he'll be saying, didn't mean to cut you off, or he'll be respectful, say, oh, I didn't feel like I had to say that, but then he'll bring it back and say, I apologize, something like that. And I don't know, in his field of work, he worked with children, and so he's in a more professional setting than me. I just drive trucks. But the communication we have between each other, we try to be most respectful of each other. So when I was talking about
baby.
Oops. No, sorry. So when he was so I would say my communication skills grew over with my friends, with my wife, understanding women better about how they want to communicate. So I would say it really goes on to the person on how they want to communicate to the world. And that's how you will learn about people. If you have a conversation with somebody out there in the world, that stranger or something like that, you can learn something from them, because if they continue to cut you off or they forget about what you said about yourself to them just 2 seconds ago and they just forget about it, you can understand that person just want to be heard and not be or listen or learn nothing new. So I will say that. So if I would take down from my generalization of the two sexes and just say your communication skills as a person tells a lot about you and your etiquette and manners during it.
That's an open minded brother right there.
Yeah, I want to say too. I agree with Monk. I think your environment definitely does help to shape how you communicate. Just like Miguel said, if you're going to come off and deal with things hard, you're going to respond to everything in a hard, harsh manner. Like Kev, like that day we was on, me, you, and Huntress, and oh girl, you was like, you're defensive for what? Like I'm not, like the way people respond to things. It's because in their environment they're hard, so they
Mm-hmm.
respond hard. And like Monk was saying, based on your environment, your job and stuff like that. Like I have a friend who can respond in the most professional way and get her point across. And so I learned from her, how to say things, especially in the workforce. It's like we want to be upset and we want to say what we want to say, but then sometimes that's not the most effective way to get what you need or to get what you want out of somebody. And it's not, to me, it's not so much as playing on feelings, but it's like making sure that you're in the right position so that you're not, perceived in a manner to where, it's negative or, they don't hear you. So, and like I said, when you get with people that can help shape and mold you into a better person, I think those are great people to actually be around and learn actually how to maneuver and communicate from.
Mm.
I'm
All right.
I'm just gonna be honest on this one. It's hard for me to communicate with a lot of people because I cannot pick up social cues. Like I am one of those people that if you tell me something and it's a bad thing, like emotional, I don't know how to handle that situation. So I might make a jokey joke, but I mean no harm in it. So it depends on the person of how you're communicating. Like everybody said before, the environment that you grew up in. In my environment growing up, I had to make jokes in order to survive. So now I just make jokes out of everything.
Hey, and have you seen where a lot of times where let's say somebody says something to you that's and this is something I used to do. Somebody will say something that I deemed as disrespectful, right? So instead of me clarifying if they actually meant the disrespect that I thought they meant, I just jump out the window and just start disrespecting them right off the bat, right? So I've learned that if I think someone says something disrespectful, even though my feelings, like even though I felt what I felt, I rather know their intent. And I think people don't care about intent. So I'm like, okay, what did you mean when you said what you said? Because they may have not meant it the way I said it. But I'm learning now that if people don't care about your intent, they care about the words you said and how they feel instead of the intent. And I think learning people intent makes a big difference.
I want to comment on that. The word thing. See, and this is just based off my experience. Um, I noticed that not a majority, but a good handful of individuals that feel like they're the most intelligent person in the room. They'll weaponize knowledge in a way where they're coming at you because they know they have the IQ leverage on that individual. It might not come across like that because the person don't understand, but the whole time that person's getting belittled, but he uses it in a fashion where he can cloak it as if he's coming at you with knowledge and try to unpower you. And I can't stand people that weaponize their IQ against certain group of demographic of people. Then when people choose to be ignorant, they blame it on, oh yeah, that's your upbringing, lack of knowledge, lack of education. No, you clearly know what you're doing. You just find a different route to do it. And when I call you on it, now I'm wrong, and I'm labeled as ignorant because I'm calling you out on you trying to weaponize your education against me or weaponize your IQ against me. A lot of these people, they know what they're doing, Sean. They just trying to find clever ways of coming at you.
Hey,
And
Kev,
you got to
Kev
call
just
up on it.
experienced that in another live. Kev just experienced that earlier.
Let me elaborate a little bit, if you don't mind, please. With all due respect, if if you come at me in a harsh way and you're communicating with me, but you're doing it in a harsh way, using nasty innuendos, using profanity or a harsh tone, a heavy tone, my best bet is to not confront you with the truth, because when you confront people with the truth, they get upset, the truth hurts, and you're gonna make them angrier. My suggestion a lot of times is to just say, you know what, man, I'm sorry, man, I'm just gonna walk away and forget it. And don't say nothing nasty, because we all crave that dopamine. We all crave that. Oh, he says something rah rah rah. I'm gonna get rah 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 with him, and we go back and forth, and we're craving that. We a lot of us, we grew up in households that you got to say the last thing, makes you get that fix, and we don't need that. We're grown folks. We need to say, listen, I'm gonna fall back. I'm not gonna overstand. I'm gonna understand, and I'm just gonna fall back, because in order for me to understand my car, I got to get under it and look at it and analyze it, focus all on it. I can't overstand on the car. I didn't even make it. I don't even know how the thing works. Same thing with the woman. I gotta. In order to understand my woman, I can't say I'm going to overstand and I'm going to be the baddest one. Nah, I'm going to understand. I'm going to fall back and I'm going to hear you out. And a lot of times people will they realize they're wrong, and they'll say, wow, Miguel, I was harsh with you earlier. You fell back, and I just come to apologize. That's the best way, because a lot of times, have you ever tried dealing with people that are liars? When you tell them the truth, it upsets them, and you become the enemy. Plain landed.
Yeah, and let me say this too, though. Then I'm gonna get Alter in for Chef said. So this is another thing I noticed though with communication. It's and I say this on everything. Confidence, I think that's like the biggest thing just worldwide, right? That's the issue today. That's even within communication. So while I mentioned that also, a lot of people's the way they communicate, right, is based off of, and that's the reason why people got so much pride and stuff, especially we was talking about that last thing. Some people use things like their age or their accolades to invalidate other people and stuff. Because the thing is, some people's confidence is based off of their age, right, or their accolades or whatever the situation is, right. It's based off of that. And if somebody challenge it, it'll make them feel like they kind of worthless, because they like, I done put my all into this, or I done lived these many years and stuff. Who is this? So they can't afford to be wrong. They can't afford to feel less than. And then that's the reason why they will have a block. They're gonna stand on what they stand on. That's why I was talking to what you call it, like I don't want to mention their names, but I'm just saying, like, when I was talking to a couple people, and I used both of them people as examples in the last live, it's like I could tell, like one person listening with their feelings and stuff, and when they make a assumption, because everybody do that, and I can't wait till we get to the bonus about the assumption thing. When they make assumptions based off their feelings, what are you trying to say that I'm saying? No, I didn't say nothing like that. Did you hear anything I said? So my thing is like a lot of times people do tend to listen to how they feel. Some people listen to kind of hurry up and put their dominance in it, right? Like, oh, this the time I get to finally use this stuff that I spent years uh uh of going to school for and all this stuff. This is my time to get my shine and stuff. So like I said, with that, they only communicate where they think they can win and stuff or whatever, and they will live a block. It'd be like a block in their mind, because like it's no different like how when we were younger they'd be like, ain't no young folk gonna tell me anything, ain't no girl gonna show me this, I'm a man or something like that. So it's just stuff like that. That's the reason why, and people are afraid to give in, because if they don't know what to look at. I ain't gonna lie, that's how it was when I was with the religion thing. I was afraid to like look at. I don't want to bring this stuff up, but like the Bible, I was afraid because it was gonna make me change something or the lifestyle that I have. But I noticed that the more open-minded I had become, and I realized, shoot, I don't know everything. All I could try to do is like, all right, it's okay that what I believe in could be wrong. It's okay, because we just people that got sat on this earth trying to figure it out. That's just all it is. It's okay to say. That's why I gave that one girl that first, when I first started this live in the corner, she said, I don't know. I had to give her claps on that. Like, no, it's okay to say I don't know. Why hurt yourself on things that you act like you know and you really don't know? It's not going to hurt you to be wrong. But once people figure out and have the confidence of being wrong, they'll be okay. You know what I'm saying? Because all it is, we learn something new. But I think and I do get it. I'm not going to, I put this in a post also. I understand why people don't like being wrong. Because when you get so used to people calling you a dumb self, and oh my bad, I can't say this, but when you get so used to your parents talking down on you or all these other people saying different things, you don't even want, nobody likes that feeling. But the thing is, you gotta, like I said, you build your confidence up in many different other ways. But that's a whole. I don't want to get too deep on that. But all I'm trying to get to is confidence is a lot. Like when people use things to invalidate you, validate you because of age and experience and degrees and all these other things. Like I said, their whole confidence is based in that. So that's the reason why they can't take a challenge in that. And they're gonna say, "I'm gonna stick with this." I'm okay. I'm literally okay with having to change my mind on different things because I could possibly be wrong. So a lot of us, we like, no, you're not, you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? But that's the only thing. Let me not go too far. I got to be aware, just like I had to go back and forth with somebody yesterday about when you're talking too long, all that stuff. Because like I just wanted to kind of throw that out though. Even though I'm the host, but I get it.
Can we pass around the collection plate?
Exactly. It's Sunday.
Collection plate, golly.
But sorry, but go ahead, Alta Twin.
What up, guys? After the sermon, you guys sing again. But that's funny. Hi, guys. That is a good point. Um, as far, especially that's why I think when you have this certain like distinctive, what is it, like kind of how you said, like you go by like, oh, because I'm older or I'm younger, I get the right to say this, or I'm older, I got the right to say this, or I got these accolades, I got this and that. Anytime you put things like that above, just basic respect over people in a sense, I think that's where it messes you up. Because you're right, I think it can derive sometimes from, and sometimes people do it without noticing, that they have done that. And you can create your whole identity off of this one type of success or whatever case is. And
Mm-hmm.
without that success or that type of or I'm older and I'm younger, without that, who are you and what do you have to offer? Because
Mm.
and I think people don't want to sit with that we some things that we force to be our identity, God never even told us we had to. You know,
Facts. Oh, my bad. Oops, my bad.
you know what
God
you know what I'm
damn.
saying? So it's
What the
like,
fuck?
Cameron's crazy. So you know what I'm saying? So it's like we have to rest over here, guys. Sometimes we just react. But but I think, just understanding that I love that's why I love like we can have just chill lives. When you in a fire, you in a fire. And I think I love to see people from different aspects and point of view. That's why I told people yesterday, when people was feeling the way they were feeling about opinions. We always talk about how opinions are, you know, we should always have the right to opinion. But the moment someone's opinion is different, we have a problem. Like if we really truly feel that way, we really won't have a problem with people with difference of opinions because I have the ability to assess everybody's opinions and understand why they had them. Only thing is, you got to understand why you have it. I shouldn't have a better understanding
Did
as why you have
Sean
an
tell you to
opinion.
say that? I feel like that's something
No.
Sean would probably say. Cause he was getting
Jesus
grilled
must be
yesterday.
coming back today because Kev cooking,
What?
Alta cooking, something going on today, man.
Yo, he
Sean
that's
must have
funny.
wrote that for her. Ain't no
Yo,
way.
he said the Lord thank y'all for the gifts. Y'all funny. That's so rude. But I think it just comes down to that, and I love to get every like different aspects of people. That's why like when people have certain things they say, I don't go, oh my God, I can't believe because like I have seen different sides of people, and I can have we can Kev no, we can disagree today. Ain't gonna change how I feel about you tomorrow. It is your opinion. That's just what it is, and we have the right to either dismantle what we hear, question it, challenge it, agree with it, disagree, learn. It's so many different things you can do. And I think if we're just really being genuine, we can have better conversations. That's all I would think. I think when you're leading with, like you said, being older or younger,
bitter and all that kind of stuff, you're not going to see things clearly, and you won't get the change or the help or the assistance that you could have gotten from that moment that you really needed. But because you're the inability to learn and sit with something, it shakes people up to the point they don't want to change even more. And I think that's unfortunate. Um, but to the question, men and women communicate differently. Absolutely. Are we doing the first question? Is it true? Oh, is it true? If so, in what ways? Okay. Yes, I think men and women do communicate differently. I think men and women are different. Is that crazy? Is that shocking? I don't think so. There's a distinction. There's a distinction between men and women. That's why it's men and women. There has to be a distinction. There's something different about it. Now, we can do the semantics about the differences all day long until God comes back, okay, and blow this thing up. We could. However, it's just understanding that there are differences and respecting the differences. But you can't say that there's differences and not respect the differences. That's a crazy thing. So it's like, yes, if you know that we're like this, women, y'all, da, 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 I've heard it all. I've been everywhere. So y'all can't tell me what I ain't heard. I've heard it all. If we know women say this and do this, then why are we shocked that women say this and do this? If we know that men say this and do this, why are we shocked? The only thing now is left to either we understand and respect it or leave it alone. So you can't, if you learn that you don't respect something, to keep agitating and trying to force it to change, I think is interesting. But to kind of keep having the conversation for those who are willing to learn and see something different, keep having the conversations. I think we're so tied up to worrying about how many people we can force to change or get to change that we just throw away the people who are actually listening. And I think that's unfortunate. I don't think you should throw a conversation away or situations away because a majority of the people don't care. There are people enough that actually deserves to hear it. It's that one kid who don't have two parents that listens to them. It's that one kid who do have two parents that care but just need a different perspective. It's that one adult who's raising kids who needs a different understanding, a different perspective. So you can't throw it all out. I think we're all sitting here for different reasons. We all have different purposes. We all have something to say. Say what you need to say so that people can hear it. You don't know who those people are? Don't worry about it. That's your problem. Y'all trying to worry about how many whoever is hearing it versus who actually hearing it. So the question is, do you care about who's hearing it, or are you only concerned about the clout you're going to get from somebody from saying something?
Mm. I got another
Keep
thing too,
cooking.
though. I got another facts, boy.
Don't you mess it
this
up, Big
this
Whoa. Don't you
this
mess it up, Big Whoa.
this, this,
This nigga here.
this is another
What?
thing too that I noticed even over this whole weekend, man, and even with today, just kind of I'm gonna combine all this together. I noticed, and this kind of goes with the confidence thing, right? Or people think they know what they're talking about. So I noticed that some people they may have a big following, or they got a lot of people that support them on certain things, and they think that makes them right because you have a big old crowd and stuff that's following you.
Mm.
So it's like that's also what's hurting their like they communication and stuff. And then like I said, when you challenge them, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. I think I told that whole room up yesterday, and I'm not even trying to put it. I mean, not today. Today. Wait. What
Sounds
the freak am I saying?
familiar,
But
Sean.
I'm not trying to put it in a prideful type way. But I'm just saying I can see the ups I got on them, right? Because it's like I'm listening to them, and I'm like, bro, this how they is because they following it so big, and they think they know what they talking about, and I see where their flaws is at, and I see why. Because that's why I was mentioning to them. I'm like, the only reason why, like a lot of people, even when yesterday when I was going back and forth, the thing is, some people are just very entertaining, and they mix entertainment and thinking that they know what they're talking about, and that's not what it is. Some people just like drama. Some people like that back and forth, but it's like, do you even know yourself outside this app? Do you even know what you're talking about? You know what I'm saying? So it's like I was just sitting there in that room, and I'm like, bro, like. Y'all both doing the exact same thing. Y'all both trying to force things. One person trying to tell me what I'm talking about when I was clear as day of what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. People get blinded and clouded because of their following, and they got this big old room. Oh, I got 100 people in this room, so I gotta know what I'm talking about or something like that. People was coming to support me, so I know what I'm saying, all that stuff. But then in reality, when they get off this app, they really just. I gotta watch what I'm not trying to be. Like I said, I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm just saying is that people they're getting I can't think of the word though, but basically they're confusing themselves because of the crowd that follows them, and people is not holding them accountable. People is not really addressing it. They allow so many things because They just like I like what they talk about. I like what they, so that's not what it's all about. That's why people are just getting hurt. That's why I feel like it's important. That's why I had the live 3 days ago. I feel it's important. We do need to hold each other, even people that don't want to believe it. We got to hold each other accountable. We got to call each other out, because just because a lot of people agree with what you're saying, that don't mean that is right either. So I'm just leave it like that. Go ahead, Wall. I think you wanted to go, and then open panel again.
Man, you was cooking so hard, you feel me? You almost burnt my finger. The only thing I disagree with, I don't think people are letting anything happen. People feed into stuff that's relatable to them. They know for a fact this shit is some shenanigans, but since I'm hurt, and this man or woman or whoever this is, I really agree with. I ain't gonna lie, Alta been cooking, boy. She cooking overtime. She said a statement that I 100% agree with. Hold on, let me find it real quick. Something about getting advice from entertainers, and one of these people are, and I wholeheartedly believe that these people know these people full of shit, but since it sound good or make them feel good, I'm okay showing a blind eye to the bullshit because he makes me feel good or she makes me feel good. Until I have 100% proof this person ain't shit, I'm okay ignoring the little hiccups here and there because this person make me feel special inside. You feel me? I think a lot of us on this, Sean knows all about that. You feel me? But nah, that's for another conversation.
There it is
But
again, man.
yeah, you feel me? Like, it's quite ridiculous. And then another thing I want to say, I try not to hold people to a pedestal, but I feel like men and women, we do speak a different language when it comes to understanding each other. But those people that don't allow those barriers to define them and hold them as a bookmark in that part of their life, I kind of give y'all extra flowers. I kind of hold y'all to a different type of class of good or bad when things go in a different type of direction. Because a lot of people are okay being sheep because it's comfortable, it's reliable, they know about it, they're okay. How many times have y'all heard people say that? Well, that's how my friend is. You feel me? It is what it is. So you okaying her negative behavior because a little bit of it is on you too, and it's okay to okay it. So the people that don't let that be the bookmark in their life or the stop sign in their life, and they choose to look past that and really have a better understanding of self and the people around them, they get extra flowers from me. And it's not to the women on here or men on this app, I can really say I can give them flowers like that. But the fact that some of them exist anyways, it gives me hope that not to give up on my people.
Hey, let me tell you. Let me go ahead and be honest about my little toxic trait, man. Let me go ahead and be honest with you. Fuck, I'm gonna say it. Okay.
Another one?
Yeah. I'm gonna go and say, yeah. I'm human. Yeah, I'm human. Unfortunately, I'm human. I get a kick, and this may be some wrong shit, but I'm gonna say it. I get a kick out of, like, even when I see men going at men, and it be all emotional, and it turns into I catch a flight. You know what I'm saying? Or I come see. That should be funny and entertaining as hell. And then when I see women going at men, that should be entertaining as hell. But it's just something about, I believe I believe I could battle women and go against what women say without all of the disrespect, like the animosity that we would have like towards men. Like, we had yesterday, we was disagreeing and it was getting hectic and shit like that. I think that's okay amongst men. But to see men have that same energy towards women, for me, it just don't feel right to me. So I just don't like it. So that's why I say it's a lot of it that I'm kind of biased with. You know what I'm saying? So I could agree to that, but I just think the energy is a certain way that you could be able to communicate, you know what I'm saying, to the opposite sex without the same animosity that we use towards one another. If we saying that we are different, we communicate different. That's my point. If men communicate different than women, then men shouldn't be communicating with women the way that we communicate with men when we have disagreements.
Okay, I feel that. I feel it.
All right. Oh, go ahead.
May I?
Oh, well, I was trying to. Cause I'm finna say I got something out for Huntress, Miguel, and Kev, but Kev and Miguel kind of went together for me. Cause like when Kev was talking about how hosts want to feel power behind the crowd, come behind and put that barrier in his back, I felt that. And to missing what Miguel had said something about how people come with you aggression. The panel I was on, It was majority women. The host was a male, and the two men beforehand, they were very disrespectful. I'm talking about vulgar language towards a woman, stuff like that. So I said, okay, so these people really there trying to have a conversation. But when I got in there, I told them my situation and everything like that. And when I don't talk or when I want to talk, when I don't want to talk, I just mute myself and so I can listen to everything, so no noise coming there. But I felt in this group that got all the women, even though I didn't say nothing bad about nobody, I just gave my opinions about stuff. The women were still saying, "Oh, he up here acting like he this and that or something like that." And the gentleman, he let me do 2 minutes of free speech of this getting out. But after that, I can only speak when spoken to, pretty much. It was a woman who then went off on a rant, and I was talking about how I did the dishes and stuff like that, and then she wanted, in her statements beforehand, she never said it, but she said a man would say he do the dishes and do this when he come on and do this with the child, but really they not. I'm like, I'm getting low key attacked in here.
She didn't care what you said at all, right?
Yeah.
That's what
I was getting low key attacked, and then I was like Miguel, to what Miguel had told me, I have a way from my youth. I would try to piss you off with kindness by setting up and then saying, yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. And some people, when they want you to react negatively, they keep on saying stuff. So I felt attacked in that panel and I just kept on being respectful. This is how I know I wasn't giving them what they wanted. I got blocked and kicked from the panel because the man kept on saying, why you keep on going on mute? Why you keep on going on mute? I told him, sir, I don't feel like I'm able to speak freely, so I'm going to go on mute. And I got kicked for that. I said, y'all wanted triggered men to come up here to prove y'all negative standards of men to be right. And I didn't give you that. And before I end up making a change in your comment section, he kicked me off of there. But that was my instant.
That's what I hate, Monk. That's the part I hate.
Hold on.
Can I say one more last thing? What Hunter said?
Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead. And then Everett wants to go. Event out wants to go. Sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say that too.
Yeah. Huntress, when you were talking about you didn't know how to deal with people with emotions and stuff like that, I had to learn that through my wife. And I really kind of got a question off her. I hate to say redundant things. Like my wife, when she was crying about something that happened, a family member that passed, sometimes, and let me know if anybody else feel this way. I hate saying redundant or repetitive stuff that you can you see off a movie or something like that, like everything's gonna be okay. I try to think of something genuine, and my wife took that as me not having feelings. I just pretty much say something genuine that she can feel. So I just want to know, had Huntress kind of said the same thing, but I don't know if that something common anybody else have felt that you didn't want to say nothing generic or something to somebody when they were really in an emotional state.
It's more about the intention for me. I don't really care if I heard it before.
I thought that was
The
Huntress.
intention to deliver it. I thought it was an open question. Okay.
Because I got something to say after Huntress go, then I'm gonna let it go.
I run into that problem a lot. Like, for instance, I had a friend that her husband stuffed a sock in her mouth, and the only thing that I could think of was the sock at least clean? I have learned that there are a type of people that I can be around and type of people that I can't be around. And it's better to sit back and be silent to figure out to see if their personality matches mine or not. And it's a hard struggle. And usually if I can't think of the right things to say, all I do is give a hug.
Go ahead, big
What
boy.
mean sock in the mouth? What that mean?
She was in a DV relationship and came to
Oh
me
shit.
know how to handle what she was going through. I didn't know what to say, so I tried to make a jokey joke and it didn't land properly.
I was about to say this too. What Monkey was talking about with the I would say that lie that you talking about. It sound like them. We was talking about that yesterday. The pander lie. That's all it is. They tend to make a mockery or humiliate men just so they can get the approval of women because they know so many hurt women out here. That's one big sign of that. So it's like you got to kind of avoid lives like that anyways. They already got their mind made up. Just like we said, you could tell that, like, especially if you see one man and then a bunch of women, depending on how he talking, you could tell that that's a got to be one of them things that's appeasing to them. Like I said, you could tell a lot about a person by how comfortable some people are. That usually you might have a either issue with or whatever it is, right? You see how comfortable they are around them, then you can be able to tell a lot of the times if you just sit back and. But yeah, that's what you end up running into. That's what that sounds like. Yeah, if they can sit there and talk down on one gender all day, and then always trying to shut you down and try to get you to talk while you being quiet, they get a thrill out of that. They stuff rise off of, yeah, I just made this man look bad for y'all women. You know, they thinking they about to win these women over, get some punani. Well, that's why I be hate. I don't like Superman nigga, dog. That's one niggas I don't like on this app. You know, always want to take up for the woman and all that stuff. It's just vice versa. I never liked it when women do that to about men and stuff. It's like, dog, a nigga could be wrong. What the heck? But whatever, that's all other thing though. But that's what you ran into. But go ahead, event, and then back to open panel.
Yeah, I was gonna say I agree with what everyone was saying. Monk, Miguel, Alter. I think one thing I've noticed that I find annoying is that on panels, sometimes they'll ask you personal questions, especially in the ones that are gender-based, where it's talking about men or women or like a race. They'll be like, "Oh, so I bet you got these kids, or I bet you're a single mom, or I bet you're what are you a deadbeat?" And it's like, I don't know if like it's on purpose because they want you to, like, I understand asking a person a question so that you can understand their opinion and perspective more. But for me, I think it goes back to what Miguel said earlier, where it's like some of these people, they just want to be right and they want to like prove that, try to get a rise over you, and they will specifically try to antagonize you. And then once you give them information, they'll pick that information that you gave them, and then when you call them out on it, they're like, "Oh, what, you're mad, you're angry, you're upset." And it's like, it's really not a competition. Like, I get that it's social media, it could just be rage bait, but yeah, that's something that I'm not a fan of, because it's like, now, like, I thought we were just having a conversation, but now it just feels like a debate or kind of like a screaming match. Because me personally, I'm a bit more soft spoken and I'm typically more quiet if people are talking, because I like to give people the room to say what they have to say. But yeah, I get annoyed with that real quick.
Let me share something, guys. May I?
I guess Sean ain't want to open the
Like
panel. Go
like
ahead,
got
then.
like
Oh,
like
I'm about
Yellow
to say.
Beezy said, it's on me, baby. Hey, that I'm okay. Now we getting down to something where I didn't want to bring up. That's the part that I actually feel like it sets us back, especially as men. Like when we go to these panels of these I call them hateful. Some of them are hateful women for the most part. That be like it be the all women panel, and then a man want to go up on that panel, and then they damn near they'll cut you off like Monk was said, and it'll make you crash out. So you're validating their point. So if anything, you're not helping men. If you think you're helping men, you're actually adding fuel to the fire, because all you're doing is validating these people's thoughts of what they think of men. So stop going on them panels trying to think you could change people's minds. Go to a balanced panel. But for some reason, those women that Kev called divestors, men for some reason feel the need to go over there and question those women. And then when I say you see that it's mods on the panel, why would you go up there? You're not going to get anything out. And then by you not getting nothing out, you're going to get upset. You're going to start cursing. You're going to crash out. What is the point of doing that? If anything, you're validating their points, and it's even worse.
So true. May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
You better squeeze in with all this May. You better squeeze open panel.
All right, I'm gonna squeeze in. I'm gonna nudge my way in. Know who you are. First of all, we all have a 3-pound brain. I'm not smarter than none of you guys, and none of you guys are smarter than me. We're all equally capable of achieving the same amount of intelligence. If I have 2 months on a violin and you have 2 years, you're going to be ahead of me. Numbers don't lie. If I have 2 months in mathematics, the fractions, and you only have 2 days, I'm going to be ahead of you. That doesn't make me greater than you. We're all equally capable of committing heinous crimes. We're all equally capable of being genius. What I'm trying to say with that is God did not make some people inferior and others superior. That's what the educational system teaches, that, oh, some children are more gifted than others, but that's not true. I've studied this deeply, and I've done a lot of research. I've questioned a lot of professors, and you know what the system is teaching, that some children are more gifted than others, is a lie, and I'm going to prove it. If you don't mind, I have to do an experiment. Um, Simple Neta. May I ask you a simple question to do this experiment so you can see how things work? I want you to share this with kids. Simply Neta. May I?
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna tell you in advance that I'm toying with your intelligence. I'm not gonna ask you a rude question. I'm just gonna simply ask you a question. I need a yes or no answer. Do you believe that there are smarter people than you on this planet?
Do I believe there are smarter people than me?
On this planet.
I think there are people that know things that I don't know.
Exactly. So do you believe that you could do anything you put your mind to within logic and reason?
I do.
Who's better than you, sister? Tell me. Nobody. That goes for all of you. There's nobody out there better than you. There might be people that know something you don't know. You might be able to swing a hammer better than me, but I could change a tire faster
I
than
like
you.
this nigga, man. This nigga I like that.
It's
That's
the
it.
truth. It's the truth. You might know mathematics, but I know how to play a trumpet. You might know mathematics, but I know how to write poetry. You might know one thing better, where if you have numbers in it, if you have time on the violin, you're gonna be ahead of me. But I could grab the violin and for like 2 years lock myself up in the room, and when I come back, I'm caught up to you.
Have the
You
same
follow me?
knowledge.
We all have a 3 pound brain. God did not make us some inferior and some superior. He made us all equally capable of achieving the same amount of intelligence.
That I like that point because in other words, he just basically gave, and that's kind of where it's always should have been anyway, thinking wise, is that he just gave people different things to do. That's why I tell people like you're all a part of the body. So in other words, everybody has different roles to play. Doesn't mean like somebody was saying yesterday, yeah, I don't want to go against this person because they're smarter than you. They may have more knowledge. They may, and in a sense, like if you want to say smarter, they may be smarter in this in that certain like like point, right? They may have more knowledge in that area, like psychology. Doesn't mean that you can go read up on it. It's 2025. Whatever you don't know, you can know today. That's just facts.
Simple as
So
that.
it's really just about acquiring the information you want to know. Well, I just don't know. I mean, don't be. You don't have to be jealous about nobody's intelligence. If you want to learn, you can go learn too. But some things you may not learn because you didn't experience it physically. Something you got to actually experience to have that knowledge, and that's okay. It's not about trying to match up to somebody's intelligence. It's about understanding that my experience is here. What I've decided to put my efforts in learning is here. And that's why talking to other people also is cool because I don't have to try to match myself up to you. I can learn what you don't. I can learn what I didn't know from you. You can learn what you didn't know from me. It's really just that I just like how you put that though. It's not about like this person's better or not. It's just you just acquired more information in this area than I did, and that's okay. We can just learn understanding from that. So
There's no know that there's nobody out there better than you. And watch this. This is how you manifest things and speak them into existence. If you know that there's nobody better than you out there, then you know to say to yourself, you don't say, I want to go to the gym. You say, I'm gonna go to the gym. You don't say, I want to learn math. You say, I'm gonna learn math. And you speak it into existence because since you know that if they did it, I could do it. But you gotta say, you can't say, and this came to me, I worked
Uh,
as a butler for a wealthy man. He has one of the highest IQ in the Western Hemisphere. And one day I told him, Mr. Seltzer, if I ever become a millionaire like you, and he stopped me dead on my tracks. He said, Miguel, you got to say when I become a millionaire. You don't ever say I want to go to the gym or I want to be a correction officer or I want to be a detective or I want to be an actor. You got to say I'm going to be an actor. I'm going to get a portfolio. I'm going to audition or you got to say I'm going to do it because that's resets your trajectory. It sets your trajectory better than saying, well, I want to. When you say I want to, you don't set your trajectory. And when you say I'm going to, Wow. And you gotta
Yeah,
fall back. You gotta get up. You gotta go under before you go over. You gotta understand. To understand is better than to communicate. Because to understand says I
no, we not
got
on
you.
What
there
happened
yet,
to the
man.
timer,
Dang.
Kev? What
My
happened to
bad.
the
My bad.
timer, Kev?
My bad.
He was just gonna
Yeah,
slip it right in there, man. All right.
I'm sorry. I apologize. My plane landed.
Look,
Plane landed.
what
All right, so
happened?
I want to say this right. Dang, man, he almost had, but I was about to say, that was good though. That was real good though for real.
My bad.
But
My
I was about
bad.
to say, in a way, I think I get what you meaning though. But I kind of look at it different though. I do believe. I mean, I can admit it's people better than me. But it just depends on what I'm talking, what it is. I can't act like it's not people better than me because that's like I might as well stop looking forward to somebody maybe teaching me something or whatever, or because I can't be the best. And but I get you as in like, because that's what I be telling people with the pride thing, right? Is that just because you might be better at something doesn't make you I get what you probably meaning, like a better human being or as a whole, but it is things that people are better than me at, overall. That's the reason why I get motivated. I like I get inspired by certain people. They encourage me to, like, some people got a better body than me. Some people got a better, because that's something I kind of yeah, I know, but I'm big on though just the wording though overall. So I don't think it's nothing wrong with looking at people that's better than you because it help you out. But
It motivates you. That's good
yeah,
that they're
it
better.
motivates you though, and
Definitely.
it's just something that we have to admit that it is overall. I can't you can because it gives you the um overall it just gives you the drive to move, like, all right, sometimes I can't be, that's like me on a video game, right? uh I have to tell myself it's people better than me. They spend all their time on this thing. I can't say we're equal. I wouldn't say that. That's what will piss me off because I'm like, why he beating my, what I'm saying, whatever. So I gotta realize I have to get better because it's people that's better. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why it's okay to view that, yes, it's people in life that is going to be better than you at different things, but also don't look at it in a way to kind of, look at it as defeat. Just look at it as in, like, I can get there one day, or maybe I'm not meant to
Right
get there.
on.
Maybe it's something else I should be better at. Because sometimes
Right on.
it's our goal to be better at different things from other people and stuff. It might not be our calling to be better at this certain thing. So that's why I say some people say it's better to be a jack of all trades than sit there and be a king of something or whatever. But some
Or
people do
master of
want
none.
to be, yeah, some people want to be a master of certain things though. But them the ones that probably have a harder time in life, because that go back to the people that focus on degrees and age and all that stuff because they want to be a master. They don't want to, spread it out and stuff and try to be whatever. But that's all I just want to throw on there. But otherwise, like I said, I get what you mean. But I would say in other ways, I say it's okay to look at people that can be better than you. You know what I'm saying? So that's all.
I think, Kev, I think that's what Miguel was saying too, when he said, when he was talking about being inferior and superior, it is like, because I teach my kids that all the time, like, one person can do one thing, that doesn't mean that you can't do something. So don't put yourself in a rut, or don't make yourself feel like you're inferior, or even let them make you feel like you're inferior simply because you can't do what they can do, or you haven't learned, or you haven't mastered what they can and what they can't. Big Woe asked in the comments, if that's the case, why don't everybody have a bachelor's degree? It's not everybody's path to have a bachelor's degree, just like it's not everybody's path to be a mechanic, or it's not everybody's path to be a doctor, or a professional athlete for that matter. You have to find your avenue and do what you feel like is in your capacity to do. Some people overreach, some people overstep, and they take bigger risk, or they take bigger failures, um, because they see it as, okay, this will yield me a bigger reward, whereas some people don't, um, for whatever reason. So I think once you tap into whatever your gifts or your love or your talents afford you to be able to do, then I think that's just where you should build your confidence and go from there.
I want to say, no, the only reason I made that comment, Miss Lady, because I know for a fact, even if they're not in here, some FYP page or somebody just in crossing, that probably bust their tail for like X amount of years, they're getting upset of this type of conversation because now they're gonna think that, well, so are you saying Joe down the street that dropped out of middle school and me are the same scaling? Because they might take it as, oh, you're trying to take the value away from me putting all this time and effort to get this degree, and now you trying to put Joe Schmo on the same scale against me. But another thing, I thought I don't know if this was the word you was looking for, but competition, Kev. And I think the only reason that we have a negative outlook when it comes to competition is because of social media and our upbringing when it comes to uh, competitive spirit. Competitive spirit can be very healthy depending on what type of mindset that you have. You feel me? And the competitive spirit pushes a lot of people from just basics to different levels depending on how healthy that competitiveness is to them. Like me, that kept me out of jail. That kept me out the streets. You feel me? It didn't take me where I wanted to be at, but it pushed me to places where it could have took me a way different, drastic direction. And I'm thankful that I had the right people around me, and I kept that competitive spirit in me. You know what I mean? I have that in all walks of life, working, achieving stuff, me doing this YouTube stuff. I love it. You feel me? I'm not trying to look down on nobody. I'm not jealous of your blessings or whatever gift God sent you. It motivates me to push a little harder or thrive a little bit more, or I could do one more hour in the gym, or I could do a little bit more overtime. You feel me? Because I want to get this dream car or dream house or whatever. It drives me, and I'm pretty sure I'm not the only person that have that type of mindset when it comes to competitiveness.
Peace and love, guys. Gotta go. God bless.
For sure. Appreciate you, man.
I
Nice
want
Thank
meeting
you,
you.
Miguel.
Thank you all.
I just want to say, Kay, you said it for me being, what is it? Yeah, being jack of all trades or a master of one, so like that. Cause I'm not people who has a passion like for piano or anything. Yeah, I get their respects to their dedication they put into stuff. But myself, I'm a CDL driver. I do tankers. That's my specialty. That's where I can tell you. I can probably tell. I don't know nobody career here, but I feel like I'll be the specialist on that. But I call myself well-rounded and being humble. I say I feel like being well-rounded with stuff like I have some financial knowledge, I have some law knowledge, I have some mechanical knowledge and stuff like that. And having that little bit of knowledge here helped me through my life and helped me grow. And me being humble is if Kev or Big Woe, they got something to teach me on these panels, I'm gonna be quiet and learn. 'Cause I feel like the humble man has a capability of being a leader or a king or whatever you want to call it, if you understand what I'm saying. Because they say what the best leaders are the ones who listen to their men or fight with their men alongside them. I finna say if I was a leader of a group or something like that, and I just felt like I was right about everything and not communicate with my soldiers or my group or something like that, I feel like I'm setting my group up for failure if I don't want to put in everybody intake or so like that. So being humble and a well-rounded person, I feel like that's the best quality to make it through the world. But if you do have a specialty, that's great also. But as for myself, yeah, I like being humble. I'm not afraid to say, "Oh, you're better than me." I'm not afraid to say I was wrong about something. Maybe we will if we was in a debate or something like that, and I felt like I was right about something, and y'all bring up some facts for me to go look at, and I see I was totally wrong. I am humble enough to tell you, hey, you know what? I was wrong, and you were right.
Go ahead. Hashtag. What you got for me?
Yeah, man. The first thing that I heard, or the first thing I read, which made me want to come in, was men and women communicate differently. I 100% agree. When I listen to men and women, I listen to women communicate in in a way that most men would call complaining. And I listen to men communicate in a way where most men would call requesting. There's a language of deficit that I hear women speaking all the time. You can ask a woman right now, what do you want to eat? And she's going to tell you what she does not want. So it always sounds like she's settling, because she'll take off all the things she doesn't want on her list out loud. She processes out loud, and then she's like, yeah, I guess I'll have chicken. At the end of the conversation, it's like she's settling for something. But you ask a man what he wants, in most cases, he's going to be like, he's going to hold, or he's going to say, had that, or whatever. But he's going to be more direct about what he wants. So women, to me, overall, right, they speak a language of deficit and complaint instead of making requests. And men speak a language that if they have an issue or if they're asked a question, they will tell you what they want from the situation, even give you examples of what they want, because they want to get what they want. They don't want you to figure them out. They want you to know. And that a lot of times I think is problematic for women, because women can give men what they want, can hear men, but they don't want to. If it's not their idea of what they should do or the way that they want to do it, it's a terrible idea. I literally watched the video the other day. This is a small example, and I'll shut up after this. I watched a video the other day of an Asian guy. He was in a grocery store, the market, wherever he was, with his wife. And there were oranges to the left and oranges to the right. They were all from the same orange pile. And she was picking up oranges and looking at them and putting them in the bag. Picking up oranges, looking at them and putting them in the bag. And he was picking up oranges, looking at them and putting them in the bag. And every time he picked the orange, he tossed it back, right? And he said, this is weird. And then he said, I'm just going to pick up the orange when she turns away out of the bag and show her to see if this orange is the one that's good. And every time he showed her an orange, he pulled it from the bag when she turned away and she threw it back just because it came from him. Because it wasn't her idea, it was a bad idea. And that's how a lot of men experience women. So I'm going to land right there.
My bad, I was commenting. Nerdy, what's up, man? I guess you next
Hey.
then. You been all right? You been all right, man.
Yep.
What you got for me?
I'm gonna hit on pretty much everything all at once. Women know how to communicate. They do it at work. They do it with their homegirls. They just don't like who they're dating. Sometimes when women are dating with the intent that you are useful to them temporarily, they will pretend to be in a relationship with you. A lot of women don't like the man that they chose. They like what he can do for her. So of course she's not going to respect him enough to give him the type of communication he deserves. A lot of women don't communicate because some women don't communicate because they lack comprehension. They don't know what's being said. They're just listening to respond. And then you have some women that communicate as in they're expressing themselves. And expressing yourself is not technically answering a question. You're just responding. And when we're talking to a lot of women, as far as like when men are in their relationships, a lot of times women over explain their answers, thinking that they're, doing something, and they're not. So yes, women do communicate differently. It depends on what caliber of woman you have. But if she likes you and she's submissive, communication technically is not really an issue. It's when you have a woman that doesn't like you or thinks that she's right or wants to fight you for your leadership that you have issues with communication, especially if she don't trust your leadership. I land.
All right. And then at the designer go, I actually want to go straight to the bonus real quick because I keep hearing. I feel like a lot of our topics, even what we saying, I want to dig deep on this assumption thing though. We gonna talk about that, but then we can go right back to the rest of it though, because even me listening to it, I hear so many different assumptions and all that. or if it's unaware of, or we got awareness behind it. But designer, what you got for me? For the first topic, what you got?
Hey, I think men and women do communicate different, in a way. I feel like I can only really speak on like some of my personal experiences. I've always been open communication wise, expressing myself. And I kind of get what you're saying, nerdy, on like sometimes women are expressing our emotions and how we feel. And I kind of feel like men are more like, well, this is what it is. Like your feelings aren't, it's not a big deal. And I feel like a lot of times, a lot of men take what women say as not a big deal. And like, let me just give her some time to cool down and come back to it. But sometimes like he leaves, let her cool down, come back sexual, and it's like it didn't solve the problem. But when we're looking at the problem like at the forefront, and like I said, based on my experience expressing my emotions, a lot of the people who I was with in the past, if they didn't like how they made me feel, then it became my fault, or it became like a deflection, almost kind of like, say you're a man and you really, really like a woman and you want her to see you like you're just awesome and like you're just this perfect man. And then she's coming to you telling you something that you didn't want to hear, but she felt like you should have heard, to make the relationship better. And as a man, you just don't want to hear that. And then you deflect like, oh, you're just trying to hurt me because you're trying to hurt me by telling me how I make you feel. And so now the man and the woman are on two different pages when really they're trying to really get on the same page, but think a little bit different. That's what I think.
Can I say something to that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, what you're saying is valid. The only issue is that there's this sort of like idea that anybody's responsible for anybody's feelings, right? Like ultimately, I think men do that to themselves more than women do. And I talk men out of that every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at the gym. I tell them that you can tell her what you're trying to encourage, but don't ever let her tell you what you made her feel. I talk men out of that idea. And the reason I do that is because there is no way, I think it's a losing battle for anybody, man or woman, to be responsible for how someone else feels. You can ask them, how can I encourage the way you want to feel? But taking responsibility for someone else's feelings doesn't allow them to be an adult. It doesn't allow them to take ownership of their own feelings. So like, my wife could never tell me that I made her feel away. I would stop her right then and there. I'd stop her in her tracks and say, nope, I want you to tell me, how can I encourage the way you want to feel? Because you feeling the way you feel is your problem, not mine. I want you to tell me that how to encourage the way you want to feel. And that's what I'll do. But to take responsibility for how someone else experiences you, when you have nothing to do with the programming of their mind or the way they receive things, I don't have anything to do with how water pours into a jug. The jug's already made. It's gonna, when it pours in there, it's gonna fill up every space that's available. So I can't be responsible for how she responds to what I'm doing. That's why I think the best question, which I ask all the time, for my kids, for my friends, whatever. Hey man, how can I encourage you to get what you want out of whatever? How can I encourage that? And I listen to people and I give it to them. But I'd be damned if I let anybody tell me that I made them feel any kind of way. I'm not God. I didn't shape you, make you, or I'm not in your head making decisions for you. So, step back, go rethink that. And until you can give me a clear answer on how you want me to encourage you, you need to go grow up somewhere else.
All right.
I kind of get that a little bit. But it's like, that's how women are, though. They're going to come to you about how you made them feel. Unless you have that discussion with her on, like, You know, instead of you telling me how you feel, tell me how you would like me to make you feel, or whatever you said. Like, it comes natural for a woman to be like, dang, if you hurt me in this way, I'm telling you how you hurt me. That hurt my feelings, so I'm going to tell you how I feel. To just say put your feelings to the side is how a lot of men think, because they're not encouraged to express their feelings. Don't put that on me, because I'm a woman and I'm going to express my feelings.
All right. All right. So this how I'm gonna do this. Let the bonus real quick, because like I notice even when we do all panels and all this stuff, I believe a lot of times it's like, can we are we able to identify assumptions, or um do we use it as a like a counter when it don't basically, what's the word, basically when it don't align with what we believe in? Is it a so the question is, and just I want y'all to make it simple though, and then we gonna dig deep into when should you use assumption, when should you use it at all, or whatever. um do you feel, I'm gonna go in the order though, we can start with Archer and then go up. Do you feel that assumptions is right or wrong first, and then also should we dang, it was another one. Should we avoid it, or should we recognize it? Whatever. All right. So that the basically, is it right or wrong? We're gonna say that first though. So we gonna start with Alter, then Nerd, then Shine, Simply, then end with Designer.
Okay, and you said to just say answer it right, yes or no.
Yeah, just yes or no.
Assumptions,
We
right
just
or
doing it
wrong.
for now. Yeah.
Okay. Whew, I'm gonna go with yes, 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 yes. Yep.
This is wrong. Okay. Nerdy, do you believe
No, I
assuming is
agree.
right or wrong?
It's right.
Yes.
It's wrong. Okay. Shine, do you believe assumptions are right or wrong?
Oh, I'm over here saying goddamn Kevin. I'm on mute. Yeah. No, by definition, no. No.
By definition, no.
By
Okay.
definition, no.
Yeah. All right. Let me get Earl. He just got on that side of it. Then what up, Earl? I ain't never seen him over here. I see him in the comments sometimes. What up, brother?
What it is, my boy?
You all right,
Uh,
man?
oh yeah, I'm good, bro. I'm just heading, get my dad thing on. Um, yeah, I'm doing
Did
this
you hear
little
the
girl here.
question?
About assumptions.
Yeah. Do you believe assumptions is right or wrong?
Assumptions
Or to
don't.
assume? Let me say that, to assume, is it right or wrong?
I would say it's probably wrong.
Okay.
Probably wrong. It lacks factual, get down.
Okay. Simply, is making an assumption right or wrong, or having an assumption right or wrong?
I think you can make an assumption. I think it's okay. I think it's okay to make an assumption. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Hashtag.
I think assuming is exactly what the cliche says, man. It makes an a-hole out of you.
I hear that term.
You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Designer.
So it's not a good idea.
It's not a good idea to assume. Okay. Designer, what you got? You last one. So only one person said that they don't believe is wrong.
I think it's right. I think it's situational, but overall, I think it's a good thing and it's right.
You said it's right. So okay, so we got a right, two rights, and the rest of them wrong. And I think so the next one,
Kev, I'm
huh?
so sorry. Are you asking, like, is it okay to make? Is it right to make assumptions, or
No,
are
assume
assumptions in general right
in
or wrong?
general, in general, to assume, is that right or wrong?
I want to make sure y'all got mine as yes. It's okay to yes, assuming is right.
Oh, Oh, I
Yeah,
know that's
because
what you. Oh,
Yeah, I
yeah,
was like,
so
I
we
think
got
he got
three.
mine wrong.
yeah, because
Okay,
that's
my
why I
bad,
was
my
like, I'm
bad.
confused. But yeah, I think it is okay to make an assumption. Yes.
Okay, okay. So dang, y'all done changed it up. Thinking I had the whole squad together. All right,
Well,
dang. So I can.
I'm
Nah,
confused
okay,
at
so it's
first.
four of
That's
y'all that
all.
believe is right. We got three that's wrong. That is wrong. Um,
Okay, wait. I think
I
Nerdy.
have to explain mine because this is a little
yeah, I'm about to
tricky.
say that's what I'm gonna get to everybody to do
Me
in a minute though.
Okay.
And I would say me myself. I don't think we can put right or wrong on it. I don't believe we could do that. I think it's a neutral thing that humans do. I think it's no different from like I think people think being mad is right or wrong. I believe that's a neutral thing, and I believe what you do with it is what makes it right or wrong. And you can be right or wrong when you make those things like judgments, right? That's like calling a judgment right or wrong. I believe it's a neutral thing, and it's sometimes it gets you straight to the point or whatever, but it could be right or wrong. You know what I'm saying? But I don't believe it itself judging. I don't believe is right or wrong. You know what I'm saying? So I believe it's like a neutral thing. But go ahead, y'all. Why would y'all believe that is right or wrong to assume? Assume.
Do you
Uh,
want to start from the top or bottom?
Yeah.
we can go back to the same order. Go start with Earl and then go up and then end with designer again.
Okay,
All
so
right.
we're going to zigzag.
We can do zigzag. We can do that then.
Okay.
All right. So, all right, I'll make it brief because, like I say, I got hair product all over my hand. Um, I don't think it's right, or I don't think. Okay, so you can assume, right? As long as you don't implement without like further research, you feel me? And it may be okay to assume as long as you don't like communicate it. Like, because if you communicate an assumption, it becomes an accusation. You feel me? I think assuming the only way assuming will be okay is if it's just like an internal thought, right? But if you implement it without further research or knowledge or proof, then you're either bullying or accusing somebody.
She got Arthur. You next, and then simply after that.
Um, shoot, I missed the last thing you said, Earl.
And also, y'all can do this too. Though I think our Earl kind of did it though. So when is a time you should assume, or you can assume, or it'd be okay to assume, and then what is the time when it isn't okay to assume?
Yeah, I think when it's based on certain biases, assuming something about a person or a group, that's unfair. I think that's not a good time to assume. You need more context. Can't just say put it all in general and we're all y'all like this type thing. Um, when you're assuming things when it comes to health and relationships, legality, shouldn't always assume in those situations. Um, assuming can be okay if you leave early because it may be traffic. It's okay to assume it may be traffic, so you leave early. It's okay to assume that you're gonna have more people than necessary, so you bring more food, whatever case it is. I can assume, now this is when it gets tricky. I can assume that I may have offended somebody, and I'll go and check with that. Or I'll leave it alone, check their temperature, see if they want to talk about it, whatever case it is. I can assume that. There's different ways that you can assume and it not be offensive or harmful. I think when it gets harmful is when you don't look for any kind of context and you just believe something to be true that um
I almost
uh,
assumed you had a phone call. I could have been wrong. See,
yeah, you can like, and I mean, like, sometimes out of like respect, like, oh, hey, I think you might have a phone call. Let's wait for a second. Is it okay to assume that? Yes, it's okay. It's okay to assume certain things, or if somebody actually say something. Oh, I assume that you may not have all this time, whatever, based off you have kids, whatever. I don't know. It's just some assumptions can put you in a tricky position. But I think as a whole, we all have assumptions about people. So that's the thing where I kind of get to where it's like you can't say whether or not you do it or you don't, whether it's needed or not. I think everybody just naturally assumes things, but I think it's dangerous when you assume it without trying to get any type of clarification. You just assume it and don't try to get any clarification. I think it's kind of crazy.
okay, nice,
Yeah.
nice, nice. Netta, what you got?
I agree with Alter, and someone else in the comments. I think it was designer that said, it's okay to assume if you're, with your observations, like what you see, like what you are, what you've experienced prior, like Alter says, if you live in the city or, it's going to be a lot of traffic, I can assume around this time it's going to be like this. So I'm going to, plan, prep or whatever. I make assumptions all the time. I'm just going to be honest. And that's just simply because I I think that I'm one to kind of pay attention to a lot of things. So based on my observations and based on what I'm hearing or, what I'm experiencing, I do tend to make assumptions. But if it's something that I'm literally just stepping into trying to gain clarity on, a lot of my assumptions I don't try to gain clarity on. I just either sit back, wait, see how it unfolds, or if I want to gain clarity, then I'll ask questions, not necessarily in like a, what do you call it, accusing way. But I feel like if it's something that needs to be cleared up, then I will just ask, or I'll say, what I'm thinking.
This is another thing. I want to throw this in there before hashtag go. This is like when a lot of people that know of me, right? If y'all see me in a panel or even when I'm hosting a live, a lot of people is going to assume that I might say something funny because it's a repetitive thing that y'all see of me or y'all know of me for. It wouldn't be wrong because y'all assume it because this is something that's you commonly see from me. So usually that's what I'm getting to about it, but I'm gonna let y'all keep rocking though. Go ahead. Hashtag go ahead.
Yeah, I think assumptions are wrong just because I think it's another form of emotional manipulation.
Just like we gonna assume the hashtag gonna be long-winded. So let me stop.
now
And they gonna be
based on like my yeah, right, because I'm always gonna be eating something. I think it's a form of emotional manipulation, and I think that when you start to seek information, it's no longer an assumption. Assumptions go out the window now because you are now seeking information to verify what you thought, right? But the thing is, most assumptions are never verbalized. That's the problem. They start in someone's head and they're verified in someone's head. Normally the same person, right? And what they'll do a lot of times unconsciously is they will act in a way that verifies what they already believe. So if I assume that you're going to be mad because I took your car to the store instead of my car, I'm just going to say something stupid like that, right? If I assume that you're going to be mad, a lot of times people would walk into the situation pressing the exact feeling on the other person. They live in the assumption and project the assumption on someone else and emotionally manipulate them with their actions and everything way before they verify the actual assumption. That's the part of it that's emotional manipulation. I'll land right there.
I'm
What
assuming
the
this
heck?
person may be a troll.
I assumed that he was about to go longer. I threw a timer on him. See, I was wrong.
The stuff to be crazy.
I was all right.
Hey, it's okay to
That's so
prepare.
funny. That was so funny. I ain't gonna even lie.
Hey, Kev, get that man the other 40 seconds, man, since you assumed wrong.
Oh, that is so funny. Go ahead, Nerdy. And then after that, we could do after Sean and Design, we could do an open panel and kind of expand more on it. But Nerdy, I seen you about to do a disagreement. We ain't gonna not yet. We could do the disagreement.
I'm not gonna disagree with what he said right now.
Yeah, okay, for sure.
So there's a such thing as deductive reasoning, right? But we also see on this app where people have diarrhea of the mouth. They hear Kev, oh, you must be red pill. They hear me, oh, you must be a pick me. Oh, you must be male centered. They hear somebody else, oh, you're a panda bear. People verbalize their assumptions without having context. Now that's when it's dangerous. That's when you're moving in stupidity. It's okay to say, hey, you know what? Something I'm hearing is raising a red flag. Let me communicate my concern with this person and see if I'm correct. But I'm gonna make sure that I am respectful and that I am not accusing this person of my assumption. That's how you communicate and bring awareness of your assumption without offending people. But people don't do that. I land.
All right. Sean, the designer. Then we open panel,
Yeah.
yo. After that.
Okay, Kev, we had this conversation several times. I think how people use it the wrong way is assumption, like you don't have to have no proof about it, right? But when people say things, they be like, okay, yeah, he's a red pill, or he's misogynistic, or she's a pick me. They assumption as an absolute, like they have proof behind it, and it make people think negative things of you as if it's an absolute truth. And I think here's a good way to use assumption. I land with this: it's okay to be like, I think he's a panda, or I think he's a red pillar, or I think she's you know what I'm saying, Miss Andrews. If you say think to me, that's just your opinion. It's not really no facts behind it. But everybody uses it. I think most people just use it the wrong way. They make an assumption and try to make it seem like it's an absolute.
That was good. That was good. Go ahead, designer. Then I'm gonna get Chrome. Yeah, I forgot him. Get him in. Then we do open panel, y'all.
I think, like they were saying, there's not nothing wrong with assuming with enough as evidence. And also, when a person assumes something, it's the way you communicate it to the person. You're supposed to go like, and I think you're doing this because of this, and watch your tone and how you communicate it. And then it shouldn't be no debate or argument from assuming what you're doing. Like I know for me personally, if I do assume something, I say what I think it is and why. I never just assume something just because I see something once or because it triggered me from something else.
All right, then last and not least, Chrome, and then we gonna open panel.
Okay. I was actually just having a discussion with my wife right now about the topic. And she brought up a very valid point. I do feel like men and women do communicate differently because men are just wired to communicate with logic, and women are meant to communicate with more emotion. And sometimes as men, when it's hard to intercept the information that we get from women, with emotion, because we always thinking so logically, and logic. I mean, a logic and emotion don't really. It's not always compatible, you know. And she brought up something. She said, when she's communicating from emotion, it's not right or wrong because it's not, or no, it's not right. I mean, it's not wrong because it's her emotion. It's the way that she feels. And I started to automatically think, okay, well, yeah, just because it's your feeling, that don't mean that it's necessarily right either. In a situation, I don't think because you go off of that situation with emotion, that don't make your feeling necessarily right. So I think it's just, I think we do communicate different. I think the only thing that could really make communication between women and men easier is knowing how we communicate and how to use that information without saying you're right or wrong. But yeah, that's my stance on it.
Yeah, is it fair to assume that Chrome, that you didn't hear the last question that was asked?
No, it is. I like literally recently just joined in.
Okay. So let me give you the question just so you can be aboard with us. But I appreciate you giving what you gave though. So the question was, is it a good idea or a bad idea, for lack of better words, for people to assume?
I say better assume than accuse.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd rather assume something and address that concern of that assumption than you accuse me, automatically pleading me guilty, rather than communicating about whatever it is that you're assuming.
That's funny because we was actually trying to draw. I think overwhelmingly everybody was trying to draw the distinction between accusations and assumptions, right?
Mhm.
And I was saying in my stance of it that I think that assuming could be a form of emotional manipulation, right? And so I was saying that it's a form of emotional manipulation because most of assuming occurs in somebody's head. And a lot of the verification occurs in someone's head. And many times people don't ever get to that place where assumptions are addressed. And I said that if you address an assumption, it's not an assumption. I think assumptions only occur in people's heads.
Hey, I ain't never thought about it that way. That's something I'm gonna have to look into that. The assumptions
That was real.
something
Yeah, that was real.
assumption should be like something you keep within yourself, not something you say out loud. Because once you say it out loud, it's not an assumption. You pretty much, what's the other word you use? Like allegations, like or something like that. Like okay, I ain't never thought about it that way.
Yeah, accusation. So I mean, well, Chrome was saying that for him, an assumption, and you can correct me, Chrome. He was saying, or at least what I got from him, he was saying that when he assumes, his first default is to verify it out loud,
Right.
which is a great thing. I think that's if we attach that in the real world, that would be awesome. But I'm saying that because assumption starts in the head, many people, more than half, I'm gonna say more than half people, when they walk around in assumption, if this is what they do on the regular, whether they have information or not, right? When they walk around with assumption, what they do is verify the assumptions also in their head. They never get to that middle ground of verifying it externally. They only do it in their heads.
And that's when they become accusing.
That
Okay,
also
so
is
what do you,
where bitterness comes from.
well,
Assuming.
so
Mhm.
yeah, so what do you call an assumption that's been verbalized then?
It's not an assumption anymore
It's a
because
lie. It's a
you're
lie.
trying to verify it.
It becomes a lie. It's a lie to
So
me.
what
I
if I
mean,
said,
so use an example.
yeah, because I was about to say, like, what if I said, well, I just assumed you was done talking. What would you call that?
At that, you're trying to verify it externally. What you're doing is asking me a question. Now
Without
now the
asking.
way in which without actually forming it in a question like are you done talking? What you did was project. You projected what you felt upon me, right? And so the way I take it is any projection is a question. That's what I do. Like I never take because I don't know. I live under the four agreements. So every time somebody says anything to me, I rewrite it in my head as a question. That's just my normal default. Anytime somebody says anything to me, I rewrite it as a question, especially if it's a statement, right? So what I heard you say was, I assumed you were done talking. What what you said was, I assumed you were done talking. What I decided you said was, are you done talking?
We're not letting
Or
Sean back
were
up.
you done talking?
Oh,
You know what I'm
okay.
saying?
When you
I think it
I
when
was
don't
she
agree,
Sean.
but I'll wait.
Go
no,
ahead,
I want
Sean.
you to finish I want you to finish your thoughts because I was gonna try to put what he was just saying into like a situation, but I want you to go ahead and respond first.
Yeah, because if I am thinking about, okay, so what if I verbalize my assumption? To me, it's still an assumption whether I want to answer for it or not. Because some people are verbalizing their assumptions without wanting a response because they want to have the last word.
Yeah, when people do that, that's emotional manipulation. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But
So
instead of
in the way you just did it, for example, my bad, Chrome. In the way you just did it, right? In the way you said, and we'll use that as a perfect example. If you say, "I assumed you were done talking," right? Even though that's not necessarily an emotional stance, what you're telling me is how you felt based on like what you like why you went forward. And then in my mind, for me to make it not personal, I have to put it in the form of a question. Like it's just what I do all day long, right? I mean, I do it with people all day long because it keeps me from being personally attached to other people's words. It's just something I've learned. The minute I take people's words and make them into questions, I'm able to answer as if it is a question instead of taking it personally.
I mean, because if you don't, it just becomes becomes an assumption and then confirmation without
It's
even
an
getting
attack at that
clarification.
point. Yeah, it's
So
yeah.
I think what he's trying to say is when you're assuming without verifying, it kind of comes off kind of crazy. So if say for instance, you were venting and you were telling me your feelings, and I was to say, I'm assuming that you're mad. That would make you mad. You know what I'm saying? And that's manipulating. I'm manipulating. It's
Oh, I can
manipulating
see that.
feelings.
Yeah, I can see that though
But
in a
instead
way.
of verifying, okay, does this make you feel this type of way? That's verifying instead of assuming.
No, actually, I don't even think that was an actual assumption. That was just purposely trying to trigger them. That's all that was.
No, but that's what people do all day long. They're
That's what,
Yeah,
taught
yeah,
but
to
that's
just
what's
do
because
these
you
happening.
said,
things.
just because you said I assume, that don't mean that you really assume though. In that case, that they was purposely trying to trigger them. They just used the word I assume that
But
you
no,
Oh,
no,
they
mad.
yeah,
somebody,
they do
I
that.
somebody that's
assumed
not,
you're, I
somebody
They
assume
that's
you're
do
not,
that
Big
though.
Mag and all that other
somebody that's
stuff.
not
That's
emotionally
that's
intelligent.
a
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Go ahead,
Auto real
Karen.
quick. Let me let Earl go in. I ain't even heard
Go
him
ahead,
for
go
a
ahead, go
minute.
ahead.
Oh no, I'm over here rolling. I see hashtag over here giving away the secret sauce.
Why you
Um,
keep dropping?
yeah. Um, I mean, a lot of what you all are talking about, in my opinion, is like borderline assumptions versus observations. Okay, so if
Hmm.
it's verbalized and this is something that's auditory, right? Or you notice a pattern or you can see something. That's not somebody can sidestep their accountability in the conversation by saying you're assuming that, right? But hold on for a second. Pause that. I'm sorry, I got kids in the background. Somebody can assume that no, I'm sorry. Somebody can sidestep accountability in the conversation by accusing you of assuming, but you know that you have made an observation. You verified it against what you know to be true. So then when you go back for clarification, right? Like hashtag said, you form it in the form of a question, right? They can either acknowledge it or they'll either double down, right? That's why I say if it is an accusation, you don't have anything tangible to back up what you verbally said. But if you can point out or articulate why you have that particular train of thought, then that gives the other person the opportunity to either qualify, verify, or whatever you're talking about. But if they already triggered, they're going to accuse you of assuming, even though you've already pointed out that this is an observation.
Yeah, that's when they play disingenuous and try to play, and they be like, "How you gonna tell me?" and all that other. So I feel
Hmm.
you on that. But after you done gathered up all the information or the reason why, that's when that's what people tend to do. That's why I tell people to take your time, listen to a lot of things somebody's saying, pay attention to all the actions and stuff. Then you can make your, I guess, assumption, or matter of fact, you just make your observation towards them and be like, no, you can't back out of this. You're not about to lie to me. You done said
Hmm.
about 4 different things already. You done did different actions. I know for sure now. They near know for sure that nah, you on some BS. Nah, you're not about to act like you wasn't talking about what you was already talking about.
Yeah,
I
like
got a
One
me and
question
my
for
last,
that,
wife,
then,
we
Kev.
have
I got a
a.
one
question for
last
that.
part of that.
If
Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
real quick. One last part of that. After you've made your observation, right? You're still formulating a result in your head, right? Before, I stress, before you implement any change or action, make sure you verify first. Because even though we can be seeing something, we can't see someone's intent. Even though we're hearing what they're saying, sometimes we miss their intentions, right? That's where the body language, the vibrato on their voice, or repetition comes into play.
You don't think you can see someone's intent by when they're speaking?
With
mm,
women sometimes, but typically no.
Because Kevin does it all the time. I literally has been like 98.99% right. He is fooling people and saying all the time. I think you can assume, I think you can see someone's intent um when they're speaking a lot of times. That's why they get angry because because you notice it. People are used to going around, having this idea and they say, well, I assume they can say all that kind of stuff too. But when someone can see your intent based on when you coming on the panel, how you speak, how you interact, all this
Hmm.
kind of stuff, people can easily, if you're observant, you can see someone's intent. You can see if they're willing to engage, have real conversation, or if they want to just get their point across, or just um whatever. It's so many different ways that you can see someone's intent. But I get what you're saying as a whole, but I think there are ways that you can see someone's intent in
But
interaction.
it's hard to see somebody intent. Just I'm speaking in general. I'm not going to speak just relationship wise. For instance, there's like I look up history a lot, and I recently been intrigued on what's going on in the Middle East. So I looked up, some of their, where they're originated from and everything like that. And then they wanted to see about, with the Zionists and all of that. At first, from what I've seen, I feel like the attentions of the Zionists, I thought it was one thing, and so that's what it looks like from the outside. I made an observation of what I thought their intent was. And then I actually started to gather my information. And then I seen that the intent that I thought they were, I thought that they had was completely wrong. So I was completely wrong on their intent. So your observation of somebody's intent can completely be wrong because once again, you're assuming.
Let's put it another way then. Can you identify
Okay.
somebody's playing in your face?
Oh yeah, for sure.
No, I guess you
Okay.
can because you haven't. You may
Can
have.
I?
No, Chrome, now you touch.
Yeah, that's why I
Can
said.
I?
That's why
He gonna
I
say
said
Can I
no.
say?
yes to that, but then
I
no,
know
he can't see
sometimes
people's
Can
intent.
Can I say?
sometimes it's
Can I say
obvious.
something
Yeah,
right?
I mean, so
Sometimes
Let
everybody's
me try to put it
assumption
another
meter
way.
don't work. It's okay. Is that how it goes?
Yeah.
Good.
Let me
yeah.
I mean, observant.
let me try to put it another way. Right? Okay. Like I used to. Okay, I'm not a basketball player, but I used to love to study the patterns of basketball players because my god brother and a few of my guys, they were all like they went overseas and played overseas, right? So I used to study, like even some of my friends' kids, I used to study how different basketball players would do. The crazy thing, and this is the crazy thing about it, right? And it's the same thing with people. A person will start the same way regardless of the move they're attempting to do. Like I promise you, like there are people that hit these panels, and although they want to answer, like they might intend to actually answer a prompt of Kev's, but what they will do, because they don't know how else to get started, they will put out they got a script that they always start with, kind of like writing your name on a test paper. They do the same thing, write their name, write the date, and then they go down the line and answer the questions now. But they have to go through that first part of it, and it looks like they're about to present something that they're not even going to present. But they have to finish that sequence of actions. They got to go left again, like Kobe always went left, right, and he always did the same thing, right? So it always looked like he was going to do the last move, but he didn't. That's what made him so explosive. People couldn't guard him in some ways, right? So it's really hard to notice somebody's intention who only knows the beginning script of what they do, but they got to freestyle or create something along the way to actually get to the basket or get to the point later on. Like they don't. I'm telling you, like I watch people do this on this app all the time, and that's why some people get so upset when you don't let them finish their sentences because they actually mean to answer certain questions, but they don't know how else to start without saying, well, women do this and women and men do that and whatever. And then when you force them back to answering a question, they're like, okay, I got to answer the question now. I promise. I watch women do this all the time. You will ask a woman a yes or no question, and because she's so used to running around the block before she comes home, she will, well, my feelings and the whole situation and how this played out in my life and if it was personal and all of this. And then she comes back home to finally answer the damn question. It's crazy, but that's the way that it goes, man.
Go ahead, Cherry. You better squeeze in for some more. I see you put your hand up.
I just want to say real quick before Cherry goes, because this is very short. I don't allow women to dance around the questions. I will stop them immediately and say yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. That's it. Don't give them no wiggle room.
Okay, that's one way of doing it. Or a second way, I'm gonna give you the secret sauce. is learning the art of communication, right? Instead of assuming, ask someone what their intent is before they speak, right? You came up on the panel to answer the questions. What do you intend to convey by answering this question? Oh, well, I just want to prove X, Y, and Z. Okay, now prove what you said. So typically, I would have a prompt and I have everybody go down, give a brief synopsis on what they feel about the prompt. That lets me know their intent. Then I'll tell them to elaborate on it. But instead of assuming why they're there, ask them a brief synopsis. Ask them what their intent is right up front. And a lot of times, it's either going to make them uncomfortable or it's going to throw them off.
Chrome, did you want to add
Look
to
at you,
that?
man. You can't just open up Harold sauce like that, there, Earl, man. Put the Harolds away, man.
Nah, I
Yeah, but
agree,
Trump didn't do
honestly.
that with us. We answered a simple yes or no. So why do we have to babysit or coddle these women when they're answering questions? And we answer yes or no simple.
Right.
Is it because they lack of communication or they just don't want to?
Wait,
Because
whoa,
if
whoa,
you
whoa,
don't
whoa. Where'd you
coddle
get
them,
that,
it's
Hash?
gonna go left. They're gonna cry if you
Well,
don't
I ain't never
coddle
seen
them.
that. What is that? Sorry.
Hash, where you get that from? Are you from Chicago?
Yes, I am. I'm from Chicago, but I'm living
Yeah,
in
I'm from
Cali. Every
Chicago.
year,
Yep.
What is
Where'd
that?
you
every
get
year
that?
I order my sauce, bro. I order my sauce, man.
What kind of
Look,
sauce
you
is
got my
that?
My
sauce from
my
him.
wife my wife got it for me for Father's Day because she know me, man. She
You can
know me,
order?
dog. So
Yeah, I
she
guess
had
you
to
can
get my hot
order.
sauce
Oh, it's
You
hot
need
and
that?
she
sauce?
had to get my mild sauce. Yeah, it's
Where'd you
mild
order
sauce
it
and hot
from?
sauce. Oh, you gotta look it up, man. I don't know where she got it from, but typically I go to Harold's Chicken website and they
Uh-huh.
got it. They got the full bottles. Like these aren't the 20-ounce bottles, but they got the full bottles too.
Go to their website. Oh yeah, my bad. We
I
had
mean,
to
what's
we had to
what's
get
so
that.
good about it?
Oh, it hit different.
I
It hit
also
different.
hate this stuff.
It hit
It just
different on
hit
chicken.
different, man.
I mean, I was
It
just
hit
trying to
different.
get the
I ain't gonna
answer.
lie.
He keep telling like where it come from, where I get. Like, what is it?
Man,
Like,
it
Wait,
what?
that was
hit different. It's
disrespectful. She
like,
gonna say what's good about it.
I mean, I
hey,
assume y'all was gonna say something that's
Right,
basically
I assume that it was
sound
gonna be
good.
so.
I assume that.
Hey,
no,
so
y'all
let
I
funny.
me
assume
ask you a
y'all gonna
question.
hype it
So
up.
it seemed like we went off from assumptions to observations to intent, and somewhere down the road, I just got lost in.
Sean is such a teacher.
You know what I'm saying? So I got lost on along the way. So okay, so let me
Me
give
too.
let me go with this observation and intent and all these things, right? So I still think that it's still a bar down to it's an assumption, whether it's intent, whatever the case may be, it's because you really don't know. Like if somebody would see me on a
Watch this,
panel,
Benny.
if somebody were to see me on have me on a panel and they see me 4 times, right? And the 4th time they happen to see me, I'm talking about things that women do, right? And then when they come up and talk to me, now they gather up information. They see me 4 times, and the 4th time they happen to see me, they
Mhm.
assume that all I do is talk about women. There still would be an assumption, even though it is factual true that every time you see me, I talk bad about women, but that is not the truth because you don't account for all the other times that you didn't see me.
That's
So it's
not an
still an
assumption.
assumption.
That's a judgment. That's just a judgment.
But that's huh?
You can't assume. Assumption mean you don't have no evidence. That's what that is.
They don't have no evidence.
They
That's not
just said
evidence.
you just said if they seen you on the panel, they
Yes,
add all those. Those are different forms of evidence, and then
but it's
they
not.
made a judgment from that point. That's
I
not
know,
an assumption though.
but it's not true. That's what my point is. It's not true.
Yes, it's just a judgment that was wrong. That's all that was.
A judge. See, we switching words again.
No, that's what
Judgment.
that is though, because
Hey,
it is
hey,
it
I'm
is
lost,
different.
Kill. Damn.
It is though, because everything can't be an assumption just because it ain't because we don't fully know. A lot of times, now I would say every majority of the time things are judgments. Yes, we can say that
Uh,
because that's even when they say discernment and all this other stuff, those are different forms of judgment. So yeah,
don't you think like okay, so assume because we definitely have said different words, but assume, judging. So judging, we're gonna put in the conversation of or in the category of I'm telling you what it is without any other knowledge, just what I believe. So I'm judging you on this, or you judging it based off of you at what you actually saw. Assuming is not having actual facts, but having some type of truth or some type of gathering of knowledge, and then just assuming it to be something without act because assuming really is just without having actual evidence really, right? That's what assuming is, in a sense.
Yeah, yeah,
Is that
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. So that means if I judge you, if I say, Sean, I think you're a terrible friend, or if I say Sean is a terrible friend, I can't necessarily judge him. That's why, okay, that's kind of like when people get mad when they say, "Man, you probably hoe on the streets while you're over here married." Like, if you get mad at certain stuff that's not true, it's like, well, do you believe it? Because they're not judging because they haven't come to the knowledge of truth of that. That's just something they're assuming, or they're just putting out there as truth, which is also a problem, right? But if I know for a fact that you had a couple friends who said you're a terrible friend, and y'all confirmed that, okay, he's probably a terrible friend to them, whatever case is. But that's no longer an assumption. I can assume he's a terrible friend because of the way he treats me, so I think he's a terrible friend. That's assumption. I can't confirm. I haven't confirmed that,
Hey,
so I'm
this
still
gonna be
Yeah,
a
I
assuming.
got another thing. I got another thing too. Just like the example I used earlier, right? I said just like when y'all may see me in different rooms. 9 times out of
Hmm.
10, you assume that I might say something funny because y'all know of me, right? You're gonna make an assumption, but maybe I won't say something, right? So it could be
Hmm.
right or wrong, but for the most part, because y'all know me so well on different things, y'all can make an assumption about that I might say something. Your judgment will be if it's funny or not. You know what I'm saying? That's what the judgment will be. But those are literally, it is two different things for the most part, though. But yes, assumption,
Yeah.
that's usually I guess it can have
hold on, Kev.
uh
Hold on. Let's use your situation. I like that you said it right. Okay,
mhm.
so you in your early days, about a year ago when I first came on TikTok, you had a reputation, right? So, and what every panel I seen you on, you was goddamn antagonizing the women. Yes or right? Yes or no? I'm gonna say yes or yes. Yeah, it ain't no yes or no. It's
Nope,
automatic yes.
that wasn't
Say
my
what?
intent.
Yeah. Okay. So even though every time I seen you in those rooms and you had one way of talking, and if I would have made that assumption, right, as if like it's an absolute, after me getting to know you, I would have been wrong, right? Even though I had all the evidence that you was doing all of those things, and that's what I had at that moment. Overall, in the long run, if I would have stick around and got to see you outside of that, would I still have been, even though I had the evidence, would I have been right or wrong with my assumption?
Oh, that right
Uh-huh.
there, that from you when you was just sitting there gathering things, that's you making, because those are just that's what that is. I guess we do got to find out the difference between judgments and assumptions then. But
But yeah.
go ahead. Go ahead, Alter. What'd you say?
I think she had got a
Al-
phone call.
Alter? You assuming or not? So,
Sorry. Nah, you see, y'all assuming that I got a
I
phone
said,
call.
think.
Y'all gonna skip me. I was gonna say observation and evidence is actually different. I can
hmm
observe, say, this little show they used to have. I can see, I'm gonna use Sean again. I can see Sean out at the mall, right, talking to a woman. I can observe him talking to a woman and assume he's cheating. But that's my observation. Is my observation evidence of a fact? No, it's my observation of what I assume. Now, the fact would be if that was actually somebody he was messing with. Now I can now my observation confirm what was true. But right now, without actual truth and evidence that it is, that's not, because to me that's not enough evidence. That's just observation. I'm observing the situation. I don't have the evidence that he's actually cheating, right? So that means I'm only observing. That's not evidence, because like again, if they that video you did, a lot of people observed the video and they assumed you were you were this and that, right? Based off that's their own assumption. They have no evidence, no facts, observation, inaccurate observation, but it is evidence because there's nothing that I can take to court to say this is actually fact. I can't say that. I can assume all day, every day that somebody is something. Oh my God, that kid look just like him. That must be his daddy. I'm assuming. I don't know. I don't have no evidence. I'm just assuming, and I'm observing based off my observation. I'm assuming this is true, but without evidence, it's only left with an assumption until there is facts mixed with it. So, in other words,
You went to
you
church
can't
today,
call me
also?
something that.
You went to church. They got preaching today, hun. Kev on something today, man. Damn.
all right, let me get
Sorry.
Alan in. What you got for me? And then simply, I know you probably want to say something. But Alan ain't said nothing.
Hey, thank you for having me up this
Yeah,
afternoon.
for sure.
The I don't think it's strictly gender based, but to follow along with the prompt, yes, I do believe that we tend to communicate differently. I would kind of put out this up. I would put out this thought. It's a generalization, but I think more, at least within relationships, I think more men tend to quote communicate with their partners through the lens of trying to come to some sense of conclusion, right, for whatever the said product is. We try to kind of avoid creating other things out of it, right? Like our most of our intention is kind of to come to an end to whatever it is that we are communicating about, where I think that women have a bit more liberty to just kind of, well, frankly, kind of start something when they communicate, right? Like it kind of doesn't care what wound it, I don't, maybe I shouldn't even say wound, what door it opens almost is immaterial, right? Like the collateral damage really isn't assessed. Where I think, well, that's a good way to say it. I think more men communicate with the thought of minimizing collateral damage, and I think more women communicate throwing that thought aside and putting everything on the table. So in that way, I think we communicate differently. For instance, most men may be quiet because they assume if I go off, I'm going to create more collateral damage, and I don't want to do that. So I'm going to choose to be quiet, where I think that assessment by women in general is set aside, and that collateral damage they don't care about, and just whatever the fallout is whatever the fallout is. I'm going to say what I want said, right? Like I think that is an in general expressional difference between how men and women tend to communicate with one another.
All right, all right.
Okay, I got a question, guys, and I'm so sorry if I'm taking you guys back. Um, but with assuming, and because I assume all the time, and like Kev said, it is a defense mechanism, and I've heard people tell me that all the time. But I do like to be prepared for what a situation or a conversation or an experience, what it could or could not be. So I do just try to be prepared for that matter. But when you guys were talking about observations and assumptions and verifications and things, is it not, and I'm asking for help here, and I'm asking for help because I do this all the time, is it not gaining, I guess, clarification or verification about a situation? Are we saying that asking questions pulls you out of your assumptions and walks you into
Truth.
judging?
It walks you into truth.
No, no, no.
It walks you into truth. It walks you
Get
into
out my
truth.
head
It's
hashtag. Thank you,
the
Ava.
funny thing about, like, I mean,
Literally.
I totally understand what she's saying, and forgive me if I cut you off. You can finish, and then I'll talk afterwards. But go ahead.
Which one, me or Alter?
You. Simple.
Oh, no, no, that's my question. Like, does it walk like that? That was my question.
Yeah, it definitely walks you into truth. Here's the
Hmm.
thing about truth, right?
Well,
People
pause.
confuse
So
truth and
is it
fact all the
not
time.
okay to ask questions?
No, he's saying your
No,
question
it's
should walk you into truth.
yeah. Every question should walk you into truth, but the truth of the matter is that many people don't actually want truths and facts, right? They don't want it. They it's part of their process. It's part of their process of growth, and this is the disturbing part of people, right? It's part of their process and growth to have discourse and discontent and arguments and disagreements, to feel as if their relationship is actually growing. And that's a whole nother conversation. But when we get into it, when we really dive into it, ask yourself if you need is the word, if you need disagreement to feel as if your relationship is growing. And then ask yourself, when did your relationship grow? and then you'll get some truth out of that, right? Because if your relationship only grows after disagreement, then you need disagreement in order for your relationship to grow. And many people don't want to admit that they have that toxic characteristic, that in order for them to grow in any relationship, mother, father, sister, brother, husband, cousin, whatever, right? That they need a level of disagreement, a level of dysfunctionality in order for the relationship, in order for them to qualify their relationship as growing or fostering growth, right? And instead of just needing understanding, some people need to make sure that there are breaks, that there are disconnects, that there are everything in order for them to add more to their relationship. What if I told you that you could add rope to a rope without cutting the rope? But some people cannot fathom that idea. They need to be missing a connection in order to have growth in connection. And then they
Hashtag.
wonder why later it's more difficult for them to have clear connections, is because the entire time they were making connections, they were needing knots or disruptions from smooth connection.
Okay, so wait,
I
hashtag.
land
Is
right there.
that wait? Is that comparable to like emotional? What is it called when a parent harms a child just so they can nurse them back to health? The Munchausen syndrome.
Yes.
Yeah, it's emotional.
That's exactly what it is, bro. That's exactly what it is. And there are some people who live in that reality unconsciously. They do not accept that they are argumentative, not for the sake of actually stating their points or getting to truth, but for the sake or process of them growing. They have to qualify growth with disconnection.
Well, but I thought her original question, though, I guess the slight pushback I would give, because I thought her question was, is asking questions removing you out of assumption? And I would say, you said yes, that would lead you to truth. And I guess I would kind of part ways a little bit there, because I think intentionality is what moves one out of assumptions, not just the function of asking a question. Because if I'm hell bent on believing that something happened, more than likely my questions are just going to fall in line to ultimately fortify that belief. So I think one's openness to a different understanding is what is the key to move you out of assumption versus just the function of asking questions, because the question is just a byproduct of where your mind is at, in my
I love
mind.
that. That's a good. I love that.
So isn't that
I
the
agree right
difference
there. Go
between
ahead,
wait,
bro.
so I'm sorry, but wouldn't that be the difference between wanting to prove a point versus trying to get an understanding?
Right,
Would
yeah,
that be the
exactly,
difference?
right, yes. You're just, if you're already somewhere and you're immovable from that, everything you're going to do is a byproduct of that decision. And that's including asking questions, right? Your interpretation, how you're going to choose to understand, what you're going to let go in the left ear, come in the left ear and go out the right ear. All of that is a byproduct of already sitting in your assumption. So until you let that go,
There it is.
everything else you do thereafter, to me, is still tainted. So
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And the idea of being argumentative, like a disagreement and an argument are completely different. A person can
yes,
disagree with you and
yes,
still bring you a glass of water.
yes, yes,
A person that has an argument with you don't want to even be near you.
right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like there are people that like they do not ask questions or intend to ask questions to get to the truth or that understanding. They ask questions so that they can create the verification for the discontent that they're already deciding to have.
Or to validate their own BS. I'm just throwing that in there.
There it
Yes,
is.
yes,
There
no,
it is.
absolutely, absolutely. And that's not gender specific. I mean, it's, but that
Not at all.
is a human thing.
Oh, for sure. Definitely not gender specific in that. I think we just know how to, I think we can use things differently in different ways.
Sure.
Manipulation can be done by men and women. The way we use it, that's a whole different thing. You better know the difference because you're going to be easily manipulated by the other side if you don't know what that looks like.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but those are good points. I love that. That was kind of like a master mental class right here.
I
Yeah,
like I
you know
like
the
the
funny
second
thing.
question. Oh,
Oh,
go ahead, Asha.
no. Go ahead, Alan. That way you can move me forward. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say it. I like the second. It said, "Is communication key or understanding?" And before I came up, at least I wrote in the comments that I thought there are kind of parts to that. I think of communication as kind of solely in the hands of the communicator, where the understanding part I think is a bit more of a shared responsibility between the communicator and the listener. So it's not an either or to me. I think communicating is in my part. That's fully in my control. But the ability for people to understand what I'm doing is a little bit in my control and a lot in their control, right? It's more of a shared thing. So I don't I don't define communicating through the lens of are people understanding what I'm saying, because I don't see as one making the other false. Like both can be true at the same time. I could be perfectly communicating a truth. That in and of itself doesn't mean that someone else is going to have a perfect understanding of it. Nor is
That's
because
good.
someone had an understanding of something means that I perfectly communicated it either. So I don't necessarily tie those two together, even though they rationally sound like they should have some connectivity, and they do, but I don't think they're absolutely tied to one another.
So,
Again, back to our conversation. If a person is hell bent on not understanding, doesn't mean that I didn't communicate something very perfectly. They could completely choose to disregard what I have presented. That doesn't mean I'm a bad communicator because they chose to go with B.
okay. So essentially, this is a communication versus comprehension like question, right?
Right. To me, that's
So
how I write, and they're
yeah, I
not
mean that's the way
necessarily.
I interpret it.
Yeah.
Then if that's the case, then I would agree with you.
Yeah.
But I do think the person communicating has an extra onus to understand the intellectual level of the person they're talking to. If you know that person can't comprehend what you're saying, but yet you still choose to communicate it in a way that you see fit, right? Then that's not you're not truly communicating. You just want to get it off your chest. But if you know this person is dumbfounded, whether they playing dumbfounded or not, that's what I
Right.
think the onus falls back on the person that's communicating.
Well, but I mean, again, that's kind of the chicken. I mean, and that's where the gray is at, because it's kind of a chicken egg question. Is the own is how we're defining communicating? Is it all about ultimately what is received, or is it about did I get my truth out? Right? Like, was I true to what I was trying to do, or is it just about what the person walked away with? When we define what communication is, and so in that term, I think communication falls more on the communicator side. Was I true to what information I was trying to get out? Now, whether or not it was fully effective and across the board and all those other things, absolutely, I agree with you, Earl. There's going to be times where it may connect and other times where it may not connect. But was I true to what I was trying to convey? Is to me the definition of communication. The comprehension, the understanding, what people walk away with, that's a little bit different. That is part of my observation to adjust and kind of understand, but majority of that falls on the receiver. And so it
No,
is more out of
I
my
agree.
control than it is in my control.
No, I agree wholeheartedly. That's why I like to conclude my statements with I said what the F I said.
Yes,
Right,
yes.
Okay,
right.
get let
That
me
is
get Hash in
communicated.
there. Go
Yes,
ahead,
yes, that
Hash.
is communicated. Yes.
I want to
You
respond
know
to you,
there
Alan, after Hash. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
there are people that love to be in the gray, right? They love to be in the gray, and the reason why they love to be in the gray, the place in between the white and the black, is because it allows them unaccountability. it gives them unaccountability. It makes it okay to be unaccountable. So they will always assume, they will always be obtuse. They will never truly allow you to know. They like these are the people that when, like, let's just say you're talking to a child, for example, and you go get the blue brush off my dresser upstairs next to the closet. What did I just say? Go get the blue. All right, cool. The child who does not want to be accountable, the child who does not want to, to take, to like they want an excuse. These are the people that get mad when you ask them to repeat things. These are people that say, "What do you think, I'm stupid or something?" These are people that literally hate complete communication. Like they do not like complete communication unless it benefits them. They don't want, these are the people that constantly cut you off. These are the people that don't let you speak. These are the people that do this because if they aren't the recipients of something when communication is being held, they don't want it because communication is not to their benefit. Because it's not, I think you guys understand what I'm saying though. They don't want to communicate for the sake of communication. They want to communicate for the sake of leverage. They want to leverage communication all the time. They only want to be heard and never listen. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because if they listen, they can be held accountable. So they can always claim that that's not what you said. I didn't hear you say that part, or they don't want you to finish your point. Because then they have to be held accountable if you do.
So, hmm, I think in that point that you're saying, hashtag, that's why it comes down to like where people's mind is at, which is kind of ties into Alan's point that there is a shared responsibility of you receiving the information. Because a professor can give you all the information, slowly talk to you, ask questions. Did you guys get it? Did you guys catch your notes? And then you leave and say, man, he didn't teach me nothing. He didn't even teach me this. And then there'll be recording behind y'all showing exactly him teaching what he was supposed to teach you. And had you applied the knowledge, have you listened in that moment, you would have received what you need to receive. But because I can't control your distractions, I can't just control what you have in your mind that makes you not want to take in everything I said. You may be angry with something or someone, so you won't receive everything. So I don't hold complete responsibility of you receiving this information. You have a shared responsibility. And then after I'm done explaining, if you don't come back to me and ask for clarification, that's also can be considered your issue. Now I can even after that say, hey, do you guys have any questions? Do you have any confusion? If you leave saying no, I'm good, you are have shared responsibility of what you did not receive. So definitely there's a shared thing in that. Um, and I honestly feel like, yes, of course, a teacher, anyone who's speaking, anyone who's conveying community, everyone who's has the communicator, right, has a huge responsibility of conveying information. But it does not remove the responsibility that that receiver has. Just because you're a student in the classroom does not mean you don't have responsibility of now 2025 always uses you have every right and ability to go get even more contacts than what you were what someone was teaching you. You have the right to learn further than what someone's teaching because the person that's teaching you only has a capacity from where they are. You have a larger ability to take the little bit you got. That's the problem with people now. Y'all know how to take a little and make it a lot. Take what you were taught and expound on it in which in where the area that you're in the environment that you're in to make it more than make it work for you more than what it could have been just like what he said. So you can take one little part of somebody's conversation and make it something more based on what you were given. It's not their job to give it all to you at once. It's their job to give you what you're asking for and what they believe you need in that moment. It's your job to take it and apply it and amplify it and make it bigger than what it was. That's what I think about that.
And right there is where the fight started.
Why? It don't need to be no fight.
Go get you
Literally,
a
because
fight.
that's where the fight starts right there. Because you know what? When you ask people to
Thank you,
clarify,
DMV.
or either you want to verify that the information has been comprehended properly, people accuse you of being condescending. Like if I ask a woman, if you understood what I just said, what did I just say? Repeat back to me what I just said. Now she's upset. Now she thinks I'm trying to be her dad or, demean her or something like that. That's why I said that's where the fight starts. When you try to verify that the other person comprehended the information you conveyed.
Well, it's how you speak. I mean, the thing is, we're never gonna get away from like, we talk about tone and this and that. And overall, in a lot of things, it don't always matter because people can hear stuff in so many different ways. It's like, dang, how did you get understanding from how he said it or she said it? People just going that's just I think people are fickle, right? But we know if I just said something, just like right now, if I just said everything I said and I said, so Alan, did you get what I said? Or did you not understand? Like if I'm coming with a certain energy, of course the response is gonna be different. But if I'm just like, okay, now based on what I said, do you guys understand that? Did it make sense to you? I can ask you without making you seem stupid or silly for maybe not catching everything I said. I could do it that way.
See,
Or I
this
could
is
like,
where
well, go ahead.
also this and forgive me for cutting you off, but this is
You
where
good.
pimp talk comes into play.
Thank you,
This is
Simply.
where
Pimp
pimp talk
talk.
comes into play, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. Let me give you some pimp talk right here, right? My uncle taught me this. My uncle, my,
Pimp talk.
my uncle
Only
taught
gonna
me
have
this, man.
say.
He was a manager of Women of the Night in Chicago. He taught me this early, and I didn't want to believe him. I did not. I promise you. I learned so many things from this man, and I did not want to believe him, but I'd never forget him. I will never forget this man. He told me, you got to learn how to box a man with your talk, youngster. You hear me, nephew? You got to box a man with your talk. I said, I'm sitting here listening to this man eating a hoagie, right? He got crumbs on his face and his mustache. His hair is nicely done. Two ladies in the car. You got to box a man with your talk, nephew. He told me, he said, when you want to have a hard conversation with a hard up babe, you got to tell them what they is before you give them what you want them to have. He said, so let's just say you walk into a room with your old lady and you want her to hear you out on something or you need for her to do something that you know she might have a problem with. He said, and I'm using his tone, totally his tone, right? He said, you got to tell her that, I know you the type of woman, you got to make it seem like you excited to talk to her. Oh, I've been wanting to talk to you about this all day because I knew you would understand. Because you smart, you can understand, you can get it. I know you're going to be able to comprehend everything I'm putting down. He said, then you tell her, I know this is going to be comfortable for your mind. You see what I'm doing, nephew, is I'm telling her what it's going to be already. I know this is going to be easy for you to get. I know you're going to rock with this one. I know you're going to lean my way, baby girl. He's saying all these things. He said, I know you smart. I know you the book smart one. You the one that understands simple science. You the one who get it. He said, I framed her. I put her in a box. So it don't matter if what I say is right or wrong. She with me because she want to stay in that box.
You out of line for telling them that, bro. You out of line. Go ahead.
That's what he told me,
You're
man.
giving away too much, bro.
Yes. See, I don't know. I don't know if that can swing on today.
That's what he told me, man.
I
I hated
I
it,
get
bro.
it. I
You
mean,
gotta have
I
the
completely
confidence to
understand,
pull that off. You
but
gotta
it's
have
the
the confidence to
receiver.
pull it
See,
off.
I think that's
Because they
more in the
want to
hands of
stay
the
in that
receiver.
box.
See, I think that's more in the hands of the receiver than the giver. There, I think people could smell. I mean, I don't mean to curse on your platform, but I think people could smell bullshit differently, and have no problem kind of calling it out, in today's world than maybe yesterday. I don't know what type of ladies he was talking to or what the hierarchy dynamics may have been, but I don't think average woman and average man. I think she calls that BS on the floor. So. I get it, but I think it's called out more today than what he may have been able to get away with in his time.
Well, Alan, if she needed a pimp, she wasn't that bright to begin with.
Well, fair. Fair point. Fair point. Again, assessment, kind of the whole, again, I don't think most women today need a pimp. So I think it just gets called out. I think that it sounds
I'm
manipulative. So
Alan. I love you, brother, but uh, man, I'm looking out, man. I'm looking out here. I'm looking out here, bro. And as terrible as this might sound, and I know somebody gonna be recording this. As terrible as this might sound, I'm gonna get a lot of lash from this, but I'm ready for the lashing because I could always turn this app off, right, bro? I think more of them need one than don't, and it's terrible to say that. It's a terrible thing, and it's not because they should. It's because of the upbringing. It's because things are missing. It's because so much of what is necessary in men and women is missing. I even think some men need madams. I'm going to say it just like that. I think that a lot of these, what we call simps, is actually men in need of madams. And I'm going to land my plane right there.
Aside from the, I guess, you taking it from, no,
And I'm going to land my plane right there.
aside from the, I guess, you taking it from, never mind. It's just so much negativity that comes behind that. I just don't think that was nice to say.
I was fair. I was 100% fair.
Because that implies that people need to be sexually exploited, and for both madam and pimp, both of those come with that, and I'm just not a fan of that. I don't think that was nice to say.
well, I mean, I would agree with
I
that, though I don't think hashtag necessarily meant that. I guess the tone that I
yeah.
was hearing, the message that I was hearing was control is probably more needed than shared
Yes.
responsibility.
Yes.
That's kind of at least where I thought
Yes.
it was at, that more relationships need a stronger hand, if you will, than
Not a
Yes.
strong hand. In my
both of
opinion,
them.
that's not a strong hand. That's
Hey,
sexual
Alan, you in my lane now,
exploitation.
brother. You in my lane.
No, but I mean that's
Nah.
well, no, I wanted to get away from the
Dude.
sexual part because I didn't think
Well,
that's what you were referring
no,
to.
you
I was
can't. Not
thinking,
with both job titles. You can't get away from that with those job titles. Now, if you say that we need firm,
With the strong hand.
well, no,
No,
but
we
that's
no,
why I
messing
that's
with
was
not a
thinking.
Shayla.
strong hand. That's not a strong hand when you come with that.
No, that's why I use the word control, right? Like, I mean,
But
because to me that's kind of what's at the essence of what's being talked about. Is one person just kind of, again, controlling what is happening? Is there a benefit to it as opposed to two kind of wishy-washies that are coexisting, but maybe they don't really ever kind of come to any particular conclusion? They just kind of coexist, and sometimes they get somewhere, sometimes they don't. That's kind of the larger argument I thought was being argued there.
Yes.
You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? I'm just trying to take it away from that area
Could
of,
I say
Yes.
something? Because
Yes.
I think his approach basically was probably a little distasteful, but I did understand what he was saying because I've heard that saying, you get more bees with honey. Hold up. I'm not sure if my headphones are working. Can y'all hear me?
yes, I
Yes.
can
Yeah,
hear
that you
you.
get more bees with honey.
Yes.
So therefore, some women or whatever would rather a more for you to sweet talk them than have a direct approach. A direct approach coming from a man could seem very aggressive, and then they shut off and become defensive. And once a woman is in defensive mode, we become selective hearers, and we don't necessarily hear everything that a person is saying because of the fact we're in defense mode. So all we hear is the negative that a man is trying to say. We don't actually hear everything that you're saying. So sometimes women would prefer to be sweet talked than a direct approach from a man.
Hey, I actually was coming at the right. Give me a second, real quick.
I don't think he was
Yeah,
trying
we
to sweet
sent you with
talk. I
missing,
think it
sir.
was. I just think the just knowing the job description of both madam and pimp, we could have came maybe with father figures, like more present moms or something. But yeah, I mean, that's just my take. I'm not here to
Yeah, like
Hey,
I
let
say,
me.
I think what he was trying to say, it was a little bit distasteful, but I think that was what you were trying to say, right? You probably like you get more bees with honey. Kind of got a sweet
Yeah, it
tooth.
was
Wait,
basically what I was
hey,
trying to say.
hey,
It's
Ted.
just that was the only language I knew to speak it in. That
Well,
was
no,
all.
no, 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 bro. Check it out. I hear what the ladies are saying, though, right? But if you would have said it all nice and cuddly, it would have been dismissible the moment you said it. But if you said it triggering, hey, hush. If you said it triggering, if you said it triggering, then they will remember it. As long as we all knew we were joking, your intentions were good. You didn't mean to be malicious with it. You know what I'm saying? You were making a joke, but it was triggering, which means now they're going to remember what you said versus saying everything all nicely so it can go in one ear and out the other. But ladies, I do understand what you're saying, though. I would have said it worse because it would have been funny.
Hey, I want to say this though, from what I'm hearing, right? I don't believe it's like a man and woman thing or how they when it comes to that, like, oh, the tone is making me defensive and stuff. I think it's only defensive to depending on how you got brought up or what you went through in your life, because usually a lot of times those are defense ways. Somebody might have talked to you that certain way and something came behind it, right? Maybe a backhand, maybe it's whatever. So it could have came from your parents and stuff or whatever, and that's why you just get defensive or freeze up. Because the reason why I say that is because it is men that just like say if they was not in America, right? Because like America is so built off pride and all that other stuff. That's probably why why a lot of women just so hard to be submissive and stuff. But then they have areas that they are very submissive, right? And men still talk that way, but the women still understand them because that's how they kind of got brought up. Women, a lot of them, you would see them yield more and listen more when a man speaks a certain way, and vice versa. Some men will yield a little bit more when women speak very light and kind of whatever. So I think it's just based off of how, because even now, that's why some women that understand men and some men that understand women, because it depend on if they had a strict father and they just got brought up from with a strict father and know how they communicate with him. They don't take offense to it because their father, that's how they was. That's how he was. He spoke that way. He was very direct. He basically like, nah, it ain't about that. So it just come with that. I don't think it's like because you got to talk to a woman a certain way and a man a certain way. No, sometimes that's how we got to basically understand. And it goes to this one, right? So let's just get to this next one too also, because we have just to get this topic over, not over like that, because I got a few more hours on this thing though. But what do y'all believe is communication the key or understanding, like overall? And matter of fact, we can start that with natural because she just got in this thing, and then do a zigzag.
I really think that understanding is mostly the key, because if you're not communicating for actual understanding, then what are you communicating for? Like you're just basically y'all just sitting there having a conversation, but y'all not actually trying to communicate to understand one another. And if you're not understanding one another, it just becomes toxicity.
Okay, for sure. What you got, Earl?
I'm gonna say ditto to what my sister just said. Yeah, if you gotta comprehend it, right? No matter how much is communicated, if it's not comprehended, it's useless, right? But that's where the problem comes in. Is whether or not one is genuine, whether or not they comprehended what you said.
All right. What you got, Alter? All right. What you got, Netta? Or since you missed it. What?
I'm sorry, Alter, if you're back, go ahead, because I still need a little minute. I'm sorry.
So the question, so we can get on, is communication key or understanding?
It's communication. Oh, that one. Okay. It's communicating or communication key or understanding. Hmm. Wait, we were actually talking about that one. Um, I think communication is important. I think understanding is even more important. I can say a lot of things, and if you can't comprehend, we got to figure out something. We got to go a little bit on a different level of understanding so that you can get the understanding. So I think understanding is huge because we hear a lot of things and we comprehend it completely different. So how you comprehend things matter more than what you hear.
What you got, Netta?
I guess I'll say understanding. Um, although I don't think you can have actual communication without an understanding. I think without an understanding, you'll just have like a scream match or something, or just a lot of back and forth. So I guess understanding, yeah.
All right. Hashtag. What you got?
Bro, man. Um, okay, let me just say the way that I understand understanding. No, I don't want those. The way that I understand understanding. The way that I have comprehended understanding is coming to an acceptance, right? Kind of like an agreement, right? The way I have comprehended just understand, bro. I don't have the bandwidth to understand. I don't have it, bro. I mean, bro, I got to come to an understanding as fast as possible. But as far as the reasoning goes, like getting into the reasoning behind the reasoning behind why people do the things that they do, I don't have the bandwidth all at once to do that, man. I'm gonna be honest, bro. I do not try to understand my wife. I don't. Not all at once. That's too much for me, man. That shit hurts my head. It gives me a headache, bro. I can't understand her. I qualify it, bro. I say, is it going to unalive me to go along with this idea? Can I get back quickly? These are the only. Is it going to unalive her? This is the way I qualify it, bro. And all I do is I say, if there's a mistake or something that happens here, can I recover us? That's all I ask, bro. But trying to understand what she do and how she think, that shit hurts my head. It don't make no sense to me all at once. Sometimes I'm really glad that I did it. And other times I'm like, damn it, I gotta come back. I knew it was gonna be painstaking. I knew this was a bad idea. I didn't get it from the time she said it. It didn't make sense then, but I rocked with it. So I gotta roll with it. And I just fix shit. I just fix shit that she says to me because I qualified it as non-lethal and recoverable. I would never teach my son to understand a woman. That's a crime. You trying to unalive yourself. That's the worst thing. That's the worst idea I think a man could ever do. Just trust enough that you picked somebody who reflects what you believe in wholeheartedly, and trust yourself enough to recover from the damage that she might put you guys through. That's it. So to answer the question in total, I would say communication is more important than I don't know. It's weird, man, because I need to hear it, and like hearing is a human emotions acknowledging and responding and reacting, right? I need to hear it. I need to know how she feels about it, right? But I
But
don't need to
Hash,
always listen.
is the community
I need
okay, go
to
ahead.
hear it, but I don't need to always listen. Go ahead though.
Nah. We ain't about to do that yet. Not yet. But go ahead, Alan. Cause I gotta say my point too.
Yeah, I'll ultimately say understanding, but I say it with this caveat. I think understanding sometimes is a broad term that's it's almost kind of a catch-all. Like I think things like empathy and care, love, affection, like all of those things kind of play into quote understanding. But what I don't in working backwards, because a person may understand something doesn't mean, again, I'll repeat, doesn't mean that the communicator was a great communicator. I just disagree with the two. So you can see maybe, your partner that maybe had difficult family relationships or something severe happened in their lives, and you can come to an understanding and say, baby, I understand. And they can be an absolute worst communicator about what that thing is, but we say things like, I understand. So to me, I think it's more than just a mental, right? Do I understand the problem that you just kind of put in front of me? I think it is an amalgamation of a lot of different elements of what make us human. And we present that in the form of understanding, i.e., I'm here, i.e., I'm not going anywhere, i.e., I'll wait. Whatever that kind of assurance is, that's what I think the word understanding is sometimes for people who aren't great communicators, but we care about them. We
Yeah.
give a different space for them versus maybe people who we don't like, and we kind of come at them very literally, right? And we play kind of the literal word game of, well, your definite, whatever you just communicated was dumb. You know what I'm saying? We get kind of curt and things like that. So I just, again, I'll just repeat, because I understand doesn't mean you were a great communicator. I just separate those things.
Hey, I'm gonna assume you cleaning over there. I heard some sweeping back there.
Yeah, that was no. That was me. That was me. I was doing some stuff in the cave. I wanted to show Earl something, or show all y'all something that who over the age of 35. Yeah, what you know about that? If you know about it at all, Earl,
Are
you know
those
Mm-mm.
about that.
are those Thundercats, my boy?
I was about to say,
Thundercat comic books, bro. Hey,
Wow.
Kev, do me a solid. Do me a solid. I'll send you some later. Put that up, bro. Thundercat comic book. I got my Sword of Omens up there, but I had to get the Thundercat comic book. I was at the convention the other day with my son, and I had to get the Silverhawks joint too.
Yeah.
I got my Sword of Omens up there. You know what I'm saying?
Thanks a lot. You just gave me 4 more gray hairs looking at that.
All right. All right. Let me get Kayleen in, and I'm gonna say my perspective real quick on that.
No, go ahead and say your perspective, my brother. I'm a patient brother. I can wait.
No, I do want to know. I want to know what you get before I say my stuff. Go ahead, my brother.
Y'all want to know something that's funny? Me and my wife just had a whole conversation about this, about communication, man. And we do, and then, we found out we definitely communicate very differently. My wife communicates to me in a whole different way that I communicate to her. See, with me, I'm just direct. Just tell me straight up what it is, what I need to do, and how to get it done. My wife, on the other hand, she wants me to kind of read the room, or she's like, just read between the lines. I'm like, well, some things you just gotta tell me. Men we don't look. How can I explain it? When y'all have a problem, when women have a problem, men just go into fix mode already. Instead of y'all telling us, hey, I just want you to listen to me, hear me out, and I'm trying to vent. That's it. It's simple. It's simple shit with me and her. So now that we understand each other, like when she tells me she got a problem or she's feeling something, we want the bam, and I ask her the first question I ask her, are you just trying to vent to me and tell me what's wrong, or do you need me to go do something? And she'll tell me now she'll tell me like, hey, I just want you to listen to me. You don't have to go into fix mode. You ain't got to do nothing. I just need you to just hear me out. But when I ask my wife something else, I'm sorry, I'm at work. But when I ask my wife, when I tell my wife to tell me something, and she be like, "Oh, I told you," and I told her, even if you did tell me, text and remind me, so that way I can remember. So that way I have it on in my text messages that you told me, and I can go do what you need me to go do, because I'll forget. So like I said, it is different ways of communication, but that's how we communicate to each other now. Before we start a
Hey, even in the
conversation.
midst of that, don't you make an assumption if she want to be heard or actually a solution?
No, because sometimes she just be
Say,
wanting me to fix shit. Sometimes she really do be wanting me to
That's what
just
I'm
do some
saying.
shit.
So that you will have to, it'll have to determine on like what she
This
commonly,
right.
yeah.
It has
So,
to be like what's the situation? You know what I'm saying?
yep.
So that's why I tell her just communicate to me straight directly. Because whatever you're trying to say, I might not understand. Same thing what I tell her. So shit I might tell you, you might not just understand. It's okay. It happens.
Yep. I just thought about that. Even with that on the other end too, they assume that you're gonna
Like for
listen to them.
example, bro. Hey, hold on, bro. Like for example, I'll give you a perfect fucking example. Like I came home from work one day, right? I'm having a great fucking day. I come home, take a shower. My son gone over my mama's house. It's just me and her in the house. So, I sit down, I decompress a little bit because, sometimes as men, when we come home from work, we just want to get work off our mind. We just decompressing ourselves. And I'm calm. So I'm sitting on the couch, watching TV. I got me a nice cold beer in my hand. My wife comes in the front room. She sits on the couch. So, me, I'm just still trying to get work out of my mind. How can I explain? As we just came from outside, from the outside world, and we come into our peaceful place, we just trying to unload the shit that we got processed into our heads right now. As we sitting there, we just relaxing, getting work off our mind, and we just trying to, take work off the mind and just trying to figure other shit out and just decompress. You know what? First thing my wife tells me when she comes in the front room and sitting next to me, she said, "Baby, are you mad about something?" I looked over. I said, "Wait, what?" She said, "Are you mad?" I was like, "No. What gave you the impression that I was mad?" She was like, "You came in, you
And she
hugged and kissed me."
assumed.
And she assumed. She's like, "You came in, you hugged and kissed me. You went in, took a shower, changed your clothes, and just sat on the bed." And she like, "All I heard you do is let off a big old sigh." And I told her, I'm like, "Baby, sometimes when I come home and I just do that, doesn't mean I'm upset. Doesn't mean I'm bothered with you or nobody in the house. Sometimes quietness is just peaceful. And sometimes, we ain't gotta always be in each other's face and yelling at each other. Just, what I mean? You ain't gotta always do that. I came in, I spoke to you, I gave you a hug, I told you, hey, I love you and all this other stuff. And when I sat down, I just decompressed it. That's it. But sometimes quiet is peacefulness. It's okay. And quiet is peaceful as hell. I don't know why some people think it as a form of damn, something wrong. No. Just motherfuckers just sitting down being quiet.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess it's as I say. I don't think it's, and even with that, I don't think that's wrong. That's just if they already seen you multiple times and then see something different. That's just like trying to understand your partner. Sometimes they can tell that it's something different, though. So that showed like I thought about that. We didn't mention that. Did we mention that though? That sometimes you can make a question based off of an assumption also, and that still don't take it. I thought about that too. So I know we said something about asking questions, but sometimes our questions are based off of what we assume already. So that's funny. But let me I'm about to say my point on that and then we can do the open panel after that. My point on communication or understanding is key. So I believe understanding is the key, and it's key to life, low key. I mean, hockey. I realized that, right? I always said that communication is kind of pointless without without the goal of understanding, right? But I also say you can also understand without actual communication too, also. But you can't do the opposite way. As I noticed that you cannot get understanding out of just communicate. Like you got to actually, what I'm saying. So I'm just saying overall, the goal I believe is understanding. So that's even like if somebody speak another language. Sometimes you can understand. You might not directly can comprehend what they saying, but you can probably understand the way they feel. You can understand what they may mean or whatever. Or you can. It's even like when you read a book. You read a book to understand it. You're not communicating with the book. You know what I'm saying? You're building understanding so you can know how to operate with whatever situation and stuff. What I also notice is and the reason why I be saying about communication, because I hear a lot of people tend to say communication is key, stuff like that, right? Which I believe communication is the key to understanding. But what I notice is that the people that say that, a lot of
Don't
the
know how to
times
communicate.
they just want to express themselves or tell their point, and they don't want to. Just like kind of what Hashtag was saying, they don't want to. Which I disagree with a lot of stuff he's saying. Don't try to understand a woman. I think you should understand everybody, right? So you can know how to operate around certain things. The problem is people want to be understood more than be understanding others, and that's what it be. So some people, a lot of times, that people that want to say communication is key is because they only want to be understood. That's why they keep talking in circles and not knowing who they dealing with. So me myself, I always, because I used to ask things like, even when you're in a relationship, is your goal to be understood more than trying to understand your partner? Because I think it's a good thing to try to understand one another. I think you should make it your goal to understand your partner. Even when people say that I want to be validated, I just want to be heard and all that stuff, I still think it's a form of understanding in the midst of it, because they want to understand that you feel what they're saying. They want to understand. They want to, because that's why they say, I don't feel that you get it. No, they just don't understand it. You could actually probably understand it, but they don't understand as you understand. I know I sound like I'm talking in a twisted thing, but hopefully
No,
y'all
bro,
can
you
hopefully
not
y'all
you
can
you
understand
you
me.
got it.
But that
I don't
that
think it's not to understand. I think sometimes when people are trying to explain themselves to people and they don't understand it, you have to figure out another way to explain it. Then, because some people just go based off like this is how I'm explaining it, and the other person just might not fucking get it. And sometimes you have to find a different way on how to explain shit to other people. It happens, bro. I get what you're saying, though.
yeah.
I get what you're saying, 100%.
And I noticed even this another thing, the ones that prioritize on tone matter type situation. Then I think I did see Alan raise his hand first, then I seen Earl after that. But the people that do always talk dang, what was I getting to? Oh man, I threw my own self off that quick
Oh,
trying
bro,
to look
you
read something.
good, bro?
I was about to
I
get to I
get
was about to
you.
get to something though. But
Hey, bro,
dang, what was it?
I think I got an
Communication
idea
is
what you're
key.
trying to say,
I
bro.
will remember it later. I'll remember it later though. I'll remember later though. But let me get Alan in and then Earl real quick. I'm gonna remember in the midst of it. I straight forget. I had something.
Yeah, just something I wanted to highlight. The young man who came in that was just talking about talking with his wife. This dynamic happens a lot of times. He said that she said, well, just read between the lines, right? When he was talking about, well, just tell me kind of what you want. And she responded with, well, just kind of read between the lines. And so what I hear and what I see oftentimes in relationships is that a person wants to communicate the way they want to communicate, but then they also want to dictate how other people process it, right?
Exactly.
Like that was like that. So you don't want to change, but then you do want to kind of tell me, well, how am I supposed to alter in order to get the information? And that's where I think, quote, the macro communication kind of fails, because you may have been true to your side of the equation in how you communicate, but you were kind of not true, right? Because you're trying to dictate how the other person processes or receives information. You don't give them the space to operate in their person, in their autonomy, while you maintain the ability to operate in your autonomy. So to me, that kind of sometimes is where, again, macro communication fails, because one person is trying to control both sides of the spectrum.
All right, go ahead, Earl.
All right. I just noticed something. A lot of my brothers are way more patient than I am. Bro, after I've communicated something to you a million times, we done had this discussion a million times. Now you don't want to understand. You playing stupid, right? So now, if it's worth it to me, if I actually care, I'll attempt to do it again, but I will remove the empathy when I speak. Because see, now you didn't get it when I was trying to take your feelings into consideration, take your time into consideration, but you played in my face. If I gotta sit here and listen to you tell me the same ish 100 times, you don't want me to understand you. You just want to hear yourself speak at that point. So now I have to remove the sympathy, remove the empathy, and I have to just get to the message. So you would rather drink this message rather than getting drowned in it. So whether you understand or not is up to you. Make it light on yourself.
Yeah. Well, that's why, yeah, overall, yeah, that's facts. But overall, like I said, majority of the time you will see people, that's what I was getting to about the tone matter people and stuff, right? It's the tone and all that other stuff. The only reason why that they saying that is because their goal is just to be understood. They can care less of what you're talking about, because we already know once you try to understand something, that means you got to make adjustments with yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, dang, now that I understand them, it would be kind of crazy for me to keep on continuously going against what I understood. So that's why people be like, well, it's the tone that stopped me. It's the tone. You know what I'm saying? They say stuff like that, but they only say that because they only prioritize being understood. That's just overall what that is, though. So we gotta realize the balance of us trying to understand others and trying to be understood. That's the reason why we can tend to say that, well, I don't want to take my time to understand this person, or I don't want to take the, well, that's what you have to do when you're trying to understand who you're connecting with. That's just overall.
Right.
That's why I stay, hold on real quick, y'all. That's the reason why I take my time, or I stay quiet even on my own panel. I listen to a lot of y'all just so I can understand the type of people who we are. That's just what it is. That's overall. I think that's what everything we all should do. I can understand y'all triggers. I can understand because that's how I had to do myself. That's why I be like, all right, when certain things said, you in a rush to say that. or when a certain things that, or you get triggered off that. I can really,
Man,
that's where observation come in from. So
I
like
hear
you
that
could
shit
tell
all.
that, yeah. Somebody, but all right, y'all, I'm gonna go back. Y'all can open panel, y'all.
Yeah, man. In my opinion, Kev, like what you was just saying about the understood thing, the people that want to be understood but never understand, those are the main people that talk about tone mattering. The people who don't check their own tone. You know what I'm saying? Like they will be yelling the entire time, but the minute you are tired of making them comfortable with the way they want to be spoken to, then you are the problem. But they have the voices that have dominated conversations and tones that have pierced people's souls. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's crazy. But that kind of goes back to my point though. Is like I've like the way I communicate. The way I communicate is I try to be clear, complete,
and direct.
concise as much as possible.
Hey,
Because
hey,
the thing is, yeah, hold on one
oh no,
second, bro.
go ahead, brother. Go ahead, bro.
The yeah the
Kaylin,
reason I do
look,
that, yeah, the reason I do that is because it's not even for them. It's for me. It's so that I can take things off my table as far as expressing myself. Because what I noticed, and I noticed this from like a lot of guys are suppressed communicatively. They don't have emotional space. They don't have an emotional landscape. They don't have voices at all, right? Simply because they're afraid to even communicate or express whatever the issue is. And then they become dwarfs in their own giant relationship, right? So I think it's very important for us to feel comfortable with communicating. Now, if you want me to communicate in a certain tone after I speak what I'm like, whatever I have, like whatever I said, if you want me to communicate in a certain way, if you want me to rephrase something, if you want it in womanese, I will speak it in womanese for you. But I want you to know that my message is not going to change. Just a few words and the adjectives, they're probably going to change just for you, right? But trust me when I tell you, it's going to be the same directives, the same requests, the same things that I'm saying. It's going to all be there.
But
Wow, the moment of silence. Oh, go ahead, Earl.
no. I don't want to be redundant, but it boils down to that. Like some people just want to hear themselves speak, bro. They do, and they understand. They pretend not to, but the moment they have to acknowledge that they understand, that's the humbling part, right? Someone asking someone else to read, but in between the lines is one not wanting to be vulnerable, right? They don't want to take the chance of being wrong, right? They expect you to be transparent, but they don't want to be vulnerable. You feel me? If that makes any sense. That's what, bro. I'm sorry.
yeah.
Look, these guys got a lot more patience than me. I'm gonna tell you. And whether you comprehend, listen, it's not important for somebody to agree or disagree with you. Just understand. I don't care whether you agree or disagree with me. Even when I'm talking to my significant other, I don't care. As long as you understand where I'm coming from, in the future, you can't claim I didn't tell you. Whether you agreed or disagree with it is on you. But as long as you understood what I told you, there you go.
Yeah, I can agree with him on that. We don't have to agree, but as long as we both understand each other, we can agree to disagree. But
I wonder how you.
both
Okay.
people views are understood. Y'all have to understand you don't have to come to a common ground. Long as both of your views are understood, y'all can what the word I was looking for. Hold on.
Yeah, well, I mean, comprehension and agreeing shouldn't be equal terms, right? I mean, understanding what someone is saying shouldn't automatically be agreeing. So, I don't,
Kaylin, you know what?
mhm.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, sometimes I think people use that agree to disagree as kind of a diffuser, type of thing. But understanding someone shouldn't automatically be equated to agreeing with someone. So I don't think phrases like agree to disagree, really necessarily need a place, because the two things aren't equal to one another. Understanding and agreeing aren't equal.
I mean, I think you said it though. I think that's a good thing. I do that all the time. I tell people that because the thing is, two people think differently, so you can't force anything. So I think it's a respectful thing to do is agree to disagree. It's like you said, a
Well,
diffuser or something to let it go. Because what's the point?
Doesn't
Unless
That's a
your
fact
goal is to
though.
be, unless you're
Doesn't
you can
mean
say. You could say it's a dang. What the heck did I trigger people with that one? That was crazy. But I know I was about to say
no,
that.
no.
I
Actually,
was like,
listen, it's one of the few.
everybody rushed
I'm
on
sorry.
dang,
I'm
I didn't even
sorry.
get to
I'm
finish.
sorry.
Dang.
Listen, no, no,
Yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead.
You know I love you,
Listen.
brother. It's one of the few
Go ahead,
things
bro.
that does trigger me. It's one of the few things that does trigger me because agree to disagree just means you disagree. I mean, just say you disagree and move the fuck on. But like, it's a weird way to phrase it, and I don't like it because it doesn't mean any damn thing.
I get
yeah,
you, Dan.
I
I
feel the
get you because the
same.
way people use it, I can feel you on that. I'm not gonna be
Yeah,
disingenuous. I get you on why people. So I feel you on it. Go ahead, Earl. I think you said something.
Okay, so look, underneath this, right? I got a saying, right? It's called "Let that be the reason." I say it all the time. Okay, well, let that be the reason. And what that phrase means is, I neither agree nor disagree with you, but for whatever reason you feeling the way that you feeling, let that be the reason. You can't argue with that. Every time it wins 100% of the arguments. Hey, let that be the reason. And then listen, I don't care whether you agree or disagree with me. That's a you problem. If I explain it to you and you understand, you can ask clarifying questions if you need to. I have warned you. I have communicated to you. Right? That to me. Now this is once I've lost my patience. Now I get to that point. I don't start off at this level. But I got zero patience for willful ignorance when somebody plays in your face. You feel me? Like you hear them talking intelligently to their friends on the phone. Then when they talk to you, they want to act like they in third grade and don't comprehend English. You know what I'm saying? Until you start rearranging the furniture and shit, now you got it. Oh, now you get it. You feel me? I'm only
yeah.
halfway serious, dog, but let that be the reason. You feel me? I
I cannot. You feel me?
Yeah, me.
Dang, I
I hate
forgot
that
what I was about
shit.
to say. Oh
You
well.
feel you feel me?
Oh, T, you already know we both got that issue.
That's
Cause
listen,
I,
listen.
like that's terrible. Hey,
It don't even
because it
sound
said something
terrible, but
about
it's
the
a fact.
understanding. It's something about the understanding. Crap.
But
Okay, I don't even
did
know.
agree to disagree thing or something you was talking
Well,
about?
well, that is a thing. That's why I do agree with that part that agree to disagree. Like we ain't gotta say we agree that we disagree because we clearly
I
gonna leave
feel
this
it.
disagreeing. But I get why people say it. I think when
They
certain
say it out
people
of
say
mad. They be angry. That's all it is. It's
right,
like
exact,
when you get so
yes,
pissed off. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I say that too. When somebody piss me off,
right,
I might as well just say, all right, look, agree to disagree, man. That's
right,
all it
exactly, right,
is. Rather than
exactly.
me cussing somebody out, I'm gonna be like, all right.
but sometimes it's not about the
But
agreeing
no,
or
I
disagreeing.
cut off her off. I gotta let her finish my bad.
Well, no, I'm just saying like that, but that's exactly what it is. I think that's kind of where we hear that. It's like, no, we're just gonna understand that we both disagree. So we're gonna leave it at the fact that we disagree. I don't know. I mean, maybe later on. I think it's knowing when to pause a conversation. Doesn't mean that's like the ended conversation, but to pause it because we're not gonna find a mutual, agreement here. Clearly, it's not gonna come to that. But it was something that y'all had said about the understanding crap. But it was more so like uh why understanding is more oh that's what it was, thank you. That's why it's more important. Understanding is more important because I can act like I don't get it and I will tell you that you're a horrible delivery, like your delivery was terrible, this is not like just like you said. I can say all these things because if I have to concede that I understand, the fight is over, the entertainment is over, and there's nothing else for me to do but to now look in the mirror, like I say. Now I gotta look in the mirror and see why my understanding was so flawed, knowing that he communicated very well. But because I had a blockage of, I don't want to have to admit this. I don't want to have to change this. As long as I can seem dumb about something, you're gonna keep coddling me in this area. As long as I like, "Oh, I don't know, okay, it's all right, baby. I know you understand. I understand. I just don't want you to change what you're gonna do because I understand now you're not gonna do it. So instead of just being honest, say, babe, I just like when you do this, or I like whatever case is, but that's in different concept, but like in panels. When it comes to understanding, we act like a lot of people act like they don't understand something, just not to admit that what you probably said was right. And now you being right means I have to do something different by myself. And that's the part we do not want to have a hand in. That's all.
Hey, can we admit that some of y'all like correction, that you all are addicted to the correction? If a man is assertive, I'm not saying he's violent, right? But if he's assertive, right? Some of you all become argumentative because you like that man correcting y'all. That gets y'all. Never mind, I'm gonna start. You know what I mean?
You might be on to something.
Well, it's a fight. It continues that fight. As long as I don't understand, they love that. A lot of women like that. I promise you. Some people here definitely like that spicy stuff. You was on here,
No,
Kat.
no.
Wasn't that you, Kat, when that girl was in here? And Moses was talking to her and saying something. He's like, ooh, yeah. Women be liking that spicy stuff. Go ahead, bro.
It's called healthy manipulation.
Okay. Oh,
I mean, I'm
You
laughing
say
because
go.
me and my husband just had a situation like this today. So I'm just laughing because I'm like, what y'all talking about? I'm thinking about the situation we had today.
oh, so in other words, Natural said she liked that too. Okay, go ahead, Bert.
Hey, what type of freaky stuff is Alan on? What the heck is that
Hey,
down there?
listen, not over there
I see that,
reminiscing.
man. I see Alice.
What the heck? The heck I come back to?
Alice to use his
At
words,
least let it
man.
be nighttime before all that. What the heck going on?
Listen, I don't know where you guys are in the prompt, man, but like I came up because of what's in the white. Men and women communicate differently. Absolutely true. Like when men and women, like neither one of us are doing it wrong. We're just communicating for different reasons, and we're communicating differently. Like when women talk to you, what they're actually trying to do is they're trying to share an emotion with you. That's what they're trying to do. They want you to understand the feeling that they have, whether they're talking to you or they're talking to their girlfriend. They're trying to pass along an understanding of a feeling. And men are communicating ideas. And so it gets weird. Like when we talk to women, we're like communicating an idea, but instead of the woman getting an understanding of the idea that we have, she's like, how does this make me feel? It's a different conversation, right? So yes, men and women communicate differently.
Yeah, I say men and women definitely communicate differently. I think and it depends on the message that is being portrayed. So one thing I know about men is men cannot afford to operate in what they feel. They have to operate in what they know, because if they if they say I feel like this or I feel like that, nothing would ever get done. They have to operate in absolute. Whereas women, they operate in how they feel, which means that doesn't always reflect reality. So a lot of women of today, they say, oh, my feelings should trump everything because of how I feel. Well, it's like, you got to remember, you don't experience yourself just like how other people experience you. So I think that once they get out of that mindset that everybody experienced them how everybody experience or look at them the same as they look at themselves, then you will be able to look outside yourself and be able to understand others. So
Am I safe to say that we're saying that it's not so much as women using logic and reasoning when they communicate something, whether it's in a relationship or outside of a relationship? Because I've heard a lot of people say, women communicate with their feelings, they communicate with their emotions. Men, we just kind of communicate more on a direct standpoint. Do you guys feel like women can be direct and speak with logic and reasoning and not just entirely out of emotions?
yes, I've seen it happen before. And to me personally, um, when I've seen it happen, I was able to adhere to what she was saying, because it made it made 100% sense. You know what I mean? Long as you could put it in its rightful place and it actually makes sense on paper, then I can be able to respect it. But if a person is coming to me talking about how they feel when we need to solve this issue using logic and using being direct and using logic, then it's kind of hard to respect how you feel when you looking at it, when you think that we should fix a problem through emotions. We can't do nothing with emotions, but there's a dire need to fix it through logic.
Hey, let me say
Can I
this
say?
too, real quick. Hold up before you do it. Because I seen 3 people on the mute. Okay, but real quick, I was about to say this too. This is a good sign Better test with Kev. Y'all gotta check my page out. But this is a good sign. Just like I happened in the last live, right? You could tell when somebody listening with their feelings, right? So what they'll do, and everybody do it, but it's the way they doing it, right? If it's far off from what you said versus if it's close to what you said, right? So if they be like, oh, you be like, hey, yeah, I think dogs and cats is they don't get along or whatever. No, I say dogs and cats use the bathroom, drink the water the same, whatever, right? And then you will see, you could tell they listen with their feelings, right? Or in a way, right? They say, dang, so wait, what you're trying to say is that rats eat cheese or something like that? That's what you're trying to say? But it's like they heard something that triggered them, then they go to talking about rats eating cheese when we was talking about dogs and cats. If you didn't get close to talking about dogs and cats, and you talking about a rat eating cheese, 9 times out of 10 they listen with their feelings because they already listening with So I'll say it's these 3 things, man. Some people listen to respond, they listen to get triggered, or they listen to understand. Those are the 3 things, though. So that's
Yeah.
how you can be able to tell some of the times, like some people just be all the way off the wall from what they heard because they be in their own mind until it validate, like what Bert was saying. Like some people just listen to get to validate or express themselves. They communicate to express the way they feel, or they listen to validate the way they feel for the most part. And then some people, try to express ideas and validate their ideas and all that stuff. So that's what it is. But
They
somebody
become
was just
reactive
So
here.
Simply Netta, I want to respond to what Simply Netta said. She asked a question. Simply Netta asked whether it was possible that for women to communicate more in the style that men typically communicate. And so here's my response to that. I think men and women have someone needs to mute up. So I think men and women have default settings. That's how I view it. We have default settings. So I think men, without very much effort, can just communicate ideas. And I think that if men want to communicate an emotional state, I think that takes effort because I don't think that's their default setting, right? And with women, I think their default setting is to communicate emotional states. That's what I think their default setting is. And to communicate without emotion and just communicate a sterile idea, I think requires some effort on a woman's part. So it goes to that. It's not that you can't do the other, it's that it requires more effort than it requires a man to do the same thing.
I agree. I love that answer, especially about default settings. When it comes to that question, whether or not women can communicate on the same level as men, or not level, but just in the same way that men communicate, I think that, and I had this conversation with you, Bert. I put up a prompt one time and it said, what's the difference between I think and I feel? And the conversation went something like, when a person says I feel, well, the consensus was this: when a person says I feel, there's a less of a detachment to what is being said, right? But when a person says I think, that means that it's been processed, possibly proven, and owned, right? So there's a level of ownership in thinking rather than in feeling. When someone just feels a way, that can pass. But thinking takes a process of reprogramming, a process of acceptance. So when I think that when women they like to communicate in feeling because they're not held to anything. They're not. They can say that doesn't belong to me in an instant. While a thought, you would have had to process it, own it, and possibly prove it or live it. So I think that's the problem. Go ahead.
Alan, go.
Yeah, I just think that, I mean, again, I'll go back to what I said initially when I answered the prompt. I think the intentionality of the individual plays into their form of communication. And again, in general sense, a lot of women tend to communicate without an end kind of in mind. They just want information out there. It's not necessarily a definitive end. Because I think when a person is communicating and wants a particular end, I think that intentionality tends to kind of dictate and guide the way in which they communicate. They're very kind of precise. They're oriented. They're giving information that's going to come to an actual conclusion versus just kind of throwing stuff out there, right? If we use logic / emotions to kind of represent logic, meaning you're trying to come to, or equaling, you're trying to come to a conclusion about your communication, versus emotion, which is just, I just want to put information out there, and an end isn't necessarily what the goal is. I just want my shit out there, right? And that difference is where I think kind of comes into play with men and women. More men tend to try to communicate with an end in mind. They just don't toss out information just for it to sit out there and to be processed by who's ever listening. They want to get somewhere, versus a lot of women just want information out there, right? And then try to do phrases like that young man who was up here earlier to say, well, you're supposed to read into the lines, or they try to dictate how other people are supposed to process what they threw out into the ethos, right? Then it shifts that way. Let me control how you receive it. But that high level difference is what's there. Men tend to try to go somewhere. Women tend to just try to put information out there.
Well said. I always appreciate the way you deliver your messages. Well said. I'm jealous. I'll get you in a second. LS Soul, if you will, hold for a second. Let me get one of the ladies in first. Whoever will speak first. Alter, you got the mic. What do you think about anything you've heard? And I got nothing. Simply Netta, what are your thoughts?
So I can understand where you guys are coming from, especially seeing as how women are more emotional, I guess hardwired emotionally more than men are. But I want to say to Kev, actually, I really had my thoughts together, and Kev said something that just really just took my focus off. But I want to say, like, in a sense that I don't know. I'm gonna come back because Kev done made me lose it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's all right. Alter Ego, what are your thoughts on anything you've heard?
Well,
Well,
yeah.
first of all, look, let me just say this, right? I don't know. I'm never going to get an opportunity to say this. I think this whole multitasking thing that women say that they do is bullshit. They don't. They don't. Multitasking isn't a thing with humans. Alter, go.
So if you're doing different tasks at one time, what's that called?
The problem is this. You're doing multiple tasks at a 65% level. That's the problem.
Hey,
That's why you weren't there.
Hey, that's funny.
That's why you weren't there when I called your name, because you were multitasking. you really weren't doing this task very well at all.
That was a good point, though.
You can be multitasking and failing at the other task, but you're
You're
still
feeling it.
multitasking.
No, the thing I had a debate with this with what you call it? That's
Mute
funny.
up. Bert
Sorry.
no. Bert never needs help, so mute up.
Yeah, I got this.
Unless you're on my side, mute up.
I'm making the argument that you were failing at all of the tasks that you were applying yourself to. You were failing at all of them. You were at 65%.
That's actually a good conversation, because I actually think that you can be doing multiple things at once and giving more attention to the other, which makes the other one be lax. So, yeah, I think I was actually doing the other task better than I was this one. That's why I had more energy
What
for
was
that
the other task? What was the other task?
I was cooking with my kids, and we were making cookies at the same time. So we were
Oh
talking
God.
about measurements, and I kind of missed this task of what you guys were just saying.
Studies show
Oh,
that multitasking isn't a thing, but
I
that
was
the,
just about to. No, y'all not about to
but
steal
the,
my shine. I'm about to say it. No, y'all not about to
no,
steal my
you go
shine.
ahead.
No,
You go ahead.
I was about
I
to. No, because I wanted to say that he gonna go to the studies though. Because I was about to say, look. But I had look. I heard it on because I had this debate with AJ too. I remember on this other website and stuff out of debate. But yes, MythBusters showed that too. They said that it ain't multitasking. It's just because like the only thing that really can multitask is like computers. But overall, they proved it with the texting and the driving and thing. They just saying that your brain is picking one thing left, right, left real quick. It's going so fast, but it's not like it's not that you're you're doing it at the same time. You're just, your
Right.
brain is like, it can only focus on one thing at one time. The only thing that really can multitask is like computers and stuff, because it can do 5 things at one time or whatever, and whatever. That's what true multitasking is. But we tend to call it multitasking because we're doing multiple things. But that's not. Yeah. So go ahead. You can finish your thing before you make me lose my shine.
Wrong.
Yeah, first, Alan, what were you saying about multitasking? Alan, go ahead.
It was just that the brain is really only doing one thing at a time, and what people have called multitasking is their ability for the brain to switch back into whatever the mode is that it's doing, right? It's the speed in which the brain can reorient to the task that it's doing. And so people who think that they are fast at it, right, tend to call that multitasking, versus in reality the brain is only doing one thing at a time.
I cannot believe that y'all sat here and shiny the mess out of multitasking. That is what I can't believe.
Yep.
That is,
Yep.
you know what? That is a Bert thing, and y'all let Bert sit here and carry us down the
Yep.
tunnel to no end. Y'all literally made
We
this
got.
a topic. That is correct.
Yeah.
You know
We got to
what, Bert?
dismember these
I ain't
things.
gonna
We got to
lie. Bert got
dismember
some
it.
skill. We got this. Y'all gonna wait till I say multitasking out of the
Sorry.
19,000 people in all
Sorry. Hey,
in the
look. You get.
last minute who have used the word multitasking. Now
Hey, look
you,
at it. Look
now
at
I'm
it
about
this
to
way.
learn.
Look at it this way. You get to use it on somebody else, though. That's all it is. That's
I
how I
can't
look at
wait.
it.
See, now I'm gonna
I
take
see.
my
See.
trauma. You know what?
See.
I'm gonna take my trauma and affect somebody else. I can't wait.
There
Somebody
you
say I'm
go. There
multitasking.
you go. Hold on. I got something for you. There you go. Hold on. I got something for you. Heard me.
What?
Alter ego. Let's just agree to disagree. How about that?
You know where Bert is?
Come on now, man.
That he using
No, she
my
actually
rules and
agreed,
opening
though. I
up.
think she agreed. After we explained it, she agreed. He just
I
saying.
mean, I agree with Alan. I don't agree with you, Kev.
Okay. I'm
I
sorry.
agree
Okay,
with
I back up.
Alan.
As long as you agree with somebody, that's all I worry about.
I'm just not agreeing with Kev because he didn't agree with me. But that's crazy. I hate that he had a response to that. It's so annoying. Because multitasking is, it's technically task switching. I do agree with that. Your brain is rapidly, switching back and forth. So it does feel like you're doing multiple things at one time. Because technically, because y'all want to be technical,
Yep.
yes, I have to do one thing at one time. However, I'm typing and talking. So that's actually me doing 2 things at once. So anyway, y'all actually wrong. I'm gonna let y'all have it though because y'all feel like y'all are right. However, I do get the point. See how that work? Go ahead.
Some things is autopilot though. It don't take the brain. That's autopilot. Don't make that in. Nah.
Autopilot. I have to
Like
forcefully
you don't
take some.
if you want to call it multitasking, right? That's like us saying that we blinking and breathing and our heart is beating.
Right,
It
that's
don't take our
multitasking.
it don't take our oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, you can have it.
I'm always multitasking, okay?
All
I
right,
can just
that means
hold my
all of
breath.
us doing
I can hold my breath and listen. But if I breathe and then listen, I'm
it.
multitasking. Thank you. Because it takes words to breathe.
Oh, we got a new person up here. What you got, Melissa? Anything you heard?
Yeah, I want to answer the prompt, but I'm gonna just add something to what y'all were just talking about. What Alan talked about was very much true. There's something that's called switch task cost, and studies show that actually multitasking is counterproductive in the aspect as far as the time that it takes to put something down and then come back to it and pick it up is counterproductive to the overall task as far as quality and the speed of getting the task done, because it takes much more time in the aspect to pick up something and figure out where you left off on it and then get back into the singular mode of focus to get the job done. So that very much is a thing. As far as the prompt, from what I understand, this is about effective communication. And men versus and women communicate differently. I don't think there's any gender necessarily that owns a communication style. It's about effective communication, and parts of effective communication entail, and one, knowing your audience, being an active listener as far as hearing the message all the way through thoroughly, as well as communicating the message and making sure that the entirety of the message that you're iterating to the party is being received fully. So, I mean, that takes, what is it? Effort. And it really goes down as far as your ability to EI as well, which is emotional intelligence. I think we're all a work in progress in that. But that's pretty much where I land my plane.
Your plan, hold on, Melissa. Your plan should never include multitasking. Bert is a troublemaker. We were not even talking about this. So
That's just
do
where I
not
walked
respond to
in.
him, okay?
That's just
Hey,
where I walked in the room. I'm
Make,
sorry.
weren't you
Bert, this
making
is
cookies or something?
ridiculous.
Weren't you making cookies or something as your other
I
task?
I have taken them out. Now it's one less task. I can hear all this B and the S that y'all talking about. And multitasking. I promise y'all, nobody better ever tell me they multitasking. I'm gonna tell them how they not multitasking, but they are at the same time. So go ahead, because I'm still
Multitasking
right.
is bullshit.
I think the
It always is.
question here is, are you a good multitasker? And this is actually an exercise I do at work with my employees because they claim to be good multitaskers. But the problem here is most of them end up burnt out and unsuccessful in being able to accomplish their assignments. So the thing here is that once you understand the productivity in isolated work versus trying to do multiple things at the same time, you understand that you're setting yourself in a better stature for success as far as completing one thing versus multiple things at the same time.
I think
Yeah,
you
I
should
used
do
to.
things at one time. Bert, leave us
No,
alone.
I used to work in manufacturing, right? And we had it down to a science where we could see that we were getting like about 65 to 70% productivity out of people when we forced them to do more than one task at a time, versus being at like 80 to 100%. We're talking about like with regard to like passing quality checks. Like you would see in the numbers the impact of multitasking.
Right, because
It
some people
wasn't.
are not good at it. That's just kind of what it is. Go ahead, I hear
You know who's not? You know who I learned? There's a particular person who's not good at multitasking. You know who that is? Alter.
you.
Everyone who ever says they're good at multitasking is terrible at it.
I am great. You know
Every
how much
single
stuff I
person.
get done in a day because I multitask? If I was to wait
Again,
till the task is over, I wouldn't get
again,
nothing done, really.
again. You're doing everything at a 65% level. Simply Netta, did you go yet? She's talking on your turn. Simply Netta, what is your contribution at
Go
this
ahead,
time?
Nana. Agree with what I said. Go ahead.
First, I have been cackling at Alter all day. Like she is like super funny. But yeah, I'm awful at multitasking. My ADHD kicks in and yeah,
Yes.
nothing gets done. I'm so sorry. But Bert, I see you are a complete troublemaker, sir. But to respond to you with the communication thing, and I'm not going to spend too much time on it because I don't feel like I'm going to be beating a dead horse. I see communication, and I think what I'm hearing is that you guys are, I see communication and communicating at a much broader spectrum than just what actually goes on in relation.
We lost her. You there? Simply Netta.
You gotta mute and unmute.
Yeah, you
Mute
gotta
it.
mute and unmute. Mute and unmute. Mute up and then unmute again. Drop and come back. Then drop it. Drop. We'll drop you and just re-request. We'll let you back up. So either you're gonna drop yourself, we'll drop you, one or the other. There you go. Request back up. We'll get you back up into the queue. Hashtag. What are your thoughts on anything that you've heard?
Man, I was really sold on the multitasking things from the things I learned in like biology and stuff, right? Because biology teaches us that women have more gray matter in their skull than men do. And gray matter is supposed to be for firing to ideas or actions, right? So I was like, oh, women are just better multitaskers than men because it's, if you got more of something than somebody else, then you should be able to do it better. But now that I'm looking, I've been like side looking. I've been attempting to multitask since I've been on here, since Alan brought up that stat. And I'm looking at something completely different. It says that gray matter has nothing to do with productivity. It did mention something about the ability to exchange exchange the mindset from one activity to the next. And it said that although men have less gray matter in their brains, they have higher completion success to activities. So that doesn't make any sense. If just because somebody's doing more doesn't mean that they're accomplishing more. That's like activity versus productivity. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
it's
go
interesting.
ahead. Yeah, the only problem with that is that we didn't make that point. But other than that, if we were making that point, you'd be absolutely right. We never said whether or not we're going to be super successful. The only thing is that it's happening. But I love that point. Bert, don't you?
Alter ego. Do you agree that men are superior to women?
Because y'all finished tasks more efficiently, sure, why not?
Silent. What's on your mind?
Nothing
What's on
much.
your
I
mind?
agree. I agree with what you said. I was thinking to myself, man, I know some multitaskers, but when they multitask, they don't do quality work. So it's almost to tell me, is that even really multitasking? If the work that you do is not even quality, whereas
Ooh.
versus a man who will do one thing at a time and complete that to the best of his quality, and then go on to the next project, and everything he completes was quality work.
That's beautiful. Kev, go ahead and change your background. Anyway, to the point of that, Silent, you're absolutely right, and you further prove my point. Most people suck at it. I'm great at it, actually. Most people are not good at multitasking. That's why they cannot, get things done well, multiple things at one time, right? Or on and off, switching it.
Well,
Okay. But that's why men, you guys are greater. You guys are the best because you guys will get it done one thing at a time, maybe take you 2 years, but guess what? It's going to get done right. And then you'll get to the next thing when you're,
well,
back energized. Go
Well,
ahead.
I'm gonna say this. I deal with a lot of studio artists, studio producers, and a lot of studio producers will take their time on a project, and then when it comes out, it is beautiful, it's grand, it's great. But then I have a lot of studio producers that do multi-quality, and then I'll listen to the song, and I'm like, damn, I could barely hear the person in the background, or the beat is too high up, or the extra sound that they were gonna add to it doesn't flow good to it. I'd rather quality work than you doing multiple projects. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I like those that do quality work. Tell me, look, if I do this one song for you, it's gonna take me blaza weeks. I wait them blaza weeks for that quality product versus having multi people that do a quality product and you give it to me and I need it redone. So it just depends on your perspective about it. Me, I'm gonna be honest with you. I pay attention to people that really care about stuff. Like, yeah, I don't know, to all the men on this panel, you've ever been working on a car and a girl asks you a question like, hey, how does that work? And you start to explain and she just gives up. Like, I don't want to know no more.
I can't stand that. I can't stand that. Yeah.
Right. Now, I would tell to all the men that care about cars really much, you got to make sure you catch yourself on that because you don't want to just get mad at her for no reason. But you also got to realize to give up on her because at the same time, she's not interested in that project like you would be interested in that project. So therefore, once she tells you she's not done, just cut it off and go back to what you're doing. But for the most part, I've seen that in a lot of women. I've seen that when it comes to certain jobs, like infrastructural jobs, like electrician, plumbing, jobs of that nature that would make good money, but would be severe hard work. Not saying that all women are like this, and I'm not saying that all women give up, but I've seen women just, disassociate themselves from certain things and then wonder why things don't come. But anyway, I'm going off the topic.
Silent, isn't that
Let's get back on the topic. What do you think about the prompt in the white over there?
I do. I believe men and women do communicate differently.
Explain.
For example, men are, for example, the society of men. When you have men friends tell each other the truth, whether we like it or not. We sharpen each other that way. That's how we make each other better, right? When you kind of communicate with women, you kind of have to hold your tongue, because if you tell her the truth in a manner that she feels that she deems as disrespectful, she wants to say, oh, you told me and that was really severe. That was terrible how you told me like that. So I'm like, it's almost like this. If I go to a woman and tell her the world is going to end, she gonna get mad at me because I told her so directly and she wasn't feeling it. She wasn't ready for it. But if I tell a man that the world is going to end and that's a fact, and he realizes that's a fact and he actually agrees with me, he's gonna prepare and get ready because I done already told him the truth and he's already swallowed the truth right there before he went on.
Nicely done. Melissa, what's on your mind? I saw you on mute.
Yeah, I had a question in regards to the analogy of the car and explaining to your girlfriend about how the mechanics of it work. Doesn't that play into knowing your audience?
Unfortunately, when I explained something to my girlfriend about how a car, when she's asked the question of how a car works, the only audience I should have was her when she asked the question of how does the car work. So why would an audience even matter?
It's her level of understanding and being able to effectively communicate the information in a way that she understands it. Just because you're explaining it the way that you know doesn't mean that she can relate and or understand it. So sometimes you have to break it down in a way that people can understand it.
Well, unfortunately, if she loses interest because I just understand it, then I would just turn off the conversation and wouldn't even explain it anymore. See, it's just that simple.
What determines her losing interest?
Because she just doesn't want to know the ins and outs of it. Some people lose interest. For example, I can tell you about a car right now, but I get to a certain point where I talk too much and you'll probably be like, look, I got stuff to do on my day. I asked the question. I just wanted a simple, quick question, a simple answer, and she will lose interest in it. A lot of women do that. I've noticed that.
So she says out of her mouth that she's simply not interested and she doesn't want to hear anymore?
Exactly.
Okay.
I've seen women do that. It's
That's why we
like I said,
multitask.
it's simple and plain.
That's why we multitask. Alter go.
This love is a real thing.
I don't. So that term I heard somebody say lose interest. I just put it in the comments. Though I don't believe people lose interest. I would say, I guess it depend though. But for the most part, I think people was never interested and got forced to be interested in something, or they may thought they would be interested in something and they
I
never.
agree with you.
Basically,
I agree
they
with the
never was on
second
both of them, right? Basically, they was never interested. They just figured they would be interested,
one.
but they
Right,
wasn't. Yeah, so I don't
right.
think you lose interest in something that you're interested in.
Well, it depends. It depends on how deep your motivation is.
You could get bored. I could say that.
Some men, when we start a task, we're invested. We don't care how hard it is. We're gonna keep going. Some ladies, when they get something they thought they were interested in, they lose interest because they realize they gotta be invested, and therefore they're done with. They're not going to invest anymore because they don't want to go down that hole. It'd be what's another good example of that? It'd be like somebody with bad credit trying to get good credit, and they have to go through everything. They got to go through the whole 9 yards to get their credit good, and at some point they just said, you know what, forget this. I'm just gonna pay everything cash.
Yeah. Hey, you know, I'll take it back now, man. I think you can't lose interest. Because I thought about it when I say you can be bored. I think that's a form of you losing interest. That's just like, okay, I think I had to use an example as like video game, right? At first, I'm very interested, can't wait to play this stuff. And once I start losing stuff and getting pissed off, then I start losing interest, and then I turn the game off. So I thought about
Right.
that. Yeah.
And
Now
then
you
that's
heard me
another.
coming.
She said you heard me coming. Nah, I'll be trying to make sure I correct it.
And then another thing too. Sometimes it's about attention span. Some women have the attention span of a gnat. I'm sorry to say that. Nothing
I don't think it's a man and woman thing for real talk. It kind of go back to what Melissa was talking about. I think I more agree on what she's saying though, because I think like everybody, like I said, depend on the way you got raised or what you've been through. I don't think it's a gender type thing. That's why I wanted the people to be specific of why people may communicate different and stuff. Is it like a chemical thing that's inside of them that make them, or the way that they brain function and stuff? But then when you also see men communicating the same way like women do, and women, you know, for the masses, right? The majority of women do, and the majority of men do. Then it just show like, I don't think a gender, like she said, I don't think a gender owns a certain way of communication.
No, I just know how men are though. Men, we communicated to each other with the truth. Some women can't take that truth.
There's some emotional men out here though. That's
Know how men are though. Men, we communicated to each other with the truth. Some women can't take that truth.
there's some emotional men out here though. That communicate for validation and all that stuff. So I done seen it for the most part. And this little lie about saying that most men are stoic and all that stuff. No, it's some very emotional type. Even if you look it up, they actually said the man has passed the women up as in being more emotional. That's the sad part about it,
That's
because we
not.
express it differently.
That's not true. That's not true.
No, not because they don't cry that much, but if niggas be getting mad and take it, it makes sense when there's so many niggas that's in jail and stuff. I mean, there had to be an emotional man, or
I'm
to
gonna be
even be
honest with
set claiming.
Yeah.
Even look, even to be set claiming and thinking y'all thugs and stuff, that take a lot of emotion behind it.
so I'm gonna tell you
The
this.
men,
I'm gonna tell you
the men
this.
you're talking about were raised by single mothers, though.
But I'm
Yeah,
gonna,
but that don't take the fact that they're
also
emotional.
happened.
I don't want y'all to miss my point though. That don't take the fact that these dudes are emotional. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm not saying there aren't emotions. Hold on, Silent. Hold on. I'm gonna.
He keep trying to squeeze in.
Yeah, I can squeeze in. I do that sometimes. So yeah.
No, you good. You know you good.
Yeah. The other people don't know, but I'm just gonna squeeze in because I'm gonna say something. I gotta go see what Mayor's about because I owe him a favor. But I'm gonna squeeze in a little bit, say a little something, and then kick it off to Alan because he had his hand up, and then you guys just maintain the order once I leave. So I'm not saying there aren't emotional men, right? That's of course true. It's also true that there are very stoic women, right? So those two people exist out there. But what I'm pushing back on is actually the idea, Kevin, that you said. So go on record that we do push back against each other every once in a while. That there isn't a gender component to how we communicate. I push back on that. There is absolutely a gender component to how we communicate because our hormonal loads have a lot to do with how we express ourselves and what we choose to express and what we pay attention to as we're in that expression. So there is a gender component to that we can't get away from. There's also there's like a social construct as well, right? And that the whole the whole emotional man thing. Yeah, that's a thing, and that comes from, in my mind, in my view, that comes from men that haven't had masculinity modeled for them in the right way. But on the whole, just from a hormonal perspective and a nature perspective, men tend to be more stoic than women.
Yeah, I was about to say I do. The thing is, I just said I believe. I don't really know though. I was just saying that I believe though. But for the most part, yeah, I just wanted to know the science to it. That's all. Because I don't know the science to it. Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah. Most men are real quick. I consider myself to be relative. I know men that are more stoic than me, but I think I'm relatively towards that side of the spectrum. I think most men are more like me than not like me. That's what I think. That's what I think.
Can I say something?
Be quick about it because I want to get to Alan. So go ahead, Silent.
So usually most men that are raised with their dads, or most men that have their dads in their life, are taught emotional discipline, making sure that they keep their emotions at bay so they don't, like for example, mess up in the workforce. So they're able to work their job without having to tap into their emotions. Most men raised with their mothers are not emotionally disciplined.
But that's why, even though you saying that's another man, because it's some. What I'm trying to get to is it depends on the type of man. That don't mean if you raised with your father, you can have an emotional type father that's talking about don't take none from nobody and all this other stuff, and these niggas over here finding on everybody every time they can't control themselves because their dad is teaching them. No, because pride, that's an emotion, right? I don't think people notice that. Right. Anger, all that stuff is still emotions. So it is some, just because you were a father or something like that, that don't mean that everybody know how to teach emotional, not even emotions, but to control your emotions. I don't think many fathers or mothers even teaching that. You know what I'm saying? Some of them telling you just to suppress it. You know what I'm saying?
Self-regulation.
So I get it. Hold on, Melissa. We're gonna get to you all. I promise. I'm not just gonna dominate the whole floor. I want to make sure I get Alan in because he had his hand up a while ago. So I get what you're saying, Kev. I really 100% get it. I'm not even playing games with it. I 100% get it. You would agree though that there are legit consequences to men who cannot control their emotions.
Yep.
Legit consequences, right? In your face consequences. Get the furniture in your mouth rearranged consequences, on the spot, right? Men can't just go around losing their temper, right? And you already talked about it. They end up in prison or dead or unalive,
Facts.
Yeah, it's something to think about. There are fewer in my mind. There are fewer consequences to women not being in control of their emotions, at least in our society as it stands. That's my view on it. That has something to do with the conversation as well. That's what we're talking about in the moment. Forget about the prompt. Alan, go.
Yeah, everybody was touching on the stoicism emotion things. Everybody touched all the bases there. I just wanted to touch something before I go to something the young lady had said when she had spoke. She talked about the knowing the communicator knowing your audience. Doesn't that go to kind of knowing your audience? And the subtle pushback I wanted to give, but that, like, I'm an IT guy. I do a lot of self-paced studies, right? And so one of the things in communicating, again, I've kind of said it repeatedly, I'll say it again, I like to disassociate understanding and what people kind of walk away with the situation from whether or not the person is a communicator, because more and more, like, we're talking in the confines of kind of two people being in front of one another, but there's a lot of communication that we deal with when the other person isn't in front of us, right? There isn't an active dynamic exchange that is happening. So I'm just simply saying there is more onus, right, on the receiver and what kind of disposition they sit in when it comes to the understanding or the comprehension of what's going on. Because again, a lot of communication that we deal with is not dynamic. It's static, right? We're only receiving it. So if I'm listening to a YouTube presentation of a professor teaching, simply because I didn't walk away with the information and understanding of it, doesn't mean that they weren't an effective communicator. So I think it's more important to disassociate, right, the receiving of it and whether or not I understand it to whether or not they were a good communicator, because a lot of the times I don't have the ability to, quote, understand my audience. I don't know who's listening to what I'm doing. So that it's a slippery slope to kind of put their reception of it into the equation to say, hey, is Alan a good communicator? Because there's a lot of different ears that can hear what I say. That pulls in variables that are completely out of my control. I just wanted to add that. Thank you for having me up this afternoon. You guys have a wonderful evening.
Always a pleasure. Be blessed. All right, I am going to drop soon, but before I go, Lammy, what are your thoughts on anything you've heard? Answer that prompt in the white up there, if you would, and you can say whatever you want. Go ahead, Lammy. Lammy.
Lammy Fox. I remember that.
Right, Lammy Fox.
Yeah, Lammy Fox. So basically, what I wanted to do was come in and apologize for the other day when I came in on 5. I'm sorry.
It's
But
all right.
I
It's
was
all right,
lis-
bro. It's all right.
I was listening to y'all earlier where y'all was talking about different lives. This may be off a little bit of topic, and I'm apologizing for what I said and did the other night. But the thing was, when y'all was talking about other lives where they have a bunch of women on the panel, and I had just left a panel with a bunch of women, and I was into it with them. You understand what I'm saying? And they were solely against men. Okay, I brought that to your panel, and I apologize for that. Now, with that being said, if y'all gonna host panels like this, not everybody gonna pick up what I'm putting down right now, but I wish I would. When you go to talk to certain people, not everybody's gonna grasp what y'all saying because everybody wanna sound like they're therapists. Y'all gotta start talking in layman's terms. You understand what I'm saying? Now I know what you're talking about, but a lot of other people may not. Y'all using these big words and they can't grasp what y'all putting down. Just like the last guy. He used so many words, I was like, what the hell? I mean, I know what he was talking about. You understand? But it's some people that be in these lives like younger people, and hell, a lot of our younger people, they not picking up things because hell, they're not reading past the 8th grade level. So you have to talk to them like, I don't want to say dumb it down, but that's what it is. Hello?
Listening to you, brother. Are you good? Are you done?
Yeah. I'm done. I was just trying to see if y'all was listening to what I was saying because
We're hanging on every word.
Well, it's a lot of people who try to use these big words and everything like that. Like you can't reach everybody with certain words. You just can't.
Yeah, it's really hard. Like for people, and I might be in that. I might use some big words myself every once in a while. It's really hard to like dumb down your style of communicating. Like it's
Right.
really hard. Like, we speak the way we speak, like all day with everybody, and then to dumb it down to like an eighth grade level. I don't know that I don't know that I don't know that I'm able to do that, and I know Alan can't do that. There's just a certain style of speaking that people have, and I think if people are seeking knowledge, you have to realize that the people you're seeking knowledge from, they might speak a little differently than you're used to.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, you have people joining this live, or not live, but you have people joining this app every day. You know what I'm saying? New people, younger people, and a lot of those younger people, they don't know those words. It's like people use words like discernment. The word discernment. So if you don't know what discernment means, then they will probably hear from somebody be like, oh well, you don't know how to discern this type of that. But the thing is, that person that's joining the live or just being on this app, they listen to the word discernment and they use it for everything. You know what I mean?
I think I get what he's saying. Like sometimes people can say words and use them out of context.
But they don't
But
really understand the meaning of the word.
right, but I do. I like, and I do get what you're saying because sometimes I be on some panel or I be listening, and people use words that I've never heard before, or whatever. But I'm just one that I love to learn. So when I hear something that I don't necessarily know what it mean or I've never used it in that context or whatever, I'm gonna just go look it up. And that's just me as an educator. I believe in that. You taking your own time and taking responsibility for your own learning. So it's one thing to really to not be in the know, but I think it's a totally different thing to not be in the know and then stay in the not knowing. Like I think at some point we do have to, kind of.
I understand where you're coming from simply, and I agree with you. And that's what I'm trying to say. It's people that come to this live. Hell, it's even old people sometimes. They'll hear something that gravitates towards what they think, and then they'll just use that word, or they just go with everything somebody else is saying without doing the research for their own damn self. That's what I'm trying to get at. You said it too, but that's what I'm trying to get at. And love or learning. Sorry about that, bro. The other night, huh?
You laugh or learn?
No, I'm talking about the host.
Yeah, I'm here. You meant it's
Oh,
laugh
I
or
said
learn,
love.
yeah.
I said love. Laugh and learn. Sorry about that. Man, it's somebody else that got love, laugh, and learn. Don't worry
Yeah.
about that. But yeah, I'm sorry about coming in hot the other night, man. I apologize for that. I was really trying to be educational on what I was saying.
Oh yeah, it's
When I
cool,
say
bro.
if I say something, trust me, I done already looked it up, bro. I'm not finna come up here and spill misinformation. I promise you that. But I've been following you for a minute. You know what I'm saying? My name ain't what it originally was, but at the same time, I'm gonna keep coming in here. But I just wanted to apologize for coming in hot the other night, bro. That's not my character. It's
All right.
really
It's all
not.
right. It's all right, man. We gonna have it be like that sometimes in certain discussions and stuff. I don't be holding nothing against nobody. I'm probably one of the most forgiving person on this dang app. I ain't gonna lie, because I done learned to forgive myself, and that's all I talk about. You know what I'm saying? Because I know we all think different. We're gonna move different and all that other stuff. And I know sometimes some people, may view things more harshly than I do or whatever. So I just it's just me understanding other people. I don't hold that to me, you know. I don't just take it deep and stuff. I understand, you know. So I mean I appreciate that you even did that. That take a lot to even do that. So, but yeah, y'all, I'm about
Well,
to
no. You know what?
go ahead, my brother.
With me being a man, it don't take a lot. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, it's more so. I just don't like the fact that black men are being shunned like we are. You understand what I'm saying? It's like no matter where you go, we're getting talked about. We ain't this, we ain't that. We supposed to be leaders, but at the same time, the people that we supposed to be leading ain't listening to shit we saying. You understand? That's what gets me. So how you gonna sit there and hold a lie to say that we supposed to be leaders, but then when a man comes on your panel and he provides what you asking for, and y'all dogpile, like make that shit make sense. That's all I was saying. That's why I came in hot the other day. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna leave it alone because I know some people you can't reach.
I want to answer that, and I know we have to go. Real quick, Mustafa, boy, if you don't go, boy, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Why did you do that?
I'm about to let him do his thing. Yeah, because I'm about to refresh anyway, so I'm about to do a new live because I thought about it. I'm about to do that. Did you see me put in the comments?
Oh, I thought you was leaving us. Okay, you finna do another live?
Did you see my comment? I sent you a comment, I think.
No.
Yeah, I sent
Okay.
it to you. I said I'm gonna do basically a live off of a link because of stuff I want to talk about. I want to do a live about older folks against younger folks and
Oh,
stuff.
that's so funny. 'Cause I promise,
Yeah.
I was like, look, somebody better make it a top. I'm gonna make it one
Yeah,
a
because
different
I'm
version.
doing it right now because I'm about to get this. I'm gonna get at least a couple
I
hours on
do
this
it,
thing.
boy.
Yeah, because I gotta talk about it. I'm tired.
That's
But
funny because I
go
just
ahead.
thought about some points.
Y'all can rock it out real quick. I'm just making this prompt.
No, I was gonna say to Lamy that what you have to understand is kind of something to the point that Sean said earlier. He doesn't know why sometimes men would go in rooms where women have had this disdain for men already, because sometimes just because people ask questions don't mean they want an answer. I think you have to know what type of rooms, learn the energy when you try before you go up in a room, because sometimes they're just setting you a bait to get you in there. Now look, Kev set baits all the time, people fall in the trap. The only difference is Kev trying to get y'all to learn something. They actually want to devour you and hope that you don't breathe again. That's the difference. So you got to know what lives you're going into that would just, they don't care that you have the right answer, right? They don't care. They just want you to suffer. They just want to make their point, and they want somebody they can use as that example to further what they're pushing, the rhetoric that they're pushing. So if I were
I
you, I would
understand
not
that.
take it. Yeah, I wouldn't take it personally. The men, I appreciate the men. They're standing on being men. Because women know what a man looks like. That's why they don't like it. They want
Well,
it, but they know what it takes to get one, and a lot of times they're not willing to do what it takes to get it. So they're gonna make you feel like
can
you're
I
less than
can
a
I say
man
this?
for that. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off, but can I say this? And
Say
that's
simply.
the reason. Well, I'm sorry. I ain't mean to cut you off, but that's the
No, no, go
reason
ahead.
why they ran me out of there because everything I said to them, they had no rebuttal towards it other than the fact that, oh, you want to do statistics and all of this shit. Well, when the last time the Census Bureau came to y'all house and actually did you know, yeah, you remember the Census Bureau where the people
You know,
would
it was
come?
like,
You remember the Census Bureau where the people
you know,
would
it was
come
like
and
over 10 years ago. Somebody came to my door a long time ago.
right.
And
Well, when the last? So you said it was over 10 years ago. So
mm-hmm,
there was over 10 years ago. So
mm-hmm,
they're going off of statistics where they just guessing
mm-hmm.
because, and like I tried to tell them, you got a lot of Mexican people. They already say when they come into the country, they have to identify as white. right?
Mm,
So that already throws the numbers off. So
wow.
unless, yeah, and a lot of the statistics, and when people be like, well, I did this and that's anecdotal. So you can't come to me and say that, well, the statistics show that black men is this and white men is this. No, come on, man. Ain't nobody ever came to me and be like, hey, how many kids you got? Are your kids in your house? Because mine are. All of mine being up in my house. But ain't nobody came and asked me no questions like that.
That's
So
true.
who the hell else they asking? Because they damn sure ain't asked me.
That's so true. And I'm glad you said that because I forgot that I heard that before too, that the Mexicans and stuff like that, they have to be considered white. So
Right.
this is why statistics, I've never been a full fan of them. I understand their place and I think they're necessary for certain conversations, but they're not.
Well, why you on teacup? So everybody who sit there and argue about that
My
that
bad.
same conversation,
Hmm.
you know what I'm saying? It's like they don't understand where I'm coming from. So that's why I get a little bit carried away. Some people might call it passionate. You know what I'm saying? Some people might look at it as me being aggressive. I don't give a damn. My first thing is, why are we looking at what these people are trying to group us as instead of we know what we do? But I'm gonna let you have the flow back. I'm sorry.
No, you good. I was not saying, I know I moved it out the way, but I was just saying that that's a good point, and that's why with statistics, I take them with a grain of salt because I don't believe that they don't tell the full story. They tell part of it, they tell some of it, but they don't. It's not enough information because of how they skew I feel like they skew numbers. I do believe it has its place. I do, but because everything that you can do for the right reason, you can do it for the wrong reason. And I think statistics definitely show a negative aspect and it makes us hold on to things that may not be fully true. It can be our assumption based off of what we see. I can read the numbers and say, "Oh, black men are this," but if I don't know the skewness in that, I'm gonna assume something that may not be fully true about black men. So that's the problem. And like you said, with adding those Mexicans in, white people can look better because they're not even adding there to make them seem more better. So that right there, telling me that just messed me up again when it comes to statistics because I just don't believe that they have enough accuracy to make me go with it 100%. And when you
Well,
do
I'm
that,
gonna
it just
say,
shows your ignorance. Go ahead.
well, I'm gonna say this: across the world, white people are the minority. They're not the majority. They are the majority in America, yeah. But in other, like across the world, they're the minority, and they know it.
I heard that. I've
That's
heard
it.
that too.
That's all.
I've heard that too. It's interesting. I just don't like how we use it to just look at each other in different ways. It's just it's kind of annoying. Like I said, I get its place. I know why we use it. I know it's like a to me it's more so like a what do you call it? A gauge. You can
Right.
kind of use it as a gauge, but it should not be your final conclusion of something all the time.
I don't like it either. I swear I don't like it either. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hell, it's enough of this earth that we can all share it. But when you got a certain type of people or persons that want to take control of everything, that's what I
Mm.
got a problem with.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
And for the most part, they've done that,
I
being
can
the
understand
minority.
that. That's very interesting.
Hey, boo.
Hi, Poet.
How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
You too. Hey,
Did I
Pet.
hear? Did I hear? It's like, nah, let me stop
He's
it.
so aggravated.
I heard my long term? It's like, no, stop. What's the Dale poet?
Long time
Poet.
nemesis. We've been agreeing all
Long
tonight.
time nemesis. We've been right. She been on point lately. What the heck, right? Or
I'm
agreeing.
done.
Hi, Rachel. Rachel, the comment taker. I heard your conversation. I came up to say that statistics are not for personal use. And I think that when we bring them up in conversation for people to use, we don't realize that we're asking them to use them for personal use. Statistics for wide varieties of situations. It's mostly used in America. We know they use it for consumerism, right? They want to know how many people in this area are going to buy this or typically are going to do that so we can sell them this. That's an easy way to look at statistics. What makes them invalid for me is that I look at my answer. The reason why we have these conversations, right? We're all trying to navigate our personal lives or whatever, or try to share our personal opinions. When I'm listening in a conversation, I'm listening for stuff that I can use for me because I'm trying to navigate this world. I don't know it all, right? But I realize that the way that men respond to me may not match the statistics because I have an intentional way that I move. And it works every time. So it would be crazy for me to throw that out and listen to what they're saying about statistics. You know what I'm saying? Because what I really need to know is how I need to move around the world. So giving me statistics does not help me in most of these conversations. But if I pay attention to how I'm moving and the results that I get with the men and the women around me, then that's going to be a better gauge, of what I should and shouldn't be doing. Does that make sense?
No, it does. It makes sense. And I think when because what you're basically saying, like, it's not for personal use as far as helping you be guided through the world. Like, no, the statistics not gonna make or break your path. In other words, I think that's why I said I understand them for conversation when people try to use certain things. Well, men ain't doing this, women ain't. No, when it start getting to that point, that's when people start throwing those statistics everywhere, right? But I think when we're just kind of like disingenuous about maybe a certain conversation or topic, then it can get like that. But that's a good point as far as that's it's not necessarily useful for your personal growth, right? Because you're looking at those around you. I'm looking at how what I do and say, I can be my own statistics to understand, okay, I've talked to 20 people and when I do this, people don't like this, right? Like, so it's
Right.
yeah, so I get what you're saying. And it's a really good point because if we just live on numbers, we don't know how to be personable. And then that becomes a problem.
It also makes you
So that's actually a good point.
powerless. It also makes you powerless because you're saying that when you say stuff like, oh, okay, typically, when I get into a space, men do this, and people are like, well, why would you do that? Because statistics say men are going to do this. Well, that hasn't been true, right? In my life, I'm telling you that every time I do X, Y, Z,
Right.
men do this. So
But
again, if you just read statistics, they don't really deal with the why people are doing these things that they're tracking, right? They just deal with the end result.
and that's why I say, when the last time you seen the Census Bureau come around to us and ask questions of who's in the household and all this other stuff? Because
Exactly.
you know, but my thing is, what really gets to me is the fact that you would have people see what's going on in the neighborhood or wherever the case may be, like social media. It don't matter. You see it happen, and they be like, "Well, that's not me." Okay, so you gonna discredit everything that you just saw or you've been seeing on social media, and you say, "Well, that's not me." So because it's not you, we shouldn't have to worry about it, right? That's my problem with our community right now.
Yeah, I think that when you're trying to convince somebody of certain behaviors, like you have to bring it home to them, right? You have to bring it somewhere where they can have a buy-in. Everybody is not buying in to the whole community aspect, right? I don't do things for the community as a whole. I do things for myself. And as a result, the community benefits from it, whether it's good or bad. So sometimes
Oh
when
no,
people
baby,
can't
no, no,
conceive the
no. I think you
community,
missed what I was just saying. But go ahead, go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish, but go ahead. I think you
I'm just
missed what
saying
I
when
was
when
saying.
people can't conceive the community idea, like you have to bring it home. to have the conversation with them. Because you can say our community. Everybody don't subscribe to our community who's black. You know what I'm saying? But I can
No,
understand that. I get it.
what I was saying is we see it. We see it every day. But it's certain people, well, that's not me. It's like, it's not me, so I'm not worried about what's going on outside of me. That's what I'm saying. Y'all see it every day. It's just like when you have these lives where women will sit there and talk about how black men are the problem of the community, but at the same time, you got babies crying in your background from different baby daddies. You see what I'm saying? But yet they gonna sit there and say black men are the problem. And I've been in lives like this. But yet black men are the problem. Hell, I could tell y'all are the gatekeepers to.
Sorry, hold on, y'all.
No, y'all have the access to procreate. Unless a man takes it, y'all are the sole keepers of whether you gonna have sex with this man or not. What schmitch?
But
With
that's
this
not
man or not.
necessarily true because you have the decision as well. They don't have to take it. They could also turn it down, right? They can deny women sex.
No.
We have the same ability.
No. See, now we finna get ready to go into what I just left alive. Women, unless a man takes it, unless he takes it from y'all are the gatekeeper of who you let into y'all. Am I right or wrong?
We are. We do have
Okay,
we give access to ourselves.
You
Yes.
can't turn it around and say, well, if we let you in here, then it's a part of you too. No, y'all hold the power to y'all. None of you.
All right, so y'all, real quick, I mean to crash the party. I usually say I don't mean to, but I mean to crash out. So real quick, I'm gonna shut down and come back up because I'm gonna start this new topic because I got a couple hours on this thing and I'm gonna get up. So I got a new topic for y'all. Just come right over back, hit them taps and share and all that good stuff. So I'll be right
back because I'll be right back. To the poet.
Yeah, I know y'all want
All
to. Y'all can get it started, but when the panel fill up, then we got to get back to the topic. But all right,
You trying to get me, Alter?
I'll be right back. I'll be right back, y'all.
It's nothing bad, baby. It's nothing
It's all
bad.
right.
I
You
ain't
can
coming at you
wait.
in the bad way.